Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the Senator McCarthy.
President, I seek leave to move a motion relating to Kumja little baby.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator McCarthy.
I move the motion as circulated, President.
Thank you. And are you speaking to the motion? Oh, beg your pardon. Oh, beg your pardon. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator McCarthy be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Just before I call you Senator McCarthy, before we begin, I inform senators that at the family's request, Kumja little baby should be used as a culturally appropriate form of reference. I also remind senators that the family has requested that her short life not be used by parliamentarians for reasons that do not honour and respect her. Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senate today for this opportunity on behalf of the families, the Warlpiri families and the Gurindji families, and I acknowledge the deep loss as well for our fellow Senator, Senator Nampijinpa Price and her families. As a Yanyuwa Garwa woman and as Senator for the Northern Territory and as Minister for Indigenous Australians, I rise today to share my heartbreak and extend my condolences, my deepest condolences, to Kumja little baby's mum, her brother, her family, who loved this little girl so much. I reach out to the people of Alice Springs, President, to every single person involved in the search. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people from right around came together from all walks of life, and to each and every one of you involved, thank you. In the days and the hours that you put into looking for this little baby girl. To my constituents in Alice Springs and Barntua and across the Northern Territory, devastated that this could happen in their community. To First Nations people across the country who feel this loss so intensely, and to the whole Australian community, President, who've been shattered by news of the loss. This nationwide sorrow was demonstrated by the sea of pink that swept the country on Thursday night. Gatherings of reflection and remembrance for the loss of this little girl. It's been heartening to see hundreds of Australians take part in these vigils, standing together and supporting each other. It has enabled the families who've come together to know that they are not alone. Whether it was in Alice in the centre or where Special Envoy Kumja, Senator Price and the member for Barara were in Alice Springs, whether it was in Perth in the west where I know you, President, and Senator Cox and the member for Perth gathered with the community, whether it was in Melbourne in the southeast where I know Senator Stewart with the member for Cooper, Assistant Minister Carney, or whether it was in the desert in Yuendamu, where Warlpiri families put together a beautiful pink shrine to this beautiful girl. In Darwin, an enormous crowd gathered on the grounds outside Parliament in quiet reflection, and I attended with my girls, who are only a few years older than Kumja, little baby, bringing the loss of this young life to gut-wrenching reality. And in this grief, it's also heartening to remember that in the search, as I said, the community of volunteers. But it was right across Australia, people reached out, and I thank all those Australians who reached out to both my office and also to that of Marion Scrimgeour. I pay my tribute to them, hundreds of people, volunteers and police, and people from all walks of life. The search ended in heartbreak, but it does not diminish the determination, President, of those who dropped everything to assist in the search, and I want to use this opportunity to thank them again. That community effort helps us all to remember that this little baby girl isn't just a headline or a statistic. She was a little girl as important as any other, and she was so loved. In the words of her mum, whom I spent time with, and which were read at the vigil in Alice, I want you all to know that my heart is broken into a million pieces, and I want you to know that I'm having trouble knowing how I can repair it and how I can live without my baby girl. She loved cuddling puppies. She loved watching Bluey and Masha and the bear. She was my little princess, my princess who loved the colour pink. She also loved the colours of the rainbow. For all these reasons, I ask that her short life not be used by any politician for reasons that do not honour and respect my baby girl. President, these are difficult days, but I do thank the Senate. I thank my colleagues who've reached out, and we know that we all send our strength to the families in Central Australia, and we all know that we have work in front of us.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to move an amendment in my name that has been circulated. I don't want to be right here, right now, to have to stand in this chamber to deliver a condolence speech for a little girl in my family. Sharon Napananga Granitz. I'll read her name into the history books today in her honour. She was 5 years old. She was loved. She should still be here. I think about my late brother, Leonard, who passed away too young, before he had a chance to grow into adulthood. In our culture, he would have been one of her other fathers. I find myself wondering whether things might have been different if he had lived, whether he would have been able to protect her. The only comfort I can take from these circumstances, believing that she's now with him and so many of our family who have been taken from us too soon, the only comfort I can take is that they are with our Heavenly Father now. But there is no escaping the reality of what happened. My niece's life was taken senselessly, selfishly and horrifically. And the hardest truth of all is that for many in my hometown, none of this came as a surprise. But the truth is that people do not want to speak this out loud. For too long in this country, there has been silence around what is happening in too many town camps and remote communities. A silence driven by fear. A fear of causing offence, a fear of being labelled racist, fear of speaking honestly about dysfunction, violence, alcohol abuse, neglect and conditions vulnerable children are growing up in. That silence is killing our babies. And when I say our babies, our people, I mean Australians. My niece was a little Australian girl. Yet there is an ideology in this country that has deliberately encouraged people to treat children like her differently because of her racial heritage. It's that same ideology that has created a hands-off culture within parts of a child protection system. An ideology that too often places cultural sensitivities and political correctness ahead of the safety of children. The same ideology that reveres organisations, bureaucracies and so-called leadership structures while vulnerable women and children continue to suffer behind closed doors. It's the same ideology that teaches people to stay silent in the face of wrongdoing because speaking honestly might offend somebody. Well, I'm no longer interested in protecting adults who feel uncomfortable about truths while children are being buried. As more details have emerged around my niece's death, Australians have learned that multiple warnings were reported, made in regard to her safety, and these warnings were not acted upon adequately. They should horrify every single one of us in this chamber and across this country. And let me say clearly that this is not an isolated case. For years I have raised concerns about the failures within child protection. I've spoken to foster carers who've raised loved ones, Aboriginal children from infancy, who've seen them placed back into dangerous and dysfunctional circumstances. I've spoken to police officers, social workers, paediatricians, frontline workers who have watched children be re-traumatised over and over again in a system that's supposed to protect them. And every time these concerns are raised, those who attempt to shut down the conversation, they say now is not the time. They say we should not politicise tragedy. But as my niece's aunt, I have an obligation to fight for justice in her honour. And as a parliamentarian, the very reason I chose to come to this place, I have an obligation to fight for change, so that fewer families endure what my family is enduring right now. Condolences become empty when they are accompanied by excuses for inaction. Condolences become hollow when difficult conversations are avoided in the name of cultural sensitivity, while vulnerable children remain exposed to violence, abuse and neglect. And I'm tired of the excuses. I'm tired of governments announcing billions of dollars in spending while conditions on the ground continue to deteriorate. I'm tired of hearing about symbolism, acknowledgements, gestures while children continue to grow up in unsafe environments. Housing matters, but housing alone is not going to solve this crisis. Building another house means nothing if violence, alcoholism, abuse and neglect continue unchecked inside these homes. We've got to be honest. We've got to admit this. And town camps, many people romanticise, have become places of entrenched dysfunction, places where alcohol restrictions, they exist on paper, but they're routinely ignored. Places where overcrowding, violence, criminal behaviour have become normalised, places where vulnerable women and children are too often left unprotected. And while billions continue to flow through Indigenous programs, organisations and bureaucracies, Australians are entitled to ask a simple question: where are the outcomes? Because right now the outcomes are not there. We cannot continue hiding behind race. We cannot continue pretending that lowering expectations for Aboriginal children is compassion. It's not compassion, it's neglect. It's the racism of low expectations. It's become deeply embedded in parts of our institutions. And Aboriginal children are treated as though they should tolerate conditions that would never be accepted in any other child's life in this country, and this must end. Children deserve safety before ideology. They deserve protection before symbolism. Children deserve love, stability and education, opportunity before political sensitivities. And yes, culture matters, but no child should be sacrificed on the altar of culture or political correctness. No child should be left in danger because adults are too afraid to intervene. No child should lose their life because governments lack the courage to act. We need, at the very least, a serious inquiry into the failures that continue to place vulnerable Indigenous children at risk. We need scrutiny of how this money is being spent. We need stronger accountability across organisations responsible for town camps and service delivery. We need child protection systems that prioritise prioritise safety above ideology, and we need leadership prepared to speak honestly about these realities. Most of all, we need courage. Courage to stop pretending. Courage to stop hiding behind slogans. Courage to stop treating honesty as racism, because the cost of silence is now measured in the life of my 5-year-old niece. Sharon was not a statistic. She was a child. She was part of my family. She was part of this nation. She deserved the same safety, dignity and opportunities every Australian child deserves. And if her death does not force this country to confront the truth, then I fear we will continue failing the next little girl, and then the next, and then the next one, and then the next one. I don't want another family to stand where mine stands today. I don't want my family to continue to stand where my family stands today. I don't want to bury another child from my own family. I want this Parliament. I don't want this Parliament to offer condolences while refusing to confront the conditions that made those condolences necessary in the first place. I want this Parliament to put aside our political differences and stand up for what's right for our children. This is what we're here for. This should be the most important thing that every single one of us is here for. To put aside our differences and to put our children first. That is what we need to do. And that is all I ask.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. On behalf of the Australian Greens, I rise to offer my deepest condolences to the family, including Senator Price, and the community of Kumja little baby. My heart aches for them, as I'm sure all of our hearts do. Words will never be enough to express the pain and the grief that the loss of this beautiful little girl has caused. A 5-year-old with a cheeky smile who was loved dearly by her mother and her family. Her future was stolen from her. The pain is felt not just in Kumja little baby's community, not just in Mbantua, Alice Springs. It is felt throughout Australia. Thank you deeply to everyone who helped with the search for Kumja little baby. Mbantua, Alice Springs demonstrated what a united and supportive community looks like. Hundreds of residents, first responders, Aboriginal organisations, people who'd never even met Kumja little baby, gave everything to try to bring her home. When her family's worst fears were realised, the community came together again. The sea of pink at community-led vigils across the country last Thursday was a show of support, of solidarity and of love. Thank you to everyone who will hold Kumja little baby's family close in this sorry time. Thank you to the staff of 13 Yarn who've been supporting so many First Nations people affected by this tragedy. While sorry business is ongoing, we must give Kumja little baby's family space, respect and time to mourn and grieve in accordance with cultural practices. This motion is a condolence motion. This motion is not calling for action, but those calls will come, and they must. The Greens condemn the epidemic of violence against First Nations women and children. We must work collectively to prevent anything like this from ever happening again. There is a criminal case underway. There will be a coronial inquest. The Northern Territory Government has announced an inquiry into its child protection system. These processes will interrogate what has happened and what needs to happen. There will be complex questions,
and uncomfortable answers. Weaponisation and politicisation will not help us find solutions. Knee-jerk intervention in First Nations communities historically has at best failed to deliver lasting change and at worst been harmful to those communities. Top-down political responses do not work. Responses must be evidence-based. They must be holistic and look beyond this case to the underlying drivers of harm. Most importantly, any response must be led by Aboriginal women and their communities. Aboriginal self-determination and leadership and the collective wisdom of First Nations women must light the way. Their voices are strong and we must listen. The staunch Aboriginal leadership in Central Australia has held community together over an extremely difficult time. They will lead on critical next steps. Passionate statements of new National Commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children and Young People, Sue-Ann Hunter, and the Northern Territory Commissioner for Children, Shalina Musk, demand that the rights and safety of children guide our actions. The Minister has spoken about Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the standalone national plan launched in March after many years of dedicated advocacy by First Nations women. That plan emphasises community-controlled responses and addressing systemic factors. The plan recognises that safety and well-being of children and women is not just about a justice response. It's about supporting families to thrive. It's about actively facilitating culture, community and connection to country. It's about tackling unmet needs and the chronic underfunding that keeps too many First Nations people from accessing services. I acknowledge again the profound grief felt by Kumja little baby's family, her community and affected First Nations peoples and all people across the country. We owe it to Kumja little baby and those grieving her to do better.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, my heart goes out to the family of this poor little girl. You'd think there could be nothing worse for a family to experience than the abduction and murder of an innocent 5-year-old. However, there are things which make it worse. This was a tragedy that could have been prevented and which was not unprecedented. The appalling setting in which it happened is a national disgrace that shames Australia. It should disgust us all that any Australian child is forced to live in such squalid and dangerous conditions in an obviously dysfunctional community. It's been almost 20 years since the Little Children Are Sacred report, and it's evident children in these Northern Territory communities are no safer today than they were back then. Justice for this tragedy will only be fully served when children in these communities are no less safe than children anywhere else in Australia. Justice will only be completely served when those who are responsible for the ongoing dysfunction of these communities are held to account. Justice will only be achieved when the Indigenous corporations, which receive huge amounts of taxpayers' money to close the gaps, are held accountable for their failures and their rampant corruption and nepotism. For years now, I have spoken out about what is happening in our Aboriginal communities, these Aboriginal industries, corporations, and the waste of money. It is not lack of money, it is lack of the ability or the will to do something about it. How many times over the years have we actually spoken about this time and time again, and nothing happens? How often have we spoken about closing the gap, and it's only got worse? We have to get rid of the racial division that's happened in this nation and pull together as leaders to listen to the people in these communities. So we read one report from a resident in this town saying, I've been complaining about the conditions, the house, I can't get a lock on my door, the stove doesn't work. It's not lack of money, because millions of dollars have gone to that community to be run by the same council leaders that are done for years because there's corruption and nepotism. How many times have I asked for reports to be done, audits to be done, but you shut your ears to it? You're not interested. And yet you come in here and, you know, it's disgraceful what's happened. And I've spoken about it before. I've been to Dumaji. I've seen the children on the streets there. You know why? Because they're frightened to go home. Because of the dysfunctional homes. Because the abuse, domestic violence, alcohol, the drugs that are taken, the even sexual abuse of these children. But we turn a blind eye to it because you can't say anything about it because you're called a racist. It's disgraceful. I feel for these poor children. I feel for the domestic violence that's going on in these communities. Until you really face the fact of what is happening in these communities and speak up and be truthful about the matter. Go and find out where the billions of dollars are going. Why hasn't it been spent to improve these lives? Why do these people live and these children live in squalor? They don't have the right education. You can't intervene because you're called racist. Call it out for what it is. Look past that. We have an obligation to every child in this nation. Every child. Doesn't matter what colour their skin is. If they're living in these conditions, then you take them out of those conditions and put them where they are going to be loved and cared for. But this man who allegedly committed this offence, you know, that has to stop too. And this is not the first child. I've heard of other children as young as 2 has been happening to them. The sexual abuse that happens in these communities has to stop. We have to intervene and we have to do something about it. For God's sake, we're all Australians. Get past the fact of what colour our skins are, whether Indigenous or non-Indigenous. Look after our future generations.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. There is a specific kind of silence that fills a space when a community carries a collective heartache. I rise to speak about a 5-year-old girl. Her name was Kumja, little baby. She was a Warlpiri girl living at Old Timers just outside Alice Springs. She loved the colour pink, and just like so many of our families who love their children, she was loved, very loved by her family. Grief does not stop at community boundaries. And so today, this Senate extends its sympathies to her family, to her communities in Alice Springs and across Central Australia, to the Warlpiri families and to the Gurindji families, for whom this loss is just as real and just as close. And while many questions remain, Kumja little baby's family have asked for this moment not to be politicised. Last week, Australians had held vigils across the nation wearing her favourite colour, pink. In Melbourne, we gathered at the Aborigines Advancement League in Thornbury. At the League, we had a smoking ceremony, dances and a poem. We held candles, but importantly, we stood together. And within that quiet reflection lies a profound moral necessity, the refusal to look away. And I carry that night into the chamber with me today. This Senate joins Kumja little baby's family, First Nations leaders and community leaders in calling for calm and for respect, for the whole community to come together for sorry business. Children are our most sacred gifts. They are the living breath of our ancestors and our future. The loss of Kumja little baby isn't just a tragedy. It is deep, it's a spiritual ache that resonates through every one of us. We must hold space for this grief together, acknowledging the preciousness of a life lost and a heartache that remains. This cannot be another moment we grieve and forget. To her family and community, this chamber holds you and your loss is witnessed here. To Kumja little baby, this nation mourns you. Rest in the dreaming, little one. Your hearts are carried in the you are carried in the hearts of many.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I too rise on behalf of the Coalition to speak on behalf of this motion, but more particularly to support the amendment that has been moved by Kumja Little Baby's aunt, Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price. The reason that Jacinta has moved the amendment is because, as she expressed to all of us, her niece's life, the words that we pass in this chamber, must be worthy of the life that we are today honouring. And to be worthy of Kumja Little Baby's life, we must be honest. We owe it not just to little Kumja Little Baby, who was just 5 years old. We owe the truth to her family, but more than that, we owe the truth to all Australians. There's a song. We believe the children are our future. Teach them well. Let them lead the way. Well, as we stand today here in this chamber, we have failed yet again. We have failed another Indigenous child. Despite, as we heard from Jacinta, and Jacinta, that was one of the most powerful speeches, I think, ever given in this chamber. Why? Because today you are the face, you are the reality of what so many Indigenous parents, what so many Indigenous families go through: the burying of a child. Worse than that, the burying of a child, where, as we all know, there was red flag after red flag after red flag. As we've heard, Kumja Little Baby, she was just 5 years old. She had her life ahead of her. She loved the colour pink, just like all other children. She loved Bluey, and she loved Coco Melon. She had brothers. She loved playing Minecraft with her older brother. And this is her reality. This is the reality of a system that has time and time again, despite the billions and billions and billions of dollars that flow out of this place every single year. And as Jacinta Nampijinpa Price said, we don't ever ask, what is actually the outcome of those billions of dollars that flow out of this place every single year? This is her reality. A little 5-year-old was put to bed in a house in the old timers camp on the outskirts of Alice Springs. It was on Anzac Day this year. She was taken by a monster and she was killed in the most horrific of manners. She had a name, she had a family. We have heard the raw emotion from her aunt today in the Senate about the impact that her death has had, not just on the family, but on the communities. A 5-year-old who, despite the red flags, who, despite the billions and billions and billions of dollars, the rivers of gold that flow out of this place every single year, she had a future taken from her. And that is why we have moved the amendment that we've moved to the motion. Because what we do not want in passing this motion today is to allow her death to become just another statistic. We stand here, we give words of condolence, we pat ourselves on the back, we've said the right thing, and the good news is another $1 billion will flow out the door. We don't want her death to become words that fade before it becomes action. As Jacinta has so eloquently put it, we must today go further than condolence. We must go further than sympathy. And we must All of us. It doesn't matter what political party we are from. We all have collective responsibility here. A system under government after government under government that has failed our most vulnerable. And we must start demanding accountability. Jacinta, on behalf of all of us, I can't begin to imagine what your family is going through, but we need to demand accountability on your behalf.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. On Thursday, across the nation, by candlelight and wearing pink, people stood in strength and love with the family of Kumja, little baby, who we honour again today. Her mother said she loved cuddling puppies, watching Bluey, listening to Bruno Mars and playing Minecraft with her big brother. The simple joys of childhood so many families would recognise. Her mother asked for her to be remembered as a beautiful little girl in pink, deeply loved by her family. Over the past few weeks, we have seen the best of this country as thousands of us come together, setting differences aside to stand with this family in shared humanity and healing. As we work through the need for change, we must hold on to that. The family asked for their child not to be made a political football. Not everyone has respected those wishes. We have seen damaging commentary and calls for reforms that would further harm our people. I will address those debates directly at another time, believe me, because this is a time of deep grief and sorry business for our people. We must respect the family as any of us would expect for our own families. Sunday was Mother's Day. As Aboriginal mothers, we hold in common a deep and unique love for our children, an understanding that they are sacred, because our children carry our old people and our future. They carry the promise that despite everything done to our people, we will continue on. But as Black mothers, we also share a common fear, a fear that our children will be taken, targeted or imprisoned by the state or lost to violence. This fear is passed from grandmother to mother to daughter, because so many before us have lost children. So when a mother loses a child, together we feel it deeply and we grieve together. We know this moment, the loss of this beautiful child, will be a turning point, but many of us fear it will mean more harm against our families. We must not let that happen. We do need a national conversation that addresses the systemic failings that contributed to this tragedy and so many others like it. But this must be led by our people. We must not return to the assimilationist approaches of the past based on false assumptions about us. We must reject the idea that safety means severing children from their culture, kin and country. Our children's identity must be central. Bloodline, culture, language and country. Knowing where you come from is the absolute foundation of a strong person. This nation must not rob our children of that birthright. The real issue is that our communities face deep poverty and a lack of basic services, and incarceration and child removals are doing enormous harm to our families. We need systems that afford our communities the authority and resources to drive our own solutions. Because our families are tapestries of love, obligation and care that have carried our people through so much violence done to us, through so much pain. And yet, still we are here. For thousands of years, our people have understood that a village raises a child, mothers, aunties, uncles, grandparents, cousins and elders together. Our babies are held by kinship, language and country. This foundation must be upheld. Our cultures are our strength, and our mothers and grandmothers hold the solutions. And so we honour Kumja Little Baby, the pretty girl in pink, deeply, deeply loved by her family. In our grief, we must choose healing over harm and ensure every child in this nation is held and loved, safe in kin and safe on country.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. I rise today with a very heavy heart to offer my deepest condolences on the death of Kumja Little Baby. I begin by acknowledging her mother and her brother, Ramsiah, her family, her kin, her elders, and all those across Alice Springs, Central Australia and beyond who are carrying this unbearable grief. Kumja Little Baby was 5 years old. At 5 years old, most children are learning to tie their shoes. They are learning songs and they're asking questions about the world. They are running, they are laughing, they are playing and beginning to show the little personality that they are becoming. When you are 5 years old, the safest place in the world should be wherever your mum tucks you in bed. Kumja Little Baby should still be with her family. There are moments when words feel too small for the sorrow that they are asked to hold. And this is one of those moments. A little girl has been taken from her family. A mother is burying her baby. A community that searched, hoped, and prayed has been left with the most devastating grief. For her family, this grief is an empty space where a child should be. It is a future that has been taken. It is the deep pain of every parent, grandparent, auntie, uncle, cousin, and loved one who knows that a young life should be protected, nurtured, and allowed to grow. To Kumja Little Baby's mother, this Parliament cannot carry that pain for you, but today we stand beside you. We say clearly that your little girl mattered, and your baby who loved watching Bluey, played Minecraft with her brother, and going to kindy, and who loved the colour pink mattered. Her life mattered, her name matters, and her family matters. Kumja Little Baby's mother has thanked the police, first responders, Aboriginal liaison officers, volunteers, and organisations who searched that day and night for her baby girl. That outpouring of support should be remembered. In the middle of horror, it showed that love existed in Alice Springs and the strength of community who did not wait to be asked before they stepped forward. Hundreds gave their time, their care and their hope because a child was missing and every single child deserves to be found. They searched because in moments like this, community means showing up. But now the search has ended in grief, and that grief must be treated with respect. This is not a time for division. It is not a time for people to use the family's trauma for political point scoring. It is not a time for anyone to inflame pain on a community already carrying too much. There will be time for those difficult conversations. There will be time when we ask what must change. But first, there is a family that is burying a child. First, there is a mother who needs love around her. First, there is a community in trauma that needs calm, care, and culturally safe support. This grief does not stop at the boundaries of Alice Springs. First Nations people are grieving deeply, but they are not grieving alone. Across the Territory, across Western Australia, President, you and I, and the member for Perth, Patrick Gorman, stood together alongside my three nieces who are also Gurindji, stood at vigils across this country in a pink wave for Kumja Little Baby and her family. We lit candles, shared poetry and silence to honour a little girl who most of us have never met, but whose death still haunts us. In that grief, we must be mindful of one another and the toll that it takes. Respect for Kumja Little Baby means respect for her family. It means allowing them the space to mourn and not adding to that burden. Today, I want this chamber to sit with the simple truth at the centre of all of this. A little girl has died. Kumja, little baby, was 5 years old, and she will be forever 5. She should still be learning, laughing, playing and growing. She should still be held in the arms of the people who loved her and loved her deeply. Today we hold her name in this chamber. We hold her family in our hearts. May Kumja, little baby, be remembered with love. May her family be surrounded with strength. May we look at the night sky as her mother asked and think of the brightest star. And may we honour her life with the responsibility that this grief asks of all of us.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, President. Well, I rise and join with my colleagues today with a very heavy heart. Of course, following the tragic death of little Kumja, little baby in Alice Springs. As we know, this girl was just 5 years of age. My deepest condolences go to her family, to those who loved her, to her community, and to all those now carrying this unbearable grief of losing a child in such horrific circumstances. And I particularly stand alongside my colleague, Senator Nampijinpa Price, little baby's aunt, who delivered the most powerful speech just earlier, and of course the grief that she is feeling. I stand alongside her in full support. No child should suffer what this little girl suffered. No family should endure this pain, and no Australian should look at the details emerging from this case without asking the hard questions about how our systems have failed to protect a vulnerable child. There's rightly discussions about the broader social conditions that exist in many remote communities, including those issues like housing shortages, the poverty, the trauma, the crime, the domestic violence, the low school attendance, the gambling and failed investments by governments who have not solved social problems with more money. Now, these are real issues and they cannot be ignored. But no matter how complex the underlying social or cultural circumstances may be, the safety and the well-being of children must always remain the first priority. The child protection system exists to intervene when a child is at risk of serious harm and when there are credible concerns about abuse or neglect. The safety of the child must always be paramount. And this is why I believe that there should be a very honest and full examination of the operation of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principle and how it is being applied in practice. Let me be clear, this principle exists for important reasons. Connection to family, to culture, to language and community matters deeply for Indigenous children. The history of forced removals in this country means that these issues must always be approached with humility and care. But no principle, no framework, no policy setting can ever result in a child's safety being compromised. If there is any hesitation in acting because officials fear cultural criticism, bureaucratic process, reputational risk or ideological pressure, then we have a very serious problem. The questions Australians are asking is not whether cultural connection matters, because it does, of course it does. But the question is, in this case, was that the system acted decisively enough where concerns were raised. Were the warnings missed? Were the interventions delayed? Did policy settings create hesitation where urgent action was needed? These are difficult questions, but they are necessary questions, because every child protection framework must ultimately be judged by a single standard: did it keep the child safe? We must resist the temptation to reduce these tragedies to slogans or simplistic political answers. The issue is far more serious than that. We can acknowledge the importance of housing and social investment while also demanding accountability from child protection systems. We can support cultural connection while also insisting that immediate safety must always come first. These are not contradictory positions. In fact, they should work together. A child who is safe and protected should also be connected to culture, to family and community wherever possible. But safety must be the very first threshold, not the second, not one consideration among many, the first. The death of this beautiful little girl must not simply become another tragic headline that briefly shocks the nation before attention moves on. It should force us to examine whether the systems designed to protect vulnerable children are operating with clarity, with confidence and unwavering focus on the welfare of the child. Because when a child dies after repeated interactions with authorities, Australians expect more than explanations. They expect accountability, and above all, they expect change. We owe it to Kumja little baby and to every vulnerable child growing up in these communities to learn from this tragedy and to ensure that when warning signs are raised, systems respond with urgency, care and accountability. May little Kumja little baby rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, my thoughts and prayers are with Kumja's family, her local community, residents of Alice Springs, the police, those people who I know searched and searched and searched hoping for a better outcome. Quite incredible getting messages of where people were walking hoping for a better outcome. You know, I recognise and acknowledge the vigils that were held throughout the country in Alice Springs, in other places, in places where they've probably never ever been to a town camp. Well, I've got an interesting lens on this one because I also, along with Senator Nampijinpa Price, grew up in Alice Springs, got family in town camps. I'm a regular visitor to town camps. I've got friends there. I was also the Shadow Minister for Child Protection, the Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians, the Shadow Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence and the Shadow Minister for Social Services. You know, it was just devastating, like all Australians, to watch this play out. You didn't actually have to be there, though, to actually know what was happening, to read between the lines of the images. But it didn't matter because even if you were living in the inner suburb of Sydney, you were devastated by what you were seeing, hearing and reading. People should be able to protect their children. There is a consequence, a tragic consequence, when somebody dies from violence. As a person who has lost a sibling to that kind of violence, that pain stays with you forever. It doesn't disappear. It has a long, ongoing, forever harm. What's harder is when people know that they're at risk and they spend their lives trying to work out how to keep people safe. There's a trauma attached to that. There's a trauma seeking help, worrying whether just the simple act of seeking help is actually going to draw attention to you, whether that help is going to come, and wondering whether you'll have to do it all again tomorrow. We need to intervene to make sure that people don't have to keep calling, they don't have to keep looking, they don't have to keep searching. And we need to be courageous about doing that. Nothing about doing this condolence motion today is good. None of it. And none of it will make it better for anyone unless we're courageous in here. We are legislators. We hold the policies that demand accountability. It is our job in this place not to simply put a condolence message together, but to actually say, we're going to put the things in place that are going to make a difference, and we're going to follow the trickle down of that right to the very end. In a town camp, you walk into it, you know, it's like a gated community, only the gate's open, but people aren't welcome. There's a single provider of services to that community. I call that a monopoly. I don't like that. You know, doors with handles haven't even got handles on them, let alone a lock. You know, the ridiculous thing about this is some of those houses have walls. But inside those walls, there's no sink, there's no stove, there's no working toilet. We have to get real. Building more houses, building more walls to hide that is not the answer. Making sure that children are going to school, that people are going to work, that people are doing things that they aspire to like every other Australian. They get the opportunity to do that. That's what's important. That's what facilitates change. Not sitting around going from a cradle to a coffin and being sad about that. We have to be courageous enough to intervene. Whether you're a 5-year-old little girl or little boy, or whether you're a 50-year-old person who is dealing with the consequences of violence every day, we have to be brave enough in here to intervene. We have to demand greater accountability, and there is nothing political about that. That is our job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, President. I wish to associate myself with the words of my colleague, Senator Waters. But all of those senators who spoke today about the death of Kumja little baby, and this is a condolence motion, and hearing the shared collective grief that unites us as individuals, feeling that grief reach across the country, thinking about Kumja's family, her mum, her extended community, and spending a moment, even ever so brief, to recognise our collective humanity. That isn't a hollow moment. That's what the families have asked for. Senior Warlpiri Elder Robin Japananka Granitz, who's a spokesperson for the family, called for calm and asked for all of those who are grieving Kumja little baby to honour sorry business. And he said, it's time now for sorry business, to show respect for our family and have space for grieving and remembering. This man has been caught thanks to community action, and we must now let justice take its course while we take the time to mourn Kumja little baby and support our family. And we need to hear that. We need to give that space. And the family has asked that the focus remain on their little baby and the grief and the healing of the community. And I, with some other colleagues, was in the NT as the search was happening. And I spoke to colleagues and friends in Alice Springs, Mapatwe. And you know, in that moment when the whole community came out and looked for this little girl, when Aboriginal controlled organisations and the council, people from across the town, from across the community reached out and went searching for this little girl because it was their shared little girl, that was a moment, wasn't it? In this appalling grief and loss. Everyone coming together with a focus on this little girl and the family and supporting the family. And we saw it in the candlelight vigils, and we've heard about this little girl, Kumja little baby, her love for Bluey, her love for Pink. Little girl, like so many little girls we know in our daily lives, our little nieces, our friends' kids. That's what we should be reaching for, to recognise the strength of the community that came out and searched for a little girl because they loved the little girl, like her mum loved the little girl, like her family loved the little girl. And they've asked us not to put the politics into this and have that shared moment of grief and shared collective love. And as Catherine Little, the CEO of Snake, a Rente and Luritja woman from Central Australia, said, when reflecting on pink, Kumja little baby's favourite colour, Catherine said, it's the colour of compassion, it's the colour of kindness, it's the colour of care, it's also the colour of hope. And for Catherine, she spoke to ABC News and she said that when she woke up in the morning and she saw the sun rise over Mapatwe, she said, this morning, the other thing I saw that really rooted me into where we need to be, and that is our hearts with little Kumja, was the pink sunrise. So I hear the discussion here about rivers of gold going to First Nations communities. I don't know about you, but that doesn't reflect my understanding of First Nations' economic position in this country, living in endemic poverty, living in housing that we couldn't possibly support for others. The poverty we heard from Senator Little about the town camps, that doesn't say to me rivers of gold. That says to me First Nations people living on country that was stolen and wealth that's been stolen from them. And we should reflect upon that. And this trope of rivers of gold, reflect upon the reality of First Nations people's endemic poverty and the circumstances in which Kumja Little Baby was being raised. And I hear calls about removing the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child placement principles. And I want to honour and respect Senator Thorpe's words in relation to that. That who knows best how to raise First Nations kids, because they've been doing it for tens and tens of thousands of years. It's First Nations families, mums and dads and uncles and aunties and grandparents. And we need to lean into that and support that. But right now, as Robin said, it's time for sorry business.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator McCarthy?
Thank you, President. I seek leave for a minute to respond.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. With the deepest of respect to Senator Nampijinpa Price, we won't be supporting the amendment. We've put forward this condolence motion, President, with the families, both the Walpry families with Mr Graden and families, and also with the Gurindji families, the Roy families. And so we've brought this motion to the Senate in work and partnership with them.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Nampijinpa Price be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Nampijinpa Price be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. 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 Senator Nampijinpa Price, come to order. Senator Henderson, show some respect. No, you are not in a debate with me. I've asked you to come to order. Senator Henderson. Order. There being 26 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is, the motion is moved by Minister McCarthy be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Thank you, Senators. We'll move on. I call the clerk.
Government business notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, relating to the hours of meeting and routine of business for this week.
Senator McDonald, I'll give you the call when the chamber clears. Oh, beg your pardon, I called Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to amend government business notice of motion number 1.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I amend the motion as circulated in the Senate and I move the motion as amended.
So the question is that, are you seeking the call, Senator Shawson? The question is the motion is... Okay. The question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the motion proposing an address in reply.
Yes, sorry to confuse the chamber then. I jumped ahead of myself. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. Well, the only thing worse than being misled is being lied to. And this government told Australians that they would be better off under them. 4 years ago, they made that commitment, and at the last budget, they again committed to making Australians' lives better off under Labor. They were promised relief and honesty, and instead what they got was higher costs and broken promises. Inflation is up, higher than the rest of the OECD countries, thanks to reckless spending under this government. Interest rates continue to increase, putting pressure on Australians right across the country. Real wages are back to 2011 levels under this government. Australians are working harder than ever before, but falling further and further behind. Everyday prices are surging under Labor. Coffee is up 26%. The cost of bread, 22%. Confectionery, 29%. Domestic travel is up 27%. Biscuits are up 22%. Gas prices are up 42%. Australia is out of step with other economies that have been able to manage their own inflation and interest rates. This is a government whose reckless spending, whose wasteful ways are making Australians' life harder in every way. We see more taxes and more spending because that is all that Labor knows how to do. Since August of 2025, New Zealand has cut its rates by 75 basis points. The United States has cut its rates by 75 basis points. Canada by 50 basis points. Even the United Kingdom has managed to cut its interest rates by 25 basis points. And yet Australia flies in the face of that sort of economic management with interest rates up 75 basis points. Australia is the last country that still has rising rates. Labor promised that power bills would fall by $275. Instead, electricity prices have surged by 32%. Australians are being treated like an ATM by this government. Taxes are up, spending's up, interest rates are up. Labor claims to stand for workers while ensuring that private enterprise jobs are disappearing. Small businesses are under attack. We have seen small businesses failing at a greater rate than since we have started keeping records on this data. And remember that every small business that fails has behind it a mortgage, a family, somebody keen to take the initiative of making their own way, taking advantage of the opportunities of this country. Power costs, taxes, red tape and militant union deals are crushing confidence for small businesses, for families, and indeed now for big businesses in this country. It's too hard to start a small business here. It's too hard to maintain a small business. And increasingly, the jobs in Australia are being funded by taxpayers. It's not growth, it's not growing an economy. It is taking the money out of the pocket of Australians and then putting it back through the other side. A healthy economy cannot survive on that kind of economic practice. The Prime Minister promised integrity and accountability, but Australians now see spin, excuses and avoidance. The Prime Minister said he would never go missing in action, that he would always step up when Australia's needed leadership. But instead, he was nowhere to be seen on the weekend. A by-election in one of 150 electorates across the country, and the Prime Minister was completely invisible. The policies designed in Canberra by Labor make it harder for regional Australians to operate. We are seeing Medicare and medical expenditure just 1/3 of the amount of dollars spent on each Australian in the cities. The Prime Minister likes to flash around his Medicare card, but that's not worth very much once you leave the metropolitan places. The Prime Minister announces more childcare centres in places that don't have childcare centres. The Prime Minister talks about more housing in places that can't get access to trades. The Prime Minister says that he will grow Australia, and he absolutely is, with unfettered immigration. Immigration that means that young Australians can't get into a home. The Prime Minister promised that he would make it easier for Australians, and that is exactly the opposite to what every Australian is experiencing right now. Every Australian will tell you how much harder their life is under Albanese and this government. In the north, biosecurity is a mess. Border Force funding has been cut. There are less oversight flights. Illegal fishing boats are making landfall in northern Australia. Biosecurity and national security are being ignored at our peril right across the country. Farmland is being lost under this government's crazy and ideological emissions campaigns. 82% renewables by 2030 means that millions of hectares of prime agricultural land are being lost to wind towers and solar farms. ABARES have warned of an additional 18 million hectares of land that will be lost to climate offsets. Australia should have some of the cheapest energy in this country, but instead, taxes like the safeguards mechanism, like anti-coal, oil and gas legislation, means that instead of Australians being blessed with cheap energy, we have some of the most expensive energy on the planet. What does that mean? Well, it means that not only are Australians paying the most on energy costs, it means that we are losing more Australian manufacturing jobs. In places like Victoria, where that government won't drill for gas onshore, the gas shortage in that place means that jobs are being offshored and lost to Victoria and lost to Australia. Mining and resource projects are stalling. Australia used to enjoy 40% of the world's LNG investment right here. That has fallen to 15% of the world's LNG investment at a time when the world so desperately needs more investment and more gas. Australia should be the beneficiary of those investments, but instead, approvals are getting harder. The government's funding organisations like the Environmental Defenders Office, an organisation that confected evidence, manufactured cultural heritage, in order to try and stop the Barossa project off the coast of the Northern Territory. This government is making it harder for Australia to access and develop its wonderful and abundant resources, thanks to ideological targets and aims. We have insecure food, we have insecure energy, we have skyrocketing prices, we have a government whose taxation is being wasted on wasteful, reckless spending. So, the Coalition offers an alternative. We offer lower taxes and relief from bracket creep. We promise to reduce red tape, to boost the housing supply, to restore affordable energy, and importantly, to increase gas supply and production. These are costs that these are costs under Labor that Australians cannot continue to bear. Instead of being one of the world's wealthiest, most prosperous and free societies, Australians are labouring under Labor. Australians expect honesty. Millions of people are asking, are they better off today than they were 4 years ago when Labor was elected? Because they find it very difficult to find the positives. The Coalition is focused on restoring our standard of living, of protecting our way of life, rewarding hard work, being economically responsible instead of recklessly spending Australians' hard-earned money. It is extraordinary, 4 years, how much worse are Australians under this government than they were previously. Thank you.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Well, as many Australians feeling the weight of the cost of living look to tonight's budget, we know one thing that won't be in the budget, and that is ensuring that Australians get a fair return from the export of our gas. Multinational gas companies will look at tonight's budget and have a sigh of relief, and probably crack a bottle of champagne at the fact that they will continue to make extraordinary amounts of profit and not have to pay Australians a fair share for the export of our gas. This is a deliberate choice by the Albanese Labor government, and it is a choice Australians are paying for every single week. When we see what isn't and what is in the budget, we need to remember that a 25% gas export tax would bring in $350 million every single week in a normal year. Probably a lot more with the money that gas companies are making due to the war in Iran. That's $17 billion a year. We hear so much about being fiscally responsible, about what's in the national interest. Getting a fair return for our resources is all of those things, and it is something that the vast majority of Australians want to happen, and they want to see it happen tonight in the budget. We're told by politicians from both sides, well, don't worry about paying for the actual gas. These companies pay corporate tax. Aren't they good corporate citizens? They pay corporate tax on their profits, and we should just be grateful for that. Well, if you look at what some of the industry players actually pay, Santos paid $33 million in Australian income tax on more than $41 billion in sales over the past decade. 33 mil on 41 billion. That's not a fair return. Impex, which exports more gas each year than New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia consume put together, paid no royalties, no petroleum resource rent tax, and just $484 million in company tax on $81 billion in income. Australians see this and they know we're getting fleeced. And they look at the major parties and then they look at the gas companies and they say, how come you're all saying the same thing? How come we have elected representatives and multinational gas companies saying the exact same thing to us? That's our gas. We just want to get paid for our gas. And then sure, when you make a profit, you can pay some corporate tax as well. This is a tax system that's not working for Australians. And we are selling off the inheritance of young Australians. And the longer we delay, the less we will get, because the window to act is closing as the world moves away from gas. Pakistan has cancelled 45 LNG cargoes for 2026 alone. Vietnam has walked away from imports. The government's own modelling expects LNG production to fall 27% by 2035. We only get to sell this gas once. We should demand a fair return from the export of our gas, because every cargo that leaves Australia untaxed is revenue that we will never see again. And these big multinationals who turn up to a Senate inquiry want to tell us all the costs of their investment, how much corporate tax they've paid, how much payroll tax they've paid. And when you say to them, thank you for your contribution, what was your revenue last year? They're stunned. They're stunned. Can't remember how much gas we sold. But I'll tell you all the costs. I'll tell you how much tax we paid, but I can't tell you revenue, and I can't tell you the volume of gas that we exported. Australians have had enough. They are sick and tired of multinationals taking advantage of us, and that being enabled by the major parties. And it's no wonder that Australians across the country are looking for alternatives. We have to make sure that we actually get a return on the export of a resource that belongs to all of us. We've seen the gas industry with $10 million odd for a campaign to stop Australians getting a fair return for our gas. I think thankfully a lot of Australians are seeing through the propaganda. They're seeing through the flood of ads on social media, when you read the news, at the airport, all over the place, with the gas industry saying, hey, don't you dare touch this system that works very well for us. You've got Japan profiting more from our gas than we get in petroleum resource rent tax, also saying, don't tweak with the system. We're doing very well out of it. Thank you very much. And so we have to continue to fight on this. We have to continue to call out the lobbying that happens in this place, the total lack of transparency when it comes to who has sponsored passes, and I would say the arrogance of some of the answers that we received back from the recent inquiry, with a refusal to actually answer who has a sponsored pass, who gave them to that representative. This is the people's house. Australians deserve to know who has privileged access to this place. And in the absence of transparency, Australians will make their own mind up as to why we have two major parties who think that it is totally cool and normal to export a resource and not demand a fair return or payment at least for that resource. I'd like to also speak about something that every parent in Canberra is terrified about: whether their child will be able to get the care that they need here in Canberra. Yesterday we saw the news of yet another Canberra mother begging the ACT government to establish a paediatric oncology and haematology unit in Canberra. This is not a new call. There have been families over many, many years telling their stories of travelling to Sydney for treatment, time and time again. The cost of that, the challenges in terms of schooling and family.
Order. Sorry, Senator Pocock, but we're going to now move to 2-minute statements. Senator Dean Smith.
Labor Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Labor Treasurer Jim Chalmers say that governments are allowed to change their minds. Well, my message to the Labor government is simple. Voters are free to change their minds as well. Tonight's budget of broken promises and higher taxes is an unfair budget. Why is it unfair? it's unfair because Australians and small businesses are working harder than they ever have before and feeling poorer for it. Let me share 4 important budget facts. Fact 1. Australians have experienced the sharpest decline in living standards in the developed world. Fact 2. Inflation is now higher in Australia than in any other major advanced economy. Fact 4. The government is spending at a rate 40 years higher than previously, even with a recession. And what we know about government spending is that when government spending is high, inflation is high and interest rates are pushed up. When inflation stays high, interest rates stay high, and that is why mortgage holders across the country are feeling the pain. So who pays for Labor's failed economic management? You pay. Families are paying the price, paying around $29,000 more a year on a typical mortgage. Debt is now racing to $1 trillion, with Australians paying around $50,000 a minute just to service that debt.
Senator
Labor.
Smith, your time has expired. Senator Ciccone.
Good to see you, Acting Deputy President. Look, I just wanted today to recognise the outstanding success of the 2026 Warrnambool May Racing Carnival, one of Australia's great regional sporting traditions and defining feature of southwest Victoria. Now, the carnival delivered 3 days of exceptional racing and a very powerful demonstration of how regional races bring communities together, with around 30,000 spectators attending. Now, this year's Warrnambool Cup winner, Any Luck, ridden by Kate Walters and her father, Wayne, who trained her and the horse, added another chapter to the carnival's fantastic history. Global reach was also on display with Stephen Power, the global racing blogger, attending with a global audience. His coverage certainly introduced the carnival to fans right across the world. Now, as the Senator very lucky enough to represent that fantastic region, I want to also acknowledge the significant contribution that this event makes to southwest Victoria. The carnival generates $14.3 million for the local economy, with 80% of visitors travelling from outside the region, benefiting hospitality, tourism and many, many small businesses, including those pubs. Now, more broadly, regional racing contributes $1.17 billion annually to Victoria's economy and supports more than 9,000 jobs. That's right, 9,000 equivalent jobs. And while regional communities south of the Murray were celebrating, I did note that the Liberals and Nationals were busy falling at every jump across the Murray, north in Farrer, and in a seat that the Liberals have held for over 25 years. They finished so far back, the returning officer couldn't even find them on the map. The Nationals, not to be overdone, also turned up with a swag, and guess what? Didn't even finish.
Ciccone, your time has expired. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, yesterday, bulldozers and chainsaws rolled into Possum Park in Adelaide's beautiful National Heritage listed parklands in my home state in South Australia. More than 585 trees are set to be destroyed, along with the habitats of native wildlife that call these parklands home. Over 100 animal species live in this area, including the grey-headed flying foxes and the brush-tailed possums. These trees, this parkland, they are precious ecosystems for our native animals. They're the shelter, the food and the safety for wildlife, and they are now under pressure. Reports from locals already on the ground say that animals have already been injured, and this destruction only began yesterday. Wildlife rescuers have been reportedly denied access to helping injured wildlife. South Australians don't want this destruction, and they don't want this destruction with the $45 million price tag. In fact, 35,000 people have signed a petition opposing the destruction of our precious parklands. Under Peter Malinauskas, the Premier of South Australia, more parkland trees are facing the chop than at any time since the first settlers cleared the area in the 1840s. And for what? For a $45 million project tied to a golf tournament that's future is in question and sure to collapse. Imagine what $45 million could do for South Australians struggling right now with the cost of living. It could help families waiting for public housing. It could strengthen our overwhelmed health system. It could be investing in our communities instead of tearing them apart. Once these trees are gone, they're gone for generations. South Australians deserve better than this hefty price tag of destruction right in the heart of our beautiful city. It's time it stopped.
Senator Blythe.
Acting Deputy President. Labor's Minister for Women's recent comments that the sooner you get a child into early education or care, the better prepared they are clearly wrong and fundamentally misunderstand the needs of modern families. Perhaps the Minister is recalling an earlier time where the model of care was different and may not be reflective of the current economic environment or regulation-intensive services offered today. Parents across the country are balancing work and family responsibilities that have only increased in the wake of Labor's fiscal management, with more bad news and more Labor broken promises at tonight's budget. This means families have to work harder and longer hours just to make ends meet. Putting children into care as early as possible is not always parental preference. Mothers in particular can feel a deep disconnection and are forced back to work for economic reasons, not for the good of their families. Two of the strongest predictors of positive outcomes in children is actually engaged parenting and maternal well-being. Arguably, sending children into care at the earliest possible moment risks both of these outcomes. In only recognising union-dominated centre-based care, the government ignores the needs of real working families that have different responsibilities and require choice. These are our police, our ambulance officers, doctors and professionals who work long hours to serve the community. Flexibility and choice on when and who cares for their children is not a nice to have in these professions, it is essential. These comments from the Minister are tone deaf and expose the true intentions that Labor has. They believe that the state is best placed to decide on what is best for children and not their own family. The Coalition takes a different view. We think that families should have that choice.
Senator Cox.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the result in Farrer. Let's not dress this one up. It was a political disaster for the Liberal Party. Farrer is not some inner-city seat that the Liberals were never going to win. It was not a once-in-a-generation fluke. This is a seat that the Liberal Party held for 60 of the 86 years it has existed. It was Susan Lee's seat for 25 years, and after the Liberal Party removed its first ever female leader, even before she had the chance to deliver a budget in reply speech, voters in her old seat delivered Angus Young a humiliating verdict. They looked at the new Liberal leadership and said, absolutely no thanks. And that's how badly the Liberals have lost their way. They dumped Susan Lee, they lurched further to the right and they chased One Nation votes. They copied One Nation policies and they handed One Nation their preferences. And what's the result? They did not win back their Conservative voters. They delivered One Nation its first ever elected member of the House of Representatives. That's not a strategy, that is surrender. The Liberal Party used to claim it was a party of government. Now it can't even hold one of its safest historic seats without helping One Nation through the door. And already the Liberals, One Nation and the Nationals are openly discussing how they might work together as the new right-wing coalition and try to win the next election. And Australians should actually be paying attention to that, because One Nation doesn't stand up for working people. When energy bill relief came before the Parliament, they voted no. When Help to Buy came before the Parliament, they voted no. And when Labor moved to close loopholes to criminalise wage theft, protect workers, they voted no. And when they talk about cost of living relief, they voted against that relief. They talk about ordinary Australians, but they always vote with the Liberals. They talk about And today, Labor is absolutely going to deliver a responsible
Senator
budget
Cox,
focused on
your
reform
time has
and resilience.
expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On Sunday, I joined the Oguns family and hundreds of Canberrans for the launch of the Josh for Hearts Foundation. Josh Oguns was an exceptional young man, a gifted athlete with a passion for football. In July last year, at just 14 years old, Josh Oguns suffered a sudden cardiac arrest while playing sport. Following the loss of their son, Taye and Joe Oguns, both doctors here in Canberra, have established the Josh for Hearts Foundation. The foundation encourages sporting clubs to refer their young players for cardiac screening and supports local communities to respond to cardiac arrest during games. Through this work, Josh's life continues to make a difference. He will live on through every young player screened, every coach trained, every community better prepared, and every life saved through this work. Josh for Hearts is also raising awareness with the key message that if someone collapses at sport without a head knock, you should assume that it is a sudden cardiac arrest. You should immediately dial 000, start CPR immediately, aiming for 100 to 120 compressions per minute, and get someone to find the closest automated external defibrillator and use it immediately. This information is something that everyone in and around a sporting club should know. The foundation encourages teams to have a plan for if this happens to someone on the court or on the field, it could and probably will save someone's life.
Senator Pocock. Senator Brockman.
Things stick with you in this job, things that you see many, many years before, and they come back to you. I remember very vividly going to the Carmel School in Perth, a Jewish school, many years before October 7th, many years before the 14th of December. And the thing that struck me about that visit, along with that most remarkable ceremony they performed there of Righteous Among the Nations, where they honoured a non-Jew for saving Jews during the Holocaust, it was that out the front of that school there was security and police cars. And I asked if they were there because of the event on that day, and I was told no. They were there as a matter of course, to protect the children, to protect the staff. And over the last days, as we have listened to the testimony at the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism, memory of that event came flooding back to me as we hear of the fears of children presented to that Royal Commission, fears that the events at Bondi on December 14th will happen again. We've heard about the bullying in the schools, bullying that is not just verbal, but that extends to physical violence, for example, against a 13-year-old boy. We've heard of the anti-Semitism on playing fields, a place of unity, of joy, where Australians all get together. This is not Australia.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. In the Labor government, we're going to get on with the job of delivering for the nation. But seated across from us, this rapidly diminishing opposition struggles to maintain any relevance. After removing their first ever female leader in Susan Lee, then directing their preferences to One Nation, the Liberals have been sent a clear message by the voters in Farrer. Voters who have returned Conservative members to this place for more than 70 years have shown their contempt for the party they once supported and defended. The people of Farrer have no regard for Angus Taylor. They have no regard for the Liberal Party. They have no regard for the Coalition. The Coalition, in a funk of existential despair, is already openly discussing forming a new right-wing coalition to try to win the next election. Can you imagine it? The One Nation, Liberal Party, National Party, no-alition. That's right. The Coalition are readying themselves to coalesce with One Nation, the very same party that voted no to combating anti-Semitism, hate and extremism. This year, they voted against that. Yet they purport to be the defender of the strength of the nation of Australia. That's the party that the Liberal National Party and the No-alition want to join up with. The party whose senators recently equivocated on whether the massacre on our shores in December was a false flag event. That is the party that the Liberal National Party and the National Party want to agree with. While the Coalition is now considering with a party that's all about conspiracy and division, we here in the Labor government remain focused on delivering real solutions for all Australians.
Senator Wishaw.
Deputy President, as we burn more coal and gas, our oceans warm and our climate change. The science is unequivocal, and the Pacific Ocean in particular is a giant cauldron for this planet's weather and climate. And right now, scientific models all around the planet are predicting an El Nino event in the second half of this year. Now, when the Pacific Ocean warms by 0.5 degree, it's considered to be an El Nino underway. A super El Nino is when the Pacific Ocean warms more than 2 degrees Celsius. Right now, climate models are predicting a 3 degrees Celsius rise in the Pacific Ocean. The last time this planet saw 2 super El Ninos were in 1982 and 1983, and 1997 and 1998. Both those events led to trillions of dollars worth of economic damage and disruption. It seems that our weather system is at a historic breaking point. If this El Nino eventuates, as the models are forecasting, it will make, very likely, 2027 again the hottest year on record. And with climate change and with more energy in the system, we will see more severe flooding, more intense heat waves and more extreme weather events. This means higher insurance rates, higher food prices, higher healthcare costs, higher power bills, more illnesses and death, not to mention more mass coral bleachings on our precious coral reefs, loss of biodiversity. And this is all because we continue to burn fossil fuels. Now is not the time to be sacking CSIRO jobs and the Environment and Research Unit that study the changes in our climate and our oceans. Now is not the time to be ignoring calls for climate action, phasing out fossil fuels and transitioning to clean energy. It couldn't be more serious,
Senator
Acting Deputy President.
Time has expired. Senator McKim.
What defines this Labor government more than anything else is its total and abject lack of ambition. Every policy is triangulated. Every so-called reform is watered down to the bare minimum. Every decision is designed to achieve one goal and one goal only: to keep Labor in power for as long as possible. There's no vision for the country, there's no appetite for real reform, there's no willingness to take on the top end of town, the vested interests, the big corporations that are making life so difficult for so many millions of everyday Australians. Labor is such a small target, it is disappearing into nothingness. And Australians are responding, as we've seen in the Farrer by-election, by leaving the major parties in droves, because our political system is not responding to the great challenges of our time. Housing is unaffordable, whether you're a mortgagee or a renter. Grocery prices soaring. Wages are stagnant in real terms. People are working harder and harder and falling further and further behind. Our tax system is rigged in favour of the 1% and against working people. But things are not tough for everyone in this country. The top 1% are doing just fine. Big corporations are doing just fine, and Labor won't take them on because those people, those corporations are Labor's constituency. The point of politics, folks, is supposed to be about improving people's lives, responding to the great challenges of our time, not acting in your own political self-interest. That is the lesson Labor needs to learn.
Thank you. Okay, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I rise to record the very remarkable life of Bill Graden AM, who passed away in Perth on the 28th of April, aged 105. Born in Bickley, Western Australia in 1920, Bill was determined to serve his country. When the Second World War broke out, he was rejected for being underage. Undeterred, he tried again the following year, changing his name and age to enlist in 1940 with the 2nd 16th Battalion, continuing a proud family tradition as his father had served at Gallipoli. During the war, Bill served in the Middle East and New Guinea, including along the Kokoda Tract and the Battle of Burnagona, and later in Borneo at the Balikpapan landings in 1945. He finished the war with the rank of captain and returned home in 1946. In 1947, aged 27, he entered state politics as the member for Middle Swan, winning by just 51 votes. In 1949, he was elected the federal member for Swan as part of the Robert Menzies landslide, before returning back to state politics in 1956 as the member for South Perth. Over nearly 4 decades, Bill served with distinction, including as a minister in the court government before retiring in 1993. Bill Graden lived a remarkable life of service, and one of the greatest was part of the greatest generation who endured hardship and through quiet determination and sacrifice gave so much to the nation they loved. To Bill's family, to all those that survive him, my deepest condolences, and may he rest in peace.
Thank you. Senator Bell.
You can feel the panic from the Albanese Labor government as their green energy transition obsession starts to fall apart. And where is this panic coming from? Well, there was a piece published this morning in a renewable advocacy newsletter under the headline, quote, "One nation now represents 2 of Australia's best wind and solar regions and they think it's a scam." That's correct. One Nation has consistently said net zero is a scam, and we have said regional communities are being forced to carry the cost. We have said productive farmland should not be sacrificed for industrial-scale solar factories, wind projects and transmission corridors. And here is the part Labor cannot bring itself to understand. One Nation was listening to the people of Farah. They have not been duped. They have been decisive in rejecting the Albanese government's destructive net zero obsession, and maybe if you'd run a candidate, you would have heard them. Farah is not some theoretical line on a bureaucrat's map. It takes in the southwest renewable energy zone. It is affected by the Project Energy Connect and the proposed VNI West transmission corridor. According to the industry's own reporting, it contains more than 200 wind, solar and battery projects in various stages of development. And this means in one of the most Labor renewable saturated electorates in the country, One Nation's opposition to net zero was not a barrier, it was decisive in our success. Across Australia, support for net zero looks a lot less impressive once the people who live next to it are asked to pay for it, host it, live beside it. Australians should not have their land, communities and power bills sacrificed for a target that keeps pushing the price of electricity up. Their lives get more expensive, government becomes more intrusive, and the words they hear from government become less honest. Labor sees Australia, regional Australia, as a dumping ground for their climate ideology. One Nation sees farmers, families, small businesses and communities who deserve affordable, cheap energy and the right to say no to Labor's net zero obsession, which is what they did on the weekend.
Your time has expired. Senator Steele, John.
Thank you, Acting President. WA's housing crisis is cooked. People are sleeping in their cars. Young people are locked out of home ownership. Meanwhile, property investors, billionaires The big corporations, well, they're just doing fine. They benefit from a system of rules that make the rich richer. And everybody else just has to struggle in this rigged system. And people are sick of it. They are sick of having to struggle day to day to get by. We have a system in this moment that rewards the hoarding of wealth, while ordinary people struggle to put a roof over their heads. It's disgusting. Now, ahead of tonight's federal budget, we're going to hear a lot about NDIS cuts, a lot about how the government can't put dental care into Medicare because there just isn't enough to go around. But what's frustrating me is we are not hearing them talk about actually making the gas companies, those exporters who are making so much money, pay their fair share. Or the ultra-wealthy 1%. They'll get off scot-free. Now, why is this government making these choices? It really does make you think. Why would they fail in this moment to support people day to day, while billionaires see their wealth increase every single day by $600,000? Well, Australians are sick of this system. We know that it is rigged. The budget is an opportunity to choose the 99%. Put the 99% first rather than the 1%. An opportunity to finally tax wealth,
Senator
not work.
John, your
Will
time
Labor
has
take
expired.
it?
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. By a small town on a beautiful river lies a cornerstone of Australian manufacturing, Liberty Bell Bay. It's the only manganese smelter in the country run by a dedicated team in the clean, green state of Tasmania, and yet it has been strung along in the dark. The federal and Tasmanian state government worked together to cover the workers' wages for 3 weeks, and I was really glad to see that. But 3 weeks isn't a promise. 3 weeks gives no certainty, and that 3 weeks runs out this Friday. It may all be okay. A buyer could be announced, further government funding procured, who knows? But what I do know, what we all know, is that these workers are being told nothing, waiting on a surprise announcement and living on a whisper of hope. Some of them don't even have that. Almost a fifth of the staff have already left. Liberty Bell Bay is being slowly gutted as the cracks deepen and repair becomes harder. If it cracks further and is left to crumble, we don't just lose a business. Families lose their incomes and livelihoods. Tasmania loses a source of pride in our manufacturing sector, and Australia loses its only remaining manganese smelter, damaging the government's goal of a future made in Australia. Liberty Bell Bay workers are asking for just 10 more weeks of wage cover to tide them over until a buyer is found. $8 million is a no-brainer when choosing between losing a key piece of Australian manufacturing or saving it. It's workers and the Georgetown community. The workers just want to go back to work. Let's help them do that next week, the week after that, and well into the future. And I stand with Liberty Bell Bay.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. Well, the result in Saturday's by-election in Farrar was not just a bad night for the Liberal Party, it was a catastrophic judgment on the leader of the opposition and a damning warning about where the Conservative movement is heading. It's a seat the Liberal Party has held for most of its existence, and yet one of the worst results we've seen anywhere in the country, probably only beaten by their terrible results in my home state of Western Australia in recent elections. It's sending the opposition leader a message that the Liberal Party is no better. But the most telling part is not just how that they lost, it's how they lost. Doing preference deals with One Nation, stealing their talking points, their One Nation light, and it is an absolute disgrace, and our country deserves better than that.
Thank you. We shall now move to question time. Senator Wong.
I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements.
Leave is granted, Senator Wong.
I advise changes to ministerial arrangement. Obviously, Senator Gallagher, as is usually the case, is absent from question time today due to, it says ministerial business, but it's the budget, and in her absence, ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letters circulated to the President and party leaders. and independent senators. I also seek leave to make a short statement in relation to the tragic events concerning an ADF member.
I believe leave is granted.
I thank the Senate. Before we proceed to questions, I wish to acknowledge on behalf of the government a tragic loss for the Australian Defence Force and for our nation. Warrant Officer Lachlan Muddle died in a parachuting accident at ADF's parachute school at Jervis Bay. Warrant Officer Muddle was involved in a mid-air collision with another parachutist during an advanced training exercise. The second parachutist has received treatment for minor injuries. Warrant Officer Muddle was an experienced soldier and an experienced parachutist. He joined the Army in 1994 and later served with the SAS. Over the course of his distinguished career, he deployed on 5 separate occasions, including to Afghanistan. He was a highly skilled Special Forces operator, an expert sniper and a leader, remembered for his humour and his commitment to service. As a result of this tragic accident, there will now be a series of investigations, both within the Defence Force and more broadly. As the Deputy Prime Minister has said, we are committed to those being as thorough as possible so that every necessary lesson is learnt. President, I'm sure I speak for all of us when we say those who serve our countries put their lives on the line for all of us, and we think of those risks often in the context of deployment and combat, but Defence Force training is dangerous and demanding. Warrant Officer Muddle's service and sacrifice for Australia will not be forgotten, and our thoughts are with him, his family and loved ones, and the wider defence community who will feel this loss deeply. We honour all those who serve us and continue to serve to keep Australians safe. And I'm sure all senators would join me in extending our deepest condolences.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Patterson.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. I rise to, on behalf of the opposition, associate ourselves with the statement made by the Leader of the Government in the Senate for Warrant Officer Lachlan Muddle. Our ADF personnel accept that there is risks in their line of service, but none of them should die in circumstances like this. And we express our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of the Warrant Officer, who has served with distinction for decades in uniform to our country. And we, of course, offer our bipartisan support for all the appropriate investigations and processes that now need to be undertaken to understand how this accident occurred and to ensure that ADF personnel and their families in the future do not have to suffer the loss that Warrant Officer Muddle's family are now experiencing today.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. We'll now move to question time. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last year, the Prime Minister stood before the Australian people and declared, "The only tax policy that we're implementing is the one that we took to the election." Now Labor's leaked cheat sheet for broken promises says that the government needs to use, and I quote, "every lever it can on housing." Minister, is every lever in Labor's leaked cheat sheet for broken promises tonight just Labor code for breaking election promises and slugging Australians with higher taxes?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Wow. Thank you. Senator, through you, President, the budget will be delivered tonight, and I'm sure you will have plenty of opportunity to consider the excellent budget that the Treasurer has prepared, and a budget which is about resilience and about reform, a budget which is built.
Senator Cash. Senator Wong, did you wish to continue? Thank you. Senator McKenzie, I've just called the Senate to order. Order. Senator Canavan, order. Senator Watt. Senators, we have barely started question time and I've had to stand up to regain order. I've called the Senate to order. That is what I expect, not to have to call out senators like it's the school roll. Minister Wong, beg your pardon, please continue.
Thank you, President. Our budget will be true to Australian values: fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. And an economy that works for people, not the other way round, an economy that is more resilient and more self-reliant, an economy in which young Australians can get a crack at a good home, a fair crack at a good home and a home for themselves, a good job and a home for themselves. And I made this point about those opposite. I know that those opposite have never believed that it was the job of government to try and ensure there was more housing supply. I'm sure that those opposite have never believed that it was the job of government to make sure there was more fuel security in Australia. I'm sure those opposite have never believed that fair wages and conditions were actually part of government's job. But you see, Labor governments believe in these things. We believe in decent wages and conditions. We believe Australians should get the opportunity to get a good job and to own a house. We think governments have a role in ensuring an economy and a community in which young people have that opportunity. You know, in the aftermath of the Farrer by-election, we see again demonstrated that those opposite really have no vision for the country other than teaming up with Senator Pauline Hanson. That is the sum total of your vision for this country.
Order. I'm not sure who that is, who it was. Order. And Senator Mackenzie, I didn't hear what you said. You are to simply withdraw, not make a statement.
I withdraw saying cooey.
And Senator Still, you will also withdraw.
Most certainly, President. I withdraw.
I would now ask that the chamber come to order. We just had the first question and the place is like it's a football field. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. And before the last election, the Prime Minister looked the Australian people in the eye and made them a promise. Changes to negative gearing were, and I quote, off the table. Not under review, not being considered, off the table. That wasn't a suggestion, that was not a maybe. It was a contract with the Australian people and every homeowner, investor and family planning their future. They took him at their word. So why is Labor's own leaked cheat sheet for broken promises already rehearsing the excuses for the breaking of a promise tonight?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
As I said in my earlier answer, that the budgets are ultimately about priorities and values, and one of our values, one of our beliefs is that young people should get a fair go. Young people should get a fair go. And now, I know those opposite have consistently led by various leaders, and certainly by Senator Bragg's views on housing. You have consistently opposed everything this government has done on housing supply since we were elected. You have consistently opposed it because you don't actually believe that government has a role in ensuring that the next generation of Australians have access to the same opportunities that all of you have had access to. All of you have had access to. Our generation had the opportunity to own our own home. Well, we actually think that should be the legacy for the pass down to every generation of Australians. And this is a government who actually wants to do something about it. So for 4 years, you have consistently broken your promise, your position on.
Senator Cash, second supplementary.
How many promises that the Prime Minister took to the last election will be broken tonight?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, this government will always be true to Labor values and to Australian values. That's what this government will do, and that's what this budget will do, and that's what this Prime Minister will do. And if I may say, the party that gets, what was it, 12% in the Farrer by-election, I think you better have a think about whether or not, I know that standing for something, standing for something might be an alien concept to those opposite. I know that standing up for your values might be an alien concept. I know that.
I think I had to try and shout louder than all of you, which is quite an achievement, at least 4 times. I've asked you to come to order. That is what I expect. Minister, please continue.
I
know that it may be alien to those opposite to actually have values that you stand by and you implement through policy, because we've seen so little of that in the opposition over there, who are still, and I'll take the deputy leader's interjection, the senator who wants to be part of a coalition with One Nation.
What sort of... Please resume your seat. Minister Wong. Order. Senator Canavan, if you care to look up, you'll see your leader is on her feet. Senator Cash.
Direct relevance. The question was merely asking for a numerical response. How many promises will be broken tonight? 1, 5,
Senator
10,
Cash.
20, all of them?
Thank you, Senator Cash. The minister is being relevant. Please continue, Minister Wong.
And how many voters have walked away from you? That would be the question, hey? How many voters? Because what they can see, and Senator Hume was a prime example with that extraordinary performance that all of you know was a train wreck on 7:30 report, where you left open a coalition with One Nation. What sort of deputy?
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer and Minister for Finance, Senator Wong. Sorry. I don't have a voice, and also that's apparently the conflict in the Middle East is disrupting global oil supplies, contributing to higher inflation, slower growth and economic uncertainty. While we'll have to wait until tonight for the budget detail, the Treasurer has talked about a budget focused on fuel security, cost of living and housing, productivity, tax reform and a substantial savings package. Can the Minister outline why the priorities of the Albanese Labor government are to strengthen fuel security, ease pressure and build a stronger, fairer and more productive economy?
Great question. Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
I thank Senator Whittaker for her question, and thank you for struggling on despite having a bit of a cold. And I know that she's here. I know that Senator Whittaker is here because she cares deeply about what happens not only in this budget but for the generation that she represents, that is something the government is very focused on. Tonight's budget will be an ambitious budget. It will be a responsible budget. It's a budget focused on resilience and on reform, and a plan to help Australians through the worst of the global economic uncertainty, but to come out even stronger. We are a government that wants aspiration and opportunity for more people in this country. And unlike you, we understand that the status quo in the housing market and in the tax system is not working for many Australians. And we understand that the conflict in the Middle East is making it harder, and people are seeing this at the petrol pump, businesses seeing it in higher costs, farmers, transport operators, regional communities know how important secure and reliable fuel supply is to the whole economy. That's why the major packages in tonight's budget will be fuel security, cost of living and housing, productivity, tax reform package and a savings package. And it will include additional investment in our fuel security and resilience, including stronger reserves, supports to strengthen our fuel security and our fertiliser supply. We will continue to strengthen Medicare. You should listen about Medicare, Senator. You should listen about Medicare, Senator Henderson. You know, because as I recall, it's something that you were not hugely supportive of, Senator. Well, we support Medicare. There will be commitments to strengthen Medicare in tonight's budget. I know you don't like it, Senator Henderson. New drugs on the PBS. I know you don't like it. Additional $25 billion for public hospitals. I know you don't like it. You don't like any of it, do you? Because you don't like investment.
Minister, please resume your seat. I'm waiting for silence. Senator Henderson, I called you twice during the time the minister was answering. Please listen respectfully in silence or leave the chamber. Senator Whittaker.
The Prime Minister, Treasurer and Minister for Finance have all been clear that tonight's budget will be responsible and sustainable, and that the budget bottom line will be stronger because of the government's decisions. Can the minister outline how responsible budgeting—
Senator Whittaker, I'm very sorry. Senator Whittaker has the right to ask her question in silence.
Can the minister outline
I
how...
haven't called you yet, Senator Whittaker. I'm still waiting. After requesting silence, Senator Mackenzie, you always have to have the last word. I invite you to listen in silence or leave the chamber. Senator Whittaker, please continue.
Thank you, President. Can the minister outline how responsible budgeting is helping fund the services Australians rely on while strengthening the budget?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. And what Australians will see that under this government, debt is lower, deficits are smaller and the budget bottom line is stronger. The bottom line will be $44.9 billion stronger than forecast at my EFO, more than $250 billion better off than what we inherited in 2022 from those opposite. And the senator speaks about why it is we need a stronger budget, and it is, of course, to secure our future and to be able to fund the services Australians rely on today and beyond. And as I was saying before, this budget will also ensure we see strengthened Medicare, new drugs on the PBS, an additional $25 billion in funding for public hospitals and $3 billion for better aged care, as well as additional funding to deliver a further defence capability. So it is a budget that is about making sure we are stronger today and, as importantly, stronger in the future.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Tonight's budget will be a responsible Labor budget which delivers relief, reform and stronger fuel security in a period of global uncertainty. Why are these priorities so important and how do they deliver for the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. This is a budget with aspiration and fairness at its core, a budget which focuses on helping with the cost of living, and a budget which recognises that we have a responsibility to strengthen Australia's resilience for these times. And we can do this whilst placing a premium on responsible savings, on reprioritisation and on restraint. The government will include budget will include larger than usual gross savings figure with $64 billion in savings and reprioritisations. These savings are helping to pay down the $1 trillion of Liberal debt the government has inherited. Let's remind those, and I know Senator Henderson is very chatty today in an attempt to try and perhaps demonstrate, try and distract attention from the dreadful result that they had on Saturday. And she might be interested to know that your last budget in government did not include a single expenditure savings measure. And of course, the reality is, what we know is those opposite.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last week, Reserve Bank Governor Michelle Bullock stated the extent to which government makes up the shortfalls for households by giving them more money, it makes it harder to dampen demand. Now, Labor's leaked cheat sheet for broken promises says the government wants to use every lever it can. Minister, why is this government using every lever to make the Reserve Bank Governor's job harder with reckless spending and increased taxes?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
We will do all we can to support Australians with the cost of living. We will do all we can to help Australians with the cost of living, Senator. Now, I know you and your party and the other party that's part of the coalition, that is the Liberal Party at this stage, currently part of the coalition. Yeah, thank you for the interjection. Yes, I'll take that interjection as well from Senator Cash. Opposed to cost of living measures. We on this side listen to the Australians who we engage with and talk to and work with, and we know that families are doing it tough. So, Senator, if you have an issue with a government making sure that we address cost of living pressures for Australian families, I suggest you go and talk to voters. Because let me tell you, I think most Australians recognise that things are difficult, that cost of living pressures are hard, and that government has a responsibility to do all that we can responsibly to ensure that we deal with cost of living pressures that families are facing. Now, we have a difference of political view, a difference of philosophy. We think that people should be. We should ensure that cost of living is front and centre in our budget. We will do that responsibly.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie.
On a point of order on direct relevance, Madam President, I was asking the Minister to respond to the Reserve Bank governors.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. The Minister is... thank you, Senator McKenzie. I've asked you before, simply make your point about a point of order without giving a statement. The Minister is being relevant, and I would suggest that if you want relevancy, ask all of the senators around you to listen in silence, because, as you know, the Minister is entitled to take interjections, be they yours or someone else's. Minister Wong, please continue.
I'd make this point. We make no apology, one, for dealing with cost of living as best we are able. Two, as I've already outlined and as the Treasurer will outline in much more detail tonight, this is a responsible budget, a budget which contains many more savings than were ever demonstrated by you in government.
Senator Thorpe, come to order. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue? Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
One.
I've called you.
Thank you. Minister, last week the Reserve Bank Governor Michelle Bullock stated it doesn't take much additional spending to make the job of returning inflation to target more challenging. Why is this government spending at a 40-year high outside of a recession while preparing even more interventions that risk keeping inflation and therefore interest rates higher for longer?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Senator, I again say to you, we will make responsible decisions in this budget. It's a budget framed in difficult global circumstances, and we know that the inflation challenge that is being driven by what is occurring in the Middle East and the impact on global energy markets and consequently on supply chains are substantial. We understand that. So what you will have...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
On direct relevance and the Reserve Bank Governor's comments.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. The Minister is being relevant. Minister, please continue.
I mean, that interjection just demonstrates the lack of any understanding on that side about the circumstances that the government and the country faces. My discussion about how inflation is being driven,
Senator McKenzie.
how inflation is being driven by the global circumstances, this shadow minister pretends that's not relevant. I mean, how do you even deal with something when you are in denial? How do you even deal with something when you're in denial about what is driving it? It's a bit like what is happening on your party's side. You are in denial about the fact that voters have walked away from you in droves.
Thank you, Minister.
And you refuse to look in the mirror and work.
Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
See if we can get the Minister to respond to the Reserve Bank Governor's concerns. Minister, last week the Reserve Bank Governor stated fiscal policy has many more things that it can do, but it has to be careful and it can't just go out there and add to demand. Why is your government ignoring that warning and using every lever to add more pressure to our economy?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
The Senator refers to the RBA governor. That I would make this. This is what the RBA governor said in March. If you look at what's happening to interest rate expectations for other central banks, they're on hold. There were cuts, and she went on to say, the whole Middle East situation has resulted in obviously concerns about inflation, and as a result, a lift in expectation for central bank interest.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
On direct relevance, that is a March comment. There's been two interest rates increases since then.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Senator McKenzie, you're not in a debate with the minister, and when I call you to order, I expect you to sit down. Senator Watt, come to order. Minister Wong, please continue.
Well, Senator, I'm simply trying to explain to you that it's entirely relevant to talk about the Middle East and its consequence for inflation in our country and in the global economy. That is entirely relevant. I know you might not think it's relevant, but that is what we are seized of. We understand what is driving the inflation challenge. We understand the need to be responsible in our budget, and we have been and we will be. We understand the need to responsibly provide cost of living support and assistance to Australians,
Thank you,
and
Minister.
this
The
budget
time for
will.
answering has expired. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Senator McAllister. Minister, your government is expected to remove billions of dollars from the NDIS tonight. This is huge. It is reported that 160,000 disabled people will be removed from the scheme. More will be blocked from getting on in the first place, and it is also reported to be the biggest budget cut from a single policy decision in over a century. The disability community is deeply anxious about these changes and the lack of transparency surrounding them. Can you tell the Senate today which cohorts of disabled people will make up the 160,000 people that your government intends to remove from the NDIS?
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Steele-John for his question. And Senator Steele-John, it is correct to say that this is a significant change, and it's an important one, and it is a change that we recognise is of significance to the disability community. It's why I have spent some time since the announcement that was made speaking with representatives of that community, and why the Minister Butler made clear in his remarks to the National Press Club that our intention is to proceed in consultation, in deep engagement with the disability community about the policy changes that were foreshadowed in that speech. And the reason that this issue is so consequential is that the NDIS is one of Australia's great human rights achievements, and that achievement belongs to all of us, but it particularly belongs to the disability movement that campaigned for this scheme. It is a big part of Australia's social policy legacy, and it is one that Labor is proud of, and it needs to be sustainable. These things are not in tension, but the scheme is still growing too fast. The scheme costs much more than was ever anticipated, and it is distorting other parts of the care economy.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Steele-John.
President, it's on relevance, President. I would ask the Minister please to answer the substantive question: which cohorts of disabled people will be removed from the scheme? Which cohort are within the 160,000 people you intend to remove?
Senator Steele-John, you don't need to repeat the question, and there was a lot in that question, and the Minister is being relevant. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thank you, President. The scheme is growing too fast, is distorting other parts of the care economy. There is too much fraud, and many aspects of the way the scheme is designed make it difficult to get this under control. And it's on that basis that we have announced reforms that we intend to progress with the disability community. Amongst those are the changes to eligibility that your question refers to. The NDIS review found that the current approach to accessing this scheme is inconsistent and inequitable, and the change that we propose focuses on a fairer and more consistent access decision to return the scheme to its original intent.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Steele-John, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, on Sunrise last week you claimed that 8% of NDIS funding is being lost to fraud. However, at the Senate inquiry into the NDIS fraud dynamic, the agency claimed and indeed confirmed that the 8% figure isn't just provider fraud, it includes accidental errors. Why are you fear-mongering and presenting inaccurate figures to the public about provider fraud in the NDIS?
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Minister McAllister.
I think it's been important to be upfront with the community about the scale of fraud and of leakage in the system, and this has been the subject of many discussions during estimates. The point I also make, through you, President, is that for the most part, The providers that work in the NDIS get up every day and try and do the right thing. And they are mortified by the presence of providers who are doing the wrong thing. And where we see fraud, we very, very commonly see examples of harm and exploitation of people with disability. That is not consistent with the human rights objectives of the scheme. It is not consistent with the intentions of the scheme, and it's certainly incompatible with delivering for the community that the scheme is designed to assist. We're determined to stamp it out. I should say, as I think I've made clear in a number of media interviews, these measures around fraud are not primarily designed at sustainability. And for a range of reasons, there are other measures.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Steele-John, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, budgets are about choices. Your government is choosing to cut an estimated $35 billion from the NDIS. Why is your government choosing to cut support for disabled people and our families instead of making billionaires and multinational gas corporations pay more tax?
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. This scheme needs to be sustainable, and I want this scheme to be here in a decade's time, in 2 decades' time. And in 10 years' time, there will be a little boy or a little girl born with a significant and permanent disability. And I want that child and their family to know that this scheme will be here for them. Minister Butler has made clear publicly that the measures that we're bringing forward are measures we would have brought forward in any case, irrespective of the budget context, to return this scheme to its original intent, which is to provide support to people with significant and permanent disability and to ensure that for those people for whom this scheme is not going to be their primary means of getting support, there are other supports. We've worked with states and territories on Thriving Kids, and we will continue to work with them on foundational supports with the $10 billion provisioned in 2023
thank you, Minister.
by National
The time
Cabinet.
for answering has expired. Senator Ghosh.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Global energy markets and supply chains have been disrupted by the war in the Middle East. In response, a key focus for the Albanese Labor government has been strengthening Australia's energy sovereignty and protecting our energy interests. Minister, what is the government doing to secure Australia's fuels and supply chains?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. And Minister Ayres.
Well, thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Ghosh, for that question. One of the most important responsibilities of any Australian government is to secure Australia's energy sovereignty. That's why the Albanese Labor government announced $10 billion for Australia's near-term fuel and fertiliser security. That includes $7.5 billion fuel and fertiliser security facility that gives Export Finance Australia the power to de-risk additional shipments of fuel and fertiliser that are otherwise too risky to order without firm contracts. EFA loans, equity, guarantees, insurance and price support, delivering more fuel and more fertiliser for Australians and Australian supply chains just when we need it. It will keep the domestic market for fuels and fertilisers, or has kept it, well supplied and flexible. No complacency from this government. No complacency from this government. Action to make sure that we're securing the near-term fuel and fertiliser for Australians. That's why we announced the $3.2 billion Australian Fuel Security Reserve, around 1 billion litres for long-term diesel and aviation fuel security, focused on regional stockouts and essential users in the event of a future energy supply crisis. That's why we've announced an increase to the minimum stockholding obligation to increase Australia's critical fuel reserves to 50 days. President, national energy sovereignty is in the first rank of the Albanese government's priorities, and that's why we've acted decisively to secure that for Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
The Albanese government's work strengthening Australia's energy sovereignty also extends to the gas market. Last week, the government announced that LNG exporters will be required to reserve production equivalent to 20% of their exports for the domestic market from 1 July 2027. Minister, how will the gas reservation benefit Australian households and businesses while also protecting Australia's reputation as a reliable energy partner?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Ayres.
I thank Senator Ghosh for that question. This is a landmark Labor reform, delivering Australian gas, cheaper gas for Australians and shielding the economy from global shocks. It gives our manufacturers and industry the confidence that they need to invest in industrial capability. And it respects export contracts with our trading partners, preserving the trading relationships that are essential for our fuel security. President, this is the key to Australia's energy sovereignty. But look at what the similar Western Australian gas reservation has delivered. More gas at lower prices, higher manufacturing investment, good blue-collar jobs in Perth's outer regions and the industrial suburbs. That is what our reservation strategy will deliver for Australia and Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is protecting Australia's energy interests because it is vital for our national resilience. What are the economic and social risks if Australia does not strengthen its energy sovereignty?
Minister Ayres.
Ghosh, President, we've seen the risks from not securing Australian energy sovereignty because that was the position that Australia was left in when those opposite left office. A decrepit, broken down, clapped out electricity system, 4 gigawatts out, only 1 gigawatt in, over the tawdry decade that they mismanaged the nation's energy system. Our fuel reserves in Texas, the United States, not Texas, Queensland. 4 out of 6 petrol refineries closing on their watch, maladministered by the man who claims to lead the modern Liberal Party. And, President, their crowning failure, gas at almost $32 a gigajoule when they left office. That was their record in terms of energy security. It could not have been worse. It could not have been worse. And the problem for them is that Australians remember.
Thank you, Minister. Just advise the chamber that Senator Lambie has given her question to Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Attorney-General. Does your government accept that it is a federal responsibility to uphold international agreements that this country ratifies?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Thorpe for her first question. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Well, last week, a UN committee highlighted the horrific treatment of children in this country's prisons, which goes against our international commitments. Your government always handballs these matters to states and territories. Given it's a federal responsibility to uphold international commitments, what are you doing to stop the racist jailing and torture of our children, Minister?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Thorpe for her first supplementary question. This obviously is not an area that I'm directly responsible for, Senator Thorpe, but I shall raise this issue with the Attorney-General and come back.
Senator Thorpe, come to order. Senator Thorpe.
With
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, I've called you to order. Senator Thorpe, come to order. You're not in a debate with me. Senator Thorpe, I will call that you no longer be heard. Minister, had you finished your answer or you wish to continue?
Yes, I would continue. Look, I reject your suggestion that I don't get back to you, Senator Thorpe. On every occasion you make a request to me, I respond.
Senator Farrell, resume your seat. Senator Thorpe, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw.
Senator Thorpe, you stand and you withdraw.
Oh, this colony is so painful.
Senator Thorpe. Thank you. Minister Farrell, please continue.
So, look, I've undertaken to raise the issue with the Attorney-General, but the government continues to be concerned about the number of First Nations adults and juveniles in custody across the country, and this government is committed to reducing First Nation incarceration rates. We're focused on community-led solutions that work at the local level.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Thorpe, second supplementary.
So why do we bother signing international agreements if the government is not willing to do anything to implement these commitments? Does your government just like the photo ops and the overseas holidays, or just building more children's prisons?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Thorpe for her second supplementary questions. None of those, Senator Thorpe. Can I just outline some of the things that the Australian government is doing? And of course the Attorney-General is very much responsible for this. Firstly, delivering record funding for justice reinvestment with 69... Well, with due respect, Senator Thorpe, I listen
Senator
to you.
Thorpe.
I listened to you in silence while you asked the question. I just asked for the same respect while I'm answering the question. So we've delivered record funding for justice reinvestment with $69 million to support initiatives nationally. We've invested $3.9 billion through the National Access to Justice Partnership towards vital community legal assistance, including $800 million for legal assistance sector for frontline legal assistance for First Nations people.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Thorpe. Senator David Pocock.
I'll see what I can do, Matt. Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation and the Minister for Science, Minister Ayres. Minister, the Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia is warning that AI-driven job losses are likely to exceed 600,000 Australians. Assistant Minister Lee said in a recent opinion piece that any gains in productivity may be captured by tech companies and will not necessarily reduce inequality. What modelling has the government commissioned of AI's fiscal and labour market impacts, and when will it be made public?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, in terms of the, thanks Senator Pocock, in terms of the labour market impact, I think there is a report from Jobs and Skills Australia that goes, in fact, squarely to those issues. I don't have it at hand, but it's been publicly released and has been the subject of discussion with all of the stakeholders in the labour market, the business community and trade unions and the tech sector itself, principally the Australian tech sector. You'll have seen that earlier this year, in addition to the National Artificial Intelligence Plan that was released at the end of the year, that is about making sure that we capture the opportunities of this technology in Australia, that we spread the benefits through our suburbs and regions, not just our CBDs and inner cities, and that we keep Australia safe, that we announced our data centre expectations earlier this year. That has been matched with a series of commitments from some data centre proponents that go in particular to energy additionality, and I'm very pleased with the progress that Energy Minister Chris Bowen is making with his state counterparts on those questions to make sure that new development in this area is driving additional electricity generation and transmission to drive costs down for Australians, rather than what we're seeing in some of the other jurisdictions around the world where it's putting pressure on energy and water systems. So we are focused on the interests of Australians here and making sure that this,
Thank you,
that this
Minister.
works
The time
for
for
Australia.
answering has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, the government recently signed a $25 billion MOU with Microsoft. On the most recent ATO figures, Microsoft pays 2% tax on Australian revenue. Can the government commit to taxing tech companies to allow the government to address the risk of mass unemployment? Or are we likely to see Australian workers bear the cost while foreign tech firms bank the upside?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, thanks, Senator Pocock, and indeed there's a series of memorandums of understanding with Anthropic and Microsoft that go to the issues that I referred to in my first answer, which is making sure that in energy terms, in terms of water security, operationalised through the states, through their development approval processes, that we are delivering an approach where, yes, we secure as much of the technology stack here in Australia to make sure that Australia has agency and capacity here, that we have sovereign artificial intelligence capacity, and we are not just customers at the end of other people's supply chains. That is the objective. And the counterfactual is that the government doesn't engage and that investment happens somewhere else and Australia goes backwards in technological terms.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Mr. President. Minister, my concern is that having some data centres will be cold comfort to 600,000 Australians who no longer have a job. And so I'm interested if Treasury has done the work of actually modelling the projected reduction in income tax from the impacts of artificial intelligence, and if not, why not?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, that is the first time I've heard a figure like that, Senator Pocock. I don't know where on earth you've got that figure from. What I would say about technological change and Australia's position as a middle power in strategic terms and in economic terms is that it is in Australia's interest and in the interests of Australian workers that we make sure that we secure the best position for Australia, where adoption of this technology will determine, in many cases, our future competitiveness, will determine the future quality of our jobs, will determine the capacity of Australians to grab hold of opportunity. And it is our job as a government to make sure not just that we capture that opportunity for Australians, but that we spread it right through the whole economy.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer. I asked in November whether the Labor government had done any modelling on the default rates for young people accessing the 5% deposit scheme in the event of 2 rate rises. I didn't get an answer to that question. And here we are after 3 rate rises, with the markets telling us that there's more to come. What is the total contingent liability for home loan defaults under the 5% scheme?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Whitten for the question, and I will certainly, I assume that some of those figures in terms of any contingent liabilities will be updated in the budget in the usual way. But if I can get any further information to you after tonight's budget, I'm happy to do that. I would make the point, Senator Whitten, that if you are concerned about young people owning their own houses, I would remind you that your party did not support either the Housing Australia Future Fund bill and in fact voted with the Liberals against the Help to Buy bill in 2023. And I'd make the point that if non-nation says to young Australians, we do care about you owning your own home, that your voting record does not demonstrate that.
That's right. Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Labor has told us they will be abolishing negative gearing on existing homes. This is not the first time this has happened. Bob Hawke abolished negative gearing in 1985, only to bring it back 2 years later. Why? Because it killed investment in rental properties and caused rental prices to spike. You're always yelling that we don't support your housing policies. It's because they're rubbish. Why is the government introducing policies that will kill rental supply while we are in a rental crisis?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I think if you go and talk to a lot of young Australians, the fact that the government is trying to ensure more housing supply comes onto the market is something that people understand the merit of. And you know, I understand that One Nation is effectively part of the anti-Labor coalition, and you've demonstrated your willingness to not be independent, but basically to vote with the Liberals and the National Party. You know, that's the political position. That's the political position.
Order across the chamber. Minister, had you finished? Please continue.
The fact is, Senator, we believe that it is important for that Australian aspiration to own your own home. We believe that aspiration is the right of younger generations of Australians, and we make no apology
Thank you, Minister.
for putting in place
for answering
policies.
has expired. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The government has made a complete mess of housing. Young people have taken out loans they can't afford. This government's spending is driving up inflation and interest rates. You are fuelling demand with mass immigration, and now you're killing housing supply with massive tax increases. We cannot support these measures because they won't deliver affordable housing to Australians. When will Labor face the music and actually address this housing crisis by cutting mass immigration?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Wong.
Well, it says something, Senator, that you are already declaring One Nation's opposition to measures you haven't seen. And really that says everything that we needed to know about One Nation's position. You're fundamentally, you are in...
Order.
You're in every way that matters, One Nation and the Liberals are already in coalition. And you're lining up and have lined up consistently since we were elected to oppose all aspects of the policies the government has sought to put in place to ensure that more Australians have access to a home. So you can dress it up in any way you like, Senator Whitten, but that's the facts. You have been opposed to everything that we have put in place to try and deliver more homes for more Australians, and you have just indicated you will continue to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for the NDIS, Senator McAllister. Labor created the NDIS and it's a big part of Labor's social policy legacy, and we want to make sure it's sustainable for future generations. Why is the Albanese Labor government taking the necessary steps to reform the NDIS, and how will it contribute to a responsible budget that sets up Australia for the future?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Cox. Well, we are taking action to return the NDIS to its original purpose, and we're doing this because it is a life-changing piece of policy. It is an enormous human rights achievement, and it provides people with disability with a genuine choice and genuine control over their own lives. And it is not just worth saving, we must save it. Because right now it costs more than anticipated, it is growing too fast and there is too much fraud. And the fundamental barrier we face is the design of the scheme itself. There are structural flaws that mean that measures that we have introduced to control spending are not working as intended. The scheme actuary has recently advised the government that spending has blown out by $13 billion over the next 4 years. And this would mean that it would not achieve the 8% growth target until the end of the decade instead of this year. Decisions in the courts and the Administrative Review Tribunal have also restricted the NDIA's ability to implement reforms to ensure that the NDIS operates in the way that it was meant to. And so we are going to secure the future of the NDIS by fighting fraud and stopping rorts, by slowing rapid cost increases, by instituting clearer eligibility requirements, and by delivering quality services and supports to participants. Under this plan, the NDIS will continue to grow every year. But instead of costing the budget $70 billion in 2030, taxpayers will spend $55 billion. Over the forward estimates, spending will grow at 2% on average before returning to 5% growth from 2030-31. And it will still be the largest social program in Australia outside of the aged pension, the most comprehensive suite of supports for people with disability anywhere in the world. And that is something
Thank you,
worth
Minister.
fighting for.
Senator Cox, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. Minister, what steps is the Albanese Labor government taking to implement these reforms which restore the NDIS to its original intent and to ensure it supports people with permanent and significant disability now and into the future?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. We are going to bring forward new laws that put an end to cost blowouts and plan inflation that is leading to unsustainable spending growth. We will reset the total cost of social and community participation because right now just that aspect of the scheme alone is costing $12 billion a year, and that is the equivalent to the amount that we are presently spending on the PBS nationally. We will set up an inclusive communities fund so that people have new options to genuinely participate in their local community. We'll reduce spending on intermediaries, those who are clipping the ticket. We'll reduce it by 30% and commission plan managers. We'll introduce new measures to crack down on NDIS fraud, including a new digital payment system to see evidence from every single provider and ensure they're paid directly. And we'll be seeking passage of these immediate controls in the budget session, and we'll be asking for support for this from across the Parliament.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government's NDIS reforms are part of a broader commitment to responsible budget management. Why has the government chosen this approach?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, we have chosen this approach because we have seen the alternatives on offer. And what did that look like? It looked like 22% growth per annum in the NDIS. No social program can be sustainable with that level of spending growth. Now, we have reduced that now to 10% per annum. That's the level, the growth is now, half of what it was under those opposite. But the ANAO said that the system those opposites set up lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and non-compliance. It lacked basic controls. And to give you just one example, there are more NDIS claims reviewed in a single day than were reviewed in a year under those opposite, in a year. And this is much more than about budget savings. This is about the future of this scheme and about the social licence of this scheme. And we are determined to secure that future and that social licence so people with disability continue to get the support that they require.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Labor's leaked cheat sheet for broken promises admits the government has, quote, focused on housing supply, end quote, and now needs to use every lever to get Australians into houses and meet its 1 million new houses target. So, Minister, how will new higher taxes on housing build more houses and address Australia's national housing crisis?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, you'll have to wait till the budget to get the detail of what the Treasurer will announce tonight. But what the Prime Minister has said and the Treasurer and members of the government have said very clearly is that this will be a budget that is true to Australia's values and Labor values, and they are fairness and aspiration as we go forward. You know, Senator, that you have opposed all of the housing supply measures that the government has brought in the last term, although you might have shifted. No, that was the Greens that shifted. And you also know that making sure we do all we can to enable the next generation of Australians to fulfil their aspirations.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
Point of order on relevance. The question was, how does more taxes make more houses?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. The minister is being relevant, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister Wong.
Well, look, Senator, I again say to you, as a matter of principle, this is a government that is focused on ensuring that the next generation of Australians are able to fulfil the aspiration that you and others have, which is to own your own home. Now, I know you don't think governments have a role in that. We do. And the budget will reflect that imperative as well as other imperatives. Well, I'm happy to take questions tomorrow. I'm sure you'll ask many questions tomorrow, Senators Cash and Bragg, on these issues and many other issues.
We look forward to answering.
Well, I look forward to answering your questions about what a fantastic budget the Treasurer has delivered tonight. And as I said, it will be a budget that is true to both aspiration and fairness.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Mr. President, your government has previously admitted that higher housing taxes will not deliver additional houses. So if Labor's own leaked cheat sheet for broken promises says the focus must be on housing supply, isn't this housing tax just another cash grab from a desperate government addicted to more taxes?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
The answer is no.
Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Labor's own leaked cheat sheet for broken promises says young Australians, their parents and grandparents are all worried that they will never own their own home, and that the answer is to lift housing supply. So why is Labor more than 200,000 houses short of its own housing supply target based on its own estimates while attacking the very investment needed to build more houses?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Senator, the fundamental difference is you do not believe, and I think you've made clear in this chamber, that federal government has a role in facilitating additional housing supply. End of story. So you don't think government has a role in that. We on this side do, because we want more Australians to have the opportunity to own their own home.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water, Minister Watt. Last year, the government passed historic reforms to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Act to better protect the environment and to improve productivity. A key part of that was speeding up approvals in areas of national priority like housing and renewable energy. Can the Minister please explain how the government is supporting these law changes?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks Senator Darmanin, who I know is a strong supporter of those environmental laws that we passed last year, despite the opposition of those opposite. Well, for the past 25 years, Australia's environmental laws were broken, and for the whole 10 years of the former coalition government, those laws were stifling approvals for key projects in areas of national priority, and importantly, they also weren't protecting the environment. We knew that major legislative change was required to deal with the substance of this issue, and in November last year we did just that. We did what the coalition couldn't do and passed a set of laws that got the balance right. Our laws are designed to better protect the environment and unlock investment by speeding up approvals. And yesterday we announced new funding will be included in tonight's budget to put these laws to work. We will invest more than $500 million to streamline environmental approvals, unlocking more housing, more renewables and more minerals projects, helping proponents get a faster yes or a faster no. That's a win-win for our economy and our precious natural environment. It includes more than $250 million over 2 years, plus ongoing funding to stand up and support the operation of Australia's first ever national EPA and independent environmental regulator from the 1st of July.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Darmanin, first supplementary.
Thank you for that, Minister. Housing was also a big focus of last year's economic roundtable and clearly remains a big focus of the government to this day. During the roundtable, it was announced that a new strike team would be established to clear the backlog of housing approvals in the system and to fast-track new assessments. Can the Minister update the Senate on the progress the strike team has made since the roundtable?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. I know Senator Wong's a very big supporter of the housing strike team, and that is paving the way for the development of thousands of new homes for Australian families. Since being announced in late August last year, the strike team has ticked off more than 20,000 homes under national environmental law. In total, that team has given 28 projects across the country for housing the green light, including 17 metropolitan developments and 11 regional developments. We're on track to deliver on our goal of assessing 26,000 new homes by July this year. Now, the only strike team we know exists on the other side of this chamber, though, is the one aimed at each other after the catastrophic result for the coalition in the Farrer by-election. According to the Sydney Morning Herald, housing spokesman Senator Andrew Bragg said the Liberal Party deserved to be in its position because it had done no serious policy work for about a decade, and suggested that Tony Abbott's likely installation of party president would hurt the coalition with younger voters. There's a lot more quotes to go, but we'll have to wait for tomorrow for a few more of them to come out.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin, second supplementary.
Thank you. The changes to the EPBC Act, including the speeding up of assessments and approvals, is certainly of particular interest to both the business sector and environmental groups. Can the Minister provide an update on the level of support for the new law changes since they were passed?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Watt.
It would be my pleasure, Senator Darmanin. Yesterday's announcement of the new funding for faster approvals was welcomed by everyone from the Housing Institute of Australia to the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation, but not a peep from the Coalition or its shadow housing and environment spokesperson, Senator Bragg. I mean, that's probably because he's still trying to work out whether he supports a coalition with One Nation or not. But he isn't without ideas, even ones from 30 years ago. Not content with losing the last election and suffering a humiliating loss in the Farrer by-election, Senator Bragg wants to reheat the Liberals' losing fight back document from the early 1990s. That was the one that wanted to cut Medicare, cut social services, but didn't know if it wanted to cut up a cake or not. Last week on Radio National, Senator Bragg said, "I think we need to have a document that looks in some ways like Fight Back did." And the interviewer, Sally Surrey, you were talking about Fight Back briefly. Is that a document that you think still has some value, Senator Bragg? Well, I mean, something like that is going to be needed because otherwise, what's the point? So, Senator Bragg, the only ideas he's got are from 30 years ago. They lost then and they will lose again.
Senator Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
You should give him...
I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed to by the whips. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Collins.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of all coalition questions. Well, wasn't it very interesting today hearing from the Labor government about exactly what we're going to see tonight? And it wasn't us, it was them with their talking points that were leaked today. Broken promises is what you're going to hear tonight in this budget. Higher taxes is what you're going to hear tonight in this budget. They will tell you that they are there to help the struggling families, but all they're going to do is cover up their lies. Let's just talk through a few of these little talking points that they have about the broken promises that they're prepared for. The excuses, ladies and gentlemen. They said, we have focused on housing supply. We have focused on housing supply, but it's become increasingly clear that we need to use every lever we can to get Australians into homes, to meet our 1.2 million new homes target. Well, we know they are 200,000 homes below their target. 200,000 homes below their target, and we know that they're going to introduce a housing tax tonight. So you tell me how they plan to increase supply when they're just going to put more taxes on our houses. We also heard from the government today that debt is lower under Labor. That's lower under the Labor government. Well, we are at $1 trillion and we are only heading up. $50,000 every minute. They talk about intergenerational equity. $50,000 every minute. And guess who pays that bill?
Australians.
Australians. And our children.
Yep. They don't care.
They don't care. They don't care about that. This is a desperate government that is addicted to spending, and when they run out of money, they come after yours. And you will see that tonight. But they will cover it up. We asked today, how will this government use higher taxes to increase supply? They've lost control of the borders, they've lost control of immigration, they've lost control of the budget, and yet their answer for all those hundreds of thousands of people moving to Australia is to put a housing tax on. That's their answer. Now, last year, the Prime Minister stood before the Australian people and he said, and I quote, "The only tax policy that we are implementing is the one we took to the election." Now, we are hearing, as I said in the TPs today, that they're shared around with their colleagues, that they will use every lever and they will be slugging Australians with higher taxes. We heard from the Treasurer that this will do nothing for supply. But they have broken the contract with the Australian people. They said changes to negative gearing were off the table. They broke that contract. They broke that contract. The Prime Minister said, I rule out any changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. He broke that contract with the Australian people. Now, how do you think the RBA and Governor Michelle Bullock is going to feel about the budget handed down tonight?
Not good. Her job's harder.
Her job will be significantly harder. She has said that by giving households more money, it makes it harder to dampen demand. That means more money for households handed out through the budget is going to push up inflation. Now, we heard from the government today that the...
Oh, time. Senator Collins, apologies. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Deputy President. This is a government that is committed to looking after our future generations. That has been evident in the work that we have been doing so far. The opposition loves a good old scare campaign before they've even seen the facts. The opposition has been consistent in opposing our housing measures, but now they're all concerned about housing. Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? The budget will be unveiled tonight and details will come in due course. This will be a big reform budget. This will be a responsible budget. But we need to acknowledge the impact that the situation in the Middle East has had on our nation. We need to continue to help Australians with the cost of living. This is why we are looking at all levers available. That is the responsibility of our government. We have always been upfront that we are looking into ways to make our tax system fairer and simpler, and to ensure it works in the interests of all Australians, businesses and future generations. This is a budget that will look after workers, first home buyers and small businesses. Responsibility is at the core of this budget. It's about making our economy more productive. That's why our budget will include $63.8 billion in savings and reprioritisation. That brings it to a total of $177.9 billion total since we were elected in 2022. Our government is committed to doing the hard things, to making tough calls, for doing what is right and looking after our future generations. That starts with housing. For too long, it has been hard for young people to break into the housing market and get their foot in the door. That is why we are looking at all levers available. This budget will restore ambition for all Australians, especially younger people, in the area of home ownership. For too long, young people have been locked out of the housing market. This budget is about tackling this. Getting first home buyers into homes is enabled by making our tax system fairer. For too long, this has been a systemic barrier to entering the housing market. Good economic management is not about chasing headlines. It's about making responsible decisions that help people feel secure about their future. The opposition seems to be having a hard time conceptualising the difficulties that the situation in the Middle East is presenting to the world, including Australia. The Albanese Labor government has been working tirelessly to ensure our oil supply chains remain strong and resilient. I find it interesting that petrol prices are no longer dominating the headlines, thanks to a large part in the Labor government's efforts. There hasn't been a peep from the coalition on this topic. But the conflict in the Middle East doesn't just impact our oil and fuel supplies, it affects the global financial order as well. Nearly every country in the world is grappling with these ramifications, with inflation rising in basically every OECD country. In the words of Michelle Bullock of the RBA, Australians are poorer because of this shock to oil prices and energy prices. That's what this has done, this war on the other side of the world. That is the reality of the situation we all find ourselves in, and the Albanese Labor government is taking considered, measured steps to respond appropriately. We've invested more than $10 billion in the Australian Fuel Security and Resilience Package. We have brought $6.15 billion in for capital and businesses, which we know have been doing so hard during this fuel crisis. We have halved the fuel excise for 3 months. These measures are helping Australians through this challenging time, and we'll be announcing more forward-thinking agendas this evening through the budget.
Senator Antic.
Thank you. Oh, goodness me. That's going to take me a moment to cover. But in any event, what were we talking about? Well, we were rising to talk about all things to do with the budget today, apart from anything else, and that was a nice interlude. I was taken earlier on, though, by, and I think Senator Collins referred to it, it would take a special type of hubris in this place to walk back from a statement as far as this Prime Minister has. It's worth reading out again because, you know, it's an extraordinary statement this time last year made by this Prime Minister, the only Prime Minister I meant, acts like the President, but anyway, the only tax policy that we were implementing, or we are implementing, is the one we took to the election. I mean, you know, when you actually think about it, the question is whether you believed that when you were saying it or whether it's just more of the talking points you read out loud. Now, we know that, I mean, it's very clear now, even though we're told we haven't seen the budget yet. We haven't seen it yet. Yeah, we have. We've seen bits of it. There it is. Bits of it there. The font is excellent, by the way, whoever's doing that. It's almost like some stigmatism. Anyway, now, the problem, this is actually more than simply just what is looming to be a disgracefully irresponsible budget. We're on the cusp, I think, now of a generational shift in this country. This political party on this side of the chamber has now held the reins on this economy for 4 years. They spent the better part of the first 3 blaming us. And in fact, even today in question time, still, you know, Senator Ayres, I think, skillfully negotiated through the wires, so, you know, very articulate that he is, to find a way to somehow link it back to us. 4 years later. But this Australian economy is cratering under this government, under its reckless spending, under the pretence of inflation, which was now predicted to reach something like 7% at the end of the year, and that's, I suspect, probably unders. I mean, if you went to the real inflation rate at the moment, it'd be more like 10 by the end of the year. And I was reminded of the words of an actually good Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, who once famously said socialist governments traditionally do make a financial mess and they always run out of other people's money. Well, we're living that tonight. We're going to see it. We're going to see it play out in real time. And tonight, this government is no longer spending money it doesn't have. It's coming after yours. It's going to come after yours and those of your children. And this economy is not sinking anymore. It's in total free fall. You can see it through every aspect of the economy. Construction costs are rising, productivity has stalled. A 30-year-old now has seen something like 0.7% productivity over the course of his working life, his or hers. Unemployment forecasts are up. And in fact, we have had zero productivity growth since this government came into power. And it's trying to sell this as a fair budget. Well, fair to who? Who is this fair to? It's not fair to the next generation. Ultimately, this government tonight is going to spend money, try and take it from the next generation and then lumber them with the ever-increasing debt. And by some measures of economic complexity, we're now ranking below Botswana and Zambia. We're an economy now almost entirely dependent on commodities, which we're constantly hearing demonised in this place, on housing and on basic conspicuous consumption. It's not an economy, it's a banana republic. That's where we're up to. This is going to do nothing to alleviate that. This country has allowed Australia to borrow, spend and import our way into a corner, and they have no plan to get us out of it.
Antic, your time has expired. Senator Chicone.
Thanks a lot, Deputy President. It's good to see you back after a 4-week stint away from this place. Now, I appreciate the motion that's before you and before this chamber at the moment. The Albanese government makes no apologies, Deputy President, for using every single tool at its disposal to improve the lives of very hard-working men and women of this country and making sure that their families can also prosper. What we do know is that many young Australians, predominantly many young Australians, are doing the right thing. They are gaining skills, they're undertaking further education, they are working bloody hard. Yet we know that they also face a monumental challenge when it comes to saving for a deposit to buy their own home. And in response to the significant national challenge, those opposite, unfortunately, have absolutely done nothing in this place since we've come to government. They have simply voted against every single measure that this government has proposed that would help increase housing supply. At the moment, we have a housing supply issue, and we need to drive up construction of homes in order to drop the price of housing and have much more homes available for people to buy. It is just pure economics. Demand and supply is what is causing a lot of the issues when it comes to housing prices right now. Those opposite also oppose the direct construction of new homes when it comes to the Australian Housing Future Fund. They even oppose cheaper deposits for Australians trying to purchase their first home. Now, we know that housing supply is also just one side of the equation. So, of course, the government is trying to use every single tool at its disposal to help address what is one of the biggest issues facing Australians. Without commenting on the budget, because quite frankly, I'll have to wait like many of us at 7:30 when the Treasurer delivers his budget speech tonight in the other place. But what I will say about the budget is that the Labor government makes no apologies, does not shy away from any bold reforms in a traditional Labor way. We want to make sure that working people are looked after, and we want to help working people and their families prosper and share in that prosperity like every single Australian should in this place. And when circumstances change, as we are seeing right around the world at the moment, when crises emerge, our government, whoever is in the seat of government, must make whatever changes necessary to protect our standard of living and the way that we live. This is a great country and we need to protect it. Unfortunately, those opposite take a very different approach, and despite cost of living pressures, housing unaffordability and global instability, they remain committed to the same tide policies, or should I say maybe no policies at all, and oppose every sensible measure put forward by this government. And that's why the Australian people are fed up. They've sent a very clear message, a message they should have learnt last year and they should have learnt over the weekend. You know, the coalition now reduced to 43 seats in the House of Representatives. And that is why the people of Farrer over the weekend, and I acknowledge the shirt that was worn by one of our fellow senators who's in the chamber at the moment through you, Deputy President, but it is a message that the Australian people have sent clearly to the Liberals and the Nationals. with a primary now of just 12% for the Liberal Party, and the Nationals just getting under 10%. That's around 22%. And you look around the room, and I bet you there's 8 senators right now in the coalition that are very nervous because they're number 2 on their ticket. And quite frankly, they won't be returned should there be a general election here.
Senator Ciccone, your time's expired. Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, we heard from those opposite today that tonight's budget is going to do all it can to help Australians with the cost of living. But what has the government been doing for these past 4 years? We have inflation at a record high, 4.6%, and accelerating. And how is high inflation helping Australians with the cost of living? We have Australians now paying $2,200 a year more on average in groceries in an average Australian household, because the price of groceries has gone up about 15% since this government came to office. We've got Australian households paying $1,800 more a year on average in power bills since this government came to office. How is high inflation helping Australians with the cost of living? We've now had under this government 15 interest rate rises. That's a cumulative increase of 4 percentage points. If you're an average mortgage holder, you're now paying $30,000 extra a year in interest, $2,500 a month. How are high interest rates helping Australians with the cost of living? Income taxes under this government. Income tax receipts since this government came to office have grown by $83 billion. Now that is about $6,000 per taxpayer. So through bracket creep, the government is taking $6,000 more from every taxpayer in growing income taxes. How are higher taxes helping Australians with the cost of living? We've had government debt grow by $140 billion under this government's watch. Government debt today is almost $1 trillion. That's costing the average Australian $1,000 a year in interest repayments. $1,000 a year. How is extra interest repayments on government debt and government borrowing helping Australians with the cost of living? We've got in the Australian economy real wages lower than they were in June 2022. Lower than they were in June 2022. So how are lower real wages helping Australians with the cost of living? That is this government's record through 4 budgets as we approach a 5th budget tonight, that Australians' cost of living has steadily deteriorated under their watch. In fact, if you look at the OECD measure, real household disposable income, that's down about 7% in Australia since mid-2022. The rest of the OECD, other advanced economies, it's increased. We had the Reserve Bank of Australia say just last week that they do not see inflation returning to the target band until the end of 2027, that they do not envisage real wages starting to grow again until the middle of 2027, that they envisage at least another 4 interest rate rises. This is in the modelling that accompanied their decision to yet again increase interest rates. So this is Labor's economic plan in action. We've had 4 years of deteriorating living standards. We've had 4 years of Australians paying higher interest rates, paying more taxes, paying more for groceries, more for fuel, more for electricity, and seeing their living standards steadily fall backwards, and the Reserve Bank expects that to continue for at least another 18 months. Now, we have heard from those opposite, and I'm sure we'll hear it a lot tonight, that the war in the Middle East is causing this problem in Australia. Well, in Australia, the Reserve Bank has increased interest rates for the 3 past consecutive months. Every other central bank has kept interest rates on hold for the past 3 consecutive months. Why is that? Why are other economies able to absorb the shock of the Middle East oil price rise, but Australia is not? It's because, as the Reserve Bank Governor said just last week, inflation in Australia was already out of control. Inflation in Australia was already out of control. The government did not use good economic times to repair our balance sheet or to take pressure off monetary policy, and as a result, Australians are once again going to pay the price.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move a motion to take note of answers given by Senator McAllister. Thank you. In my question to the government, I really tried to keep it very, very clear as to what I was asking during my 3 questions today. These questions are ones I put to the government on behalf of the disability community and of our families. Questions that they are asking in the aftermath of your announcements. Your announcements about NDIS cuts and restrictions that are striking fear into the hearts of so many Australians tonight. One of the easiest questions for the Minister to answer should have been, who are the people you are planning to kick off the NDIS? Because the government came out and said at the National Press Club, they would remove 160,000 people from the NDIS. Gone. Now that is an outrageous and a disgusting target to set yourself. A violation of everything you went to the election on, and it makes a mockery of anything that could be called traditional Labor values. But let's just be honest with people. Who is in your sights? Who are you intending to remove? And you could not answer that question. That simple question. Every single NDIS participant and their family member and their family members deserves an answer to that question. Just like they deserve an answer to the question, how will every single person on this scheme be reassessed? Because that is also what you're intending to do. Take every single person, regardless of whether they've just spent thousands of dollars on a specialist report, to be provided to the government, to be provided to the agency, to prove their eligibility. You would have them reassessed. How will that work? No answers from this government. A lot of spin about rorts and fraud. And let me be very clear. Disabled people and our families care about rorts. They care about provider fraud more than anyone else, because when it occurs, it is us who lose the services. And yet, because you have so recklessly taken control of this conversation and misused it, this vital issue of NDIS fraud, which disabled people have been raising with this government since the beginning of the scheme, you have co-opted it as part of your smokescreen to disguise the $35 billion of cuts that you intend. Because of the way you have done this, because of the way you are talking about the NDIS, disabled people across the country are now being screamed at in the street by community members who believe they are rorting the scheme. I had a friend of mine post a video on Instagram yesterday. She was moving along a sidewalk in her community and a man stopped and screamed in her face, "The NDIS is a rort." That's what she had to experience because of the way that you are trying to distract the community from the reality of the cuts that you are preparing for the NDIS. I mean, budgets are about choices. They are about choices, and it is revolting that you are choosing to cut the NDIS, choosing to remove the supports and services that disabled people need to live our lives, to go out in the sun, to have a shower a couple of times a week. You're making those cuts rather than make the billionaires pay or tax the gas exporters. It is a disgrace, and we will oppose you every step of the way.
The question is that the Senate, Senator Steele-John, the question is that the Senate take note. Those of opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator David Pocock.
Deputy President, I wish to take note of the answer from Senator Ayres. I'm really concerned about this Albanese Labor government's lack of plan when it comes to artificial intelligence. We are living in a time where we have this technology improving at an exponential rate. We have experts around the world and here in Australia raising concerns about what artificial intelligence means, not just for our economy, but for us as a species. And yet we have a government that seems to just give us the lines from the big tech companies who are seeking to profit from this technology. And I don't think that is putting Australians first. I don't think that is actually looking at the long term and saying what will be good for Australians. And I find it really hard to cop the argument that, well, we'll have some data centres, so don't worry about the job losses. And Senator Ayres saying, I don't understand where you got those figures from, where it's Jobs and Skills Australia who are saying 600,000 Australians will likely lose their jobs. And if you listen to people like Geoffrey Hinton, Joshua Bengio, others, and you should, we have to do more. This should be an urgent priority of this government to actually, one, have safeguards in place when it comes to the development of this technology, the deployment of this technology, and then to be planning for the economic disruption. Because nothing gives Australians confidence. Because you go to the supermarket, you're doing your own checkout. You go to the airline, you're doing your own check-in. Of course, they're just going to allow mass displacement of jobs, and all these big companies will be making an absolute fortune.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Apologies for changing of the time there mid-speech, Senator Pocock, but I will just remind the chamber that we are working on times agreed by the whips, and we will just try and smooth the process to the clerks to make sure they're aware of those times as well. Are there any further motions to take no advances? Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. I rise to take notice of the question earlier. The government's housing policy is a definition of insanity. Trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We have families living in cars, young people with nowhere to go and no hope of getting a foot on the ladder. Yet this Labor government keeps doing what it has always done: spend big and drive mass immigration. The government even brags they have brought immigration numbers down to the third highest figure of all time. They hold first and second place, by the way. Every policy this government has brought into this place to address this crisis has made matters worse. That's why we vote against them. Driving demand, killing supply. Labor has no mandate from the Australian people for their latest round of changes in tonight's budget. You came to this election promising no changes to taxes. You have misled the Australian people and you will deserve all the backlash that you get.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Barbara Pocock, I believe you're seeking leave.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
There being no objection, leave is granted.
I table the petition.
Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Chisholm.
I give notice on the next day of sitting, I shall move that the provisions of paragraph 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to the Competition and Consumer Amendment Bill 2026, allowing it to be considered during this period of sittings. I also table a statement of reasons justifying the need for this bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. No further notices. We'll move to condolences. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 26th of April 2026 of the Honourable Peter Frederick Morris, OAM, a former Minister and Member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Shortland, New South Wales from 1972 to 1978. I call the Minister for Industry and Innovation.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Peter Morris.
Leave is granted. Senator Ayres.
Thank you. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 26th of April 2026 of the Honourable Peter Frederick Morris, OAM, former Minister for Transport, Minister for Aviation, Minister for Resources, Minister for Housing and Aged Care, Minister for Transport, Minister for Industrial Relations and Member for Shortland, places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. The Hunter Valley has produced some of Australian Labor's finest sons and daughters, and Peter Morris was one of those. He and his 7 siblings were born to a family proud of its Greek heritage and deeply dedicated to Newcastle. Though study and work periodically took Peter further afield, he always made his way back to the Hunter. For a man, unsurprisingly for a man so deeply invested in his community, Peter was drawn to Labor politics. In his mid-30s, he became an alderman on the Newcastle City Council. And in 1972, Peter came into Parliament in the wave of excitement that brought the Whitlam government to office. Like Whitlam, Peter believed firmly in Labor's ability and mission to make life better for Australians in the outer suburbs and regions. As a backbencher, Peter had a ringside seat to the heady days of the Whitlam government, its ambition and its frenetic pace. And he was there, actually on the steps of Parliament with Gough on the 11th of November 1975. Those experiences of reform and conflict in our Parliament shaped the kind of minister he would later become. Peter Morris was not a fair-weather friend. In the aftermath of the dismissal, as federal Labor entered some of its darkest days, he rolled up his sleeves and he got to work, holding the Fraser government to account and simultaneously laying policy foundations for the Hawke government's later success. Peter represented the people of Shortland during pivotal and occasionally tragic times. The 1989 earthquake, which killed 13 and injured so many others, including at the Hunter Valley's Newcastle Workers Club. The closure of the BHP Steelworks right at the end of his 26 years in Parliament. Throughout all of that turmoil, Peter Morris was there. He wasn't a flashy politician, but he was active in so many of the Hawke government's reforms in the 1980s. The modernisation of telecommunications, an enterprise bargaining system where blue-collar workers could reap the rewards of their own productivity. He made his true mark in transport and aviation policy. He worked to make Australia's roads and airports and wharves more productive. His mission was about fairness and safety and decency, especially for wage earners who bore unfair commuting burdens and assumed large occupational risks in those sectors. And his achievements are foundational for Australia and in particular for the Hunter Valley. The M1 motorway, Newcastle Airport, the foundations of Western Sydney International Airport, the end of the duopoly in our skies, the 1992 Ships of Shame report, which drew international attention to bad ships where work was dangerous and exploitative for seafarers and destructive to our marine environment. Those are just some of the monuments to Peter Morris. When Bob Hawke wanted to sense-check his government standing in the Hunter, he would turn to Peter Morris. Hawke knew, and Peter knew, and Bob Hawke said famously that if they loved Newcastle properly, it would love them back. He inspired great loyalty in his staff. To work for Peter, I'm told, was to join something like a family. And by the time he received his Medal of the Order of Australia in 2012, he could have been enjoying a well-deserved retirement. Instead, he was still advocating for Newcastle's future, its economic vibrancy and its civic richness. The legacies of that work include the Fighter World RAAF Museum, Newcastle Maritime Museum, and the locally adored William IV steamship. You know, we in New South Wales, in the Hunter Valley and in Australia owe much to Australians like Peter. Australians who might not be from the nicer parts of our capital cities, but who step up to advocate for their communities in Canberra or Sydney and wherever else people like them are often forgotten. Peter and his wife Florence were loving parents of 4 children, including the late Matthew Morris. And Matthew's 8 years of service in the New South Wales Parliament made a real difference to the quality of public services in Charlestown. What greater example, what greater tribute, I should say, to the power of Peter's example could there be? Peter, Florence and Matthew are survived by Michael, Paul and John Morris, along with Peter's remaining siblings, including former member for Newcastle, Alan Morris, who I spoke with earlier today. And I know that the Morris family is watching these proceedings now with great sadness, but also with great pride in the achievements of Peter and the Morris family in that wonderful hunter community in New South Wales. On behalf of the Australian Government, I pay tribute to a great Australian.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. And I rise on behalf of the Coalition to pay tribute to the Honourable Peter Morris OAM, the former member for Shortland who passed away last month. And he was a young 93 years of age. Peter Morris served in this Parliament for almost 26 years, a huge achievement. From 1972 to 1998, representing the electorate of Shortland in New South Wales for the Australian Labor Party. Peter Morris was born in Sydney on the 29th of July 1932. As we have heard, he was elected to the House of Representatives with the Labor wave of 1972, and he held the seat of Shortland until he retired at the 1998 election. Politics, it seems, ran in the family. His brother Alan went on to serve as the federal member for Newcastle between 1983 and 2001, and his younger son Matthew served as a state MP for Charlestown. 3 members of Parliament in one family. That is a remarkable contribution to public life by any measure. In opposition, Mr Morris was appointed the ALP spokesman on transport in 1976, a role he held under opposition leaders Gough Whitlam, Bill Hayden and Bob Hawke. He was renowned as being a diligent parliamentary operator, tabling nearly twice as many questions on notice as any other Labor MP during the 1977 to 1980 parliamentary term. That kind of sustained effort in opposition, holding government to account through proper parliamentary process, is the work of a committed member. Transport remained a driving passion throughout Mr Morris's career. He was appointed the Minister for Transport in the first Hawke Ministry in March 1983, and in December 1984 he assumed the additional portfolio of aviation. Those were without a doubt significant portfolios, and he approached them with evident seriousness. During his time as Minister, he helped secure original funding for Badgerys Creek. He opened the M1 motorway between Newcastle and Sydney with Prime Minister Hawke, and he was instrumental in the establishment of the Newcastle Airport. These are tangible, lasting contributions to the infrastructure of New South Wales and our great nation, and they stand as a real record of his achievement. After the 1990 election, he was not returned to the ministry, and he subsequently served as chairman of the House Standing Committee on Transport, Communications and Infrastructure from 1990 to 1996. In 1992, that committee produced what became known as the Ships of Shame report, a significant inquiry that concluded that substandard shipping practices were widespread and recommended increased government regulation of the industry at both national and international levels. It was serious, consequential policy work, and it had a lasting impact on maritime safety standards both here and abroad. After leaving Parliament, Mr Morris was appointed chair of the International Commission on Shipping, a body established by the International Transport Workers Federation to inquire into international shipping standards. His expertise and commitment to the sector did not end with his parliamentary career. Beyond his formal roles, Mr Morris served as president of the Newcastle Maritime Museum and was instrumental in securing funding for the William IV paddle steamer. These community contributions reflect a man who remained engaged with the people and the region he had represented long after leaving office. Mr Morris's wife Florence passed away in 2019. He is survived by his sons Michael, Paul and John. His son Matthew passed away from a brain tumour in 2020. The family has endured significant loss in recent years, and our thoughts are with them at this time. On behalf of the Coalition, I extend our sincere condolences to the Morris family, and I acknowledge with respect the contribution Peter Morris made to this Parliament and to this nation. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Cash. I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify assent to the motion. Thank you. The motion is carried. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 28th of April 2026 of the Honourable William Leonard Graden AM, a member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Swan in Western Australia from 1949 to 1954. Thank you, Senators. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Chisholm.
Senators' bills be considered this week as follows. A. Superannuation legislation amendment tackling the Gender Super Gap Bill 2025 on Wednesday 13th of May 2026. And B. Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Bill 2026 on Thursday 14th of May 2026.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. In respect of business of the Senate, notice number 1 postponed to the 23rd of June. In respect of general business 451 and 452 postponed to the 14th of May. General business 435 postponed to the 22nd of June. Business of the Senate number 3 postponed to the next day of sitting. And general business notices 421 and 479 postponed to the 22nd of June 2026. Committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 13 of today's order of business.
Thank you. And before I go to Senator Askew, just so we're all clear, I think that leaves us with 478 and one deferred motion, which is something of a record. Well done, Senators. Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Scarr from the 12th to the 14th of May for personal reasons, and also for Senator McGrath and Senator McLaughlin for the 14th of May for personal reasons.
Thank you, Senator Askew. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Shoebridge, you're all by yourself.
I expected there was a chunk of them, but I'm left all on my lonesome here.
You are.
Although
I'm sure you'll manage.
Obviously
478.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 478 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 478, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the door. The question is that General Business 478, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I think it suits the Senate to take the deferred vote from 1st of April. Go. Senators, I remind you all that on Wednesday the 1st of April after 6:30 p.m. a division was called on the urgency motion moved by Senator Faruqi relating to the cost of living. So the question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the urgency motion moved by Senator Faruqi on the 1st of April 2026 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 9 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative, and that concludes general business. We move to the MPI, and I'll just wait for a change in the chair. Hello, how are you?
Senators, Senator Hanson has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 16 of today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, Labor's reckless spending is far beyond the means of the Australian taxpayer, and this year's budget will be no different. Labor's reckless spending and terrible policies actively work to make Australians poorer. Under Labor's irresponsible spending and mass migration policies, our living standards have gone backwards. The record since Labor's election in 2022 is telling. Typical full-time workers now pay between 40% and 50% of their earnings on their mortgages, up from 32% in 2022. Average rent prices have increased more than 42% in the past 5 years, with the average renter now having to spend more than a third of their income. Labor has committed many billions of dollars to improving housing supply without actually increasing it, but refuses to do anything about demand by slashing immigration. Record numbers have arrived in the past year despite Labor's promises to reduce immigration. Since 2022, Australia has experienced an 8% decline in disposable income, the biggest decline in the developed world. Real net disposable income has declined by almost $1,000 per household. More Australians than ever before, around 7% of the workforce, are working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. However, Australians are paying more tax too. From 2022 to 2024, under the Albanese Labor government, tax revenue per capita increased by more than $2,700. This is due to factors like inflation from government spending, bracket creep, and additional GST from rising prices of goods and services. Gross debt per capita is now more than $36,000, up from just over $33,000 in 2023. Gross debt reached an unwelcome milestone this year, tipping over $1 trillion. Government spending is around 27% of GDP, even higher than during the pandemic. Don't even get me started on the net zero disaster, which has resulted in power prices rising around 40% or more since 2022 and costing taxpayers many billions a year, much of it hidden from public view. This is not sustainable. This cannot continue. Labor has been dangling the notion of a big reform budget addressing intergenerational inequity. The hypocrisy of it is breathtaking. For the past 4 years, Labor has been robbing young Australians of their future. Labor is also now robbing retirees and pensioners of their health rebates and breaking its promise to leave capital gains tax and negative gearing alone. The exodus of investors from housing is just going to increase rents even more. Australia can do much better. One Nation has already shown the way, and this has been reinforced by the good voters of Farrer, who elected our candidate David Farley on the weekend. We've identified more than $90 billion that could be easily cut from government spending. We would put $40 billion back into Australia's pockets and pay down our crippling debt instead of bequeathing it to future generations. We will scrap net zero. This will reduce the cost of living and remove the straitjacket from our economic growth and development. We will slash immigration to reduce housing demand and ban foreign ownership to increase housing supply. Younger Australians can then look forward to a future in which they will own a home. The 18th century English writer Samuel Johnson famously said, "Resolve not to be poor. Whatever you have, spend less. Poverty is a great enemy to human happiness. It certainly destroys liberty, and it makes some virtues impracticable and others extremely difficult." What I've raised today is about the debt that this government has put us in, the whole country. They're overspent, and they keep saying to me, "Oh, well, you don't support our policies." I don't support your policies on housing because they have not worked. You put the money into a fund, and guess what? The houses haven't been built. You've got mass migration that's coming in the country, supply and demand. Wake up yourselves. If you put good policies out there for the Australian people, you will get our support from One Nation. But I haven't seen it yet.
You have the call.
President, well, we'll hear a lot about the Australian dream tonight, and I have to say that this government has done more to destroy the Australian dream than any other government in our history. And over the course of these 4 years, they've had 3 housing gimmicks. The first housing gimmick was the Housing Future Fund, which has got $10 billion and has built virtually no houses, and what it's been doing is going around buying houses that other Australians could actually live in. The second gimmick was 5% deposits. This is a grotesque scheme now, which has pump-primed house prices at the bottom end for younger Australians. The Prime Minister said there would be a 0.6% increase in house prices over 6 years. We got 6% increase in 6 months. So this guy can't count, so that's been a disaster. And now the third gimmick is going to be the big lie that fiddling around with taxes is going to fix the housing system. Well, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer must be honest tonight, and they must say that they believe that these tax increases will fix the housing crisis or they will materially change it. If they do not, then why on earth would they be lumping more taxes onto housing? 50% of the cost of a new house goes in government charges, fees and taxes. This is the last thing that we need to see more taxes on, because it's pretty simple. More tax equals fewer houses. Those are the 3 gimmicks we've seen so far. And then we've seen a criminal failure to follow through on their promises, including red tape reduction, the NCC, National Construction Code. They've made that more convoluted and complex, not easier. And the EPBC Act, they've made that more complex, convoluted, and Minister Watt here has given himself godlike powers where he sets the rules, he makes the laws of the land rather than the Parliament, and he's done no bilateral deals with the states. He's made none of the regulations, and instead of there being 26,000 houses ensnarled in EPBC, there's now 100,000 houses. So as for the economic summit that we had last year when Mr Chalmers, or Dr Chambers, whatever he calls himself now, had here the talk fest in the Cabinet room, there's been no follow through on that. So when we hear tonight these promises about we're going to fix the housing system, I mean, give me a break. If they promise that they're going to have 75,000 more people into housing over 10 years, that wouldn't even make up for the 120,000 deficit in supply that they have given the Australian people over these last 4 years. Because at the end of the day, they've been in government for 4 years. They've wasted almost $80 billion on housing to build 30,000 fewer houses a year. Who could believe that a government could be so inept to commit $80 billion of taxpayer funds to build fewer houses than the last government? And meanwhile, they have allowed 1.4 million people to migrate to Australia and only have built 600,000 houses at the same time. So they don't even model the impact of not building houses but allowing a lot of people in. And when we've asked these questions at Senate estimates, Minister Gallagher has laughed and snarled at me for even suggesting that maybe it's a good idea to get the Treasury guys to say, now let's model the impact of having 1.4 million people come in and only building 500,000 houses. Apparently I'm an idiot. for asking for that modelling. Well, I don't think that's an unreasonable request, frankly, because at the end of the day, we all want the government to be the best government they can be. And the problem is we don't see any signs that they're learning from these failures. They haven't learned that building bureaucracies and all this garbage in Canberra doesn't actually build houses. What you need to do is to work out exactly what red tape you can get rid of, exactly which taxes you can cut, streamline or reduce. Instead, what we're going to hear tonight is we've got a magic plan to impose more taxes onto housing, which is going to magically create more houses. Now, when you look at the scoreboard, it's just not believable that these guys are ever going to have a plan that's going to get the country where it needs to be, which is 250,000 houses a year. 250,000 houses a year we need. We used to get 200,000 houses a year under the last coalition government. Now we get 170,000 houses a year under this government. So that is ultimately going to be the metric upon which this government is measured, because all the other metrics they've put out there, they have failed. They have failed. So if the government want to break their promises they've made, they wouldn't increase taxes. That's a political thing they have to live with. But the real impact is going to be on the people that aren't going to have a house because this government is so incompetent and hopeless.
Senator Murray-Smith.
Yep, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to speak on this motion. And I'm pleased to have another opportunity to contribute to the debate that we've had over many years in this chamber on housing. Many years where our government has brought in attempt after attempt to try to increase supply, to try and make a meaningful difference on the housing situation in this country. Over years and years where we've had the opposition block those attempts, work in partnership with the Greens political party to block those attempts, but no one can say we haven't been trying with a full agenda to come in here and make a meaningful difference on housing in this country. And we do that because in our communities we are seeing and feeling the experience of this housing crisis every single day. I know for members of my community in Adelaide that the increase in cost of houses, the lack of supply in housing has had a material impact on the quality of life that they're able to provide for themselves and their families. And for young Australians in particular, this is a question of intergenerational inequity. It's a question of being able to see what their parents were able to achieve and what their grandparents were able to achieve, looking at the kind of lifestyle and opportunity they can provide their own children and not being able to deliver that, and that hurts. It's extremely painful for a family, it's extremely painful for a parent to not be able to provide that same level of opportunity, or indeed a greater standard of opportunity and a greater standard of living than your parents or grandparents were able to provide. These are real emotions driven by a real problem, and it's a real problem what we're trying to fix. And this budget tonight, I know, will be focused on housing, focused on supply, and as we have been over the entire course of our government, it will be focused on what we can do to make a meaningful difference on housing. Because for my generation and for Senator Walker's generation, this is the issue which is defining us. It is defining my peers. It is defining opportunity. It's defining family life, and we need to do something about it. But our government has been the only party in this chamber who over the years has consistently brought in a plan to do something about it, consistently focused on supply. The opposition let this sit idle for almost a decade. They didn't even have a housing minister for most of their time in government. And One Nation brings motions like this, but they actually didn't turn up into this chamber when there were plans and policies and legislation on the table which would have made a meaningful impact on housing supply in this country. They either voted against it or they did not show up. And it's not okay for them to come into this chamber and seek to rewrite history on legislation for housing, on the government's plan for housing, and what we've actually considered and had before us in this chamber over the years, which would have made a difference and which would have made a difference sooner. And it's what we see from One Nation time and time again. They seek to sketch out a picture of our country which ignores the facts. They seek to sketch out a picture of our country which ignores the history and the contribution of migrants. They seek to sketch out a picture of our country which ignores the facts, like the kind of nonsense we've got in here around foreign ownership and the competition for housing, which just isn't resembled in the facts we have. They try to sketch out a version of our country, they try to sketch out a version of policy which belongs in the non-fiction section, and then they try to sketch in ideas and falsehoods, which they're just not true. They're just not true. And the thing about this place is it keeps its receipts, because how you vote in this place is reflected on a record. And I urge those people who are supporting One Nation at the moment to go and look at their voting record. Go look at when they turned up in this chamber, when we were debating serious legislation and had serious money on the table in this chamber and serious plans to fix the challenges we have in housing. Check if they were there and check how they voted. They sketch in falsehoods, they sketch out the real truth and history of our country. They sketch out the real contribution so many people, especially migrants, are making in our country. They sketch out the facts on housing. They sketch out their participation in what has happened in housing over the last years and their lack of engagement on the serious policy, their lack of engagement in the serious legislation. And they sketch in themselves as people who have a solution, yet offer no detail, no meaningful reform, and actually aren't at the table as a serious player when it comes to public policy in this place. Our budget will address intergenerational inequity. It's something I've been talking about since I was elected to this parliament. It is something many of us in this chamber care very, very deeply about. I've seen it experienced in my generation as my peers are having families and unable to provide that backyard, that certainty of housing. Senator Walker's generation is experiencing it on a whole new level of feeling completely locked out. Our government is working to change it, and we are working to change it through legislation, policy and the budget tonight.
Senator Walker, you have the call.
Okay, so thank you, Acting Deputy President. Listening to One Nation lecture this chamber about young Australians and housing affordability is pretty chopped. This is a party that has built an entire business model around keeping people angry while voting against the very reforms that would actually help them. And now suddenly they're screaming, crying, throwing up on behalf of young people struggling with rent and mortgages. Okay, because when housing reform comes before this parliament, One Nation's instinct is almost always the same. Vote no, complain loudly, then blame migrants for the consequences. That's the entire cycle. They are offering no solutions to younger Australians. They are offering scapegoats. And it is incredibly telling that every complex economic issue somehow ends up, in their worldview, being the fault of immigrants, international students or foreigners. A fun fact for Senator Hanson: foreign buyers make up just 0.8% of all buyers in Australia's housing market. 0.8%. And foreign purchases of existing homes have been banned. Historically, Australia has underbuilt housing for years. Construction costs have exploded globally. Supply chains have been disrupted. Wages have stagnated relative to housing costs. And governments everywhere have struggled with planning, bottlenecks and infrastructure lag. Those are the actual structural problems. But structural problems require serious policy work, and One Nation is not a serious political party. It's a rage bait machine. And the irony is unbelievable when they try to frame themselves as anti-elite outsiders while seeming pretty happy to take support from extremely wealthy interests and billionaires who benefit from keeping the status quo exactly as it is. Because let's be real here, the billionaires funding right-wing grievance politics are not lying awake at night worrying about a 25-year-old renter trying to save for a deposit in Adelaide. They are doing just fine. The people hurt most by culture war politics are ordinary Australians who get fed anger instead of outcomes, and younger Australians are getting increasingly tired of it. They are tired of politicians treating their economic future like a comment section on Facebook. They are tired of hearing simplistic nonsense dressed up as economic analysis. And they are tired of being used as props by people who have absolutely no interest in delivering the reforms required to actually make housing more affordable. Because if One Nation genuinely cared about younger Australians, they would support increasing housing supply. They would support social and affordable housing. They would support practical medium-density development in our cities. They would support policies that help renters instead of just yelling into microphones about the system. Instead, they vote against reform and act shocked when the crisis continues. That is not leadership. That is their performance art. And while we're on the topic of younger Australians, it's interesting that Senator Hanson suddenly seems deeply concerned about us when in her most recent instalment of Please Explain, she was perfectly happy to depict me as a child defecating and needing a nappy. For the record, I am 22 years old and have been out of nappies for about 20 years. So apparently, young Australians are old enough to inherit climate instability, unaffordable housing, insecure work and the economic pressures they did not create. But if we step forward and participate in our democracy, we are ridiculed for our age. That attitude is part of why so many young Australians are disillusioned with politics in the first place. I think my generation represents something One Nation clearly finds threatening. Younger people entering public life who are informed, engaged and not interested in recycling the same tired fear campaigns from the 90s. Because younger Australians are not stupid, younger Australians aren't scared to question or get into the nitty-gritty, and that is intimidating for Senator Hanson. Young people like me turn up to Parliament when required, not off taking naps during question time, just so you're all fresh for your tough interviews on Sky After Dark. Senator Hanson likes to mock young people, yet she's terrified of the ABC, sitting next to the public on a plane, and spends a large portion of her time worrying about how long her new MP will last in her shambles of a party. Young Australians understand migration has always been a part of Australia's economic story. We understand migrants are workers, nurses, teachers, tradies, researchers and small business owners. We understand that you cannot build a stronger economy by permanently turning Australians against one another.
Senator Tyrrell, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. So let me get this straight. Senator Pauline Hanson thinks that the Labor Party is forcing young people to compete with foreign owners for a home. All right, that's a great Sky News headline, but is it actually a valid factual statement? Senator Hanson is so used to being a panellist on TV, she forgets her actual job, paid by the taxpayer, is to represent Australians. It's to use all the facts available to create the best outcomes for ordinary people. So let's look at the facts. Are Australian first home buyers missing out on owning a home because of foreign owners? A very quick Google and you'll quickly learn that less than 2% of houses are owned by foreign owners. Less than 2%. Senator Hanson, do you really think that is the key problem stopping first home buyers from getting into the housing market? Wake up, Senator. Did you know that Google is free? Foreign owners account for less than 2%, which is about 44,000 dwellings. They tend to own just one house, and that is more often for new builds, not existing homes. Let's compare that to the Australian property investors who own more than 10 properties each. Yep, 10 each. That's a lot, far more than the average person. There are around 2,500 Australians who own or part-own 10 or more rental properties. These investors control more than 33,200 rentals, which is equal to more than half of all the rentals in Tasmania. And we also have ABS data that tells us that these property moguls are barely helping build supply. Only about 23% of investor loans are for new housing. If we take racism out of it, what do we think is harming first home buyers by crowding out the market? Someone owning one property or someone owning 10 existing homes? Yeah, we need strong limits on foreign ownership in Australia, especially our existing homes. Oh wait, once again, Senator Hanson didn't know Google is free. Foreign owners have been banned from buying established dwellings since mid-last year. How are foreign owners taking away homes from Australians if they aren't even allowed to buy them anymore? As Senator Walker said, if she was here more often, she might actually know that. Senator Pauline Hanson, please explain, make that make sense. We already have strong restrictions on foreign owners in the housing market, but we don't have strong restrictions on the people buying up a ridiculous amount of houses and genuinely crowding the market from first home buyers. Senator Hanson, just go and ask Gina Reinhardt how many properties she's taken away from first home buyers. I'll give you a hint. It's many, many more than 10. This motion isn't trying to help people. It's based on racism and fake news.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, I recall November last year being here in the Senate doing my job. And I recall other senators being in here doing our job, talking about housing, talking about tax breaks for billionaires. But you know what? I can't remember if Senator Hanson was here during that. That's right. She was off on some junket with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago for a 2-week sitting period, schmoozing with billionaires, no doubt talking about all of Trump's talking points and how wonderful it would be, while the rest of us are actually doing our job. And then One Nation comes in here and starts putting on this kind of motion, saying, oh, inflation is a result of government spending, conveniently forgetting that President Trump, who your leader, Senator Hanson, was schmoozing with on a paid billionaire junket in Mar-a-Lago in November of last year, started a bloody war which has driven inflation through the roof. And I remember One Nation at the start of this war in February coming out and cheering it on, images of Senator Hanson, images of Donald Trump, images of Gina Reinhart. I remember all the images and how you loved the war. It was great, terrific, because it fed into One Nation's racist attack on Muslims and Islamophobia. That's what they did. They were feeding that trope, and they thought they had great images of Senator Hanson not working here in the Senate, like she's paid to by the Australian public, but schmoozing off in Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump. They had, no doubt, some lovely little images of Senator Hanson and Gina Reinhart. No doubt they were negotiating the gift of the next expensive plane from Gina Reinhart because she got sick. I understand Gina Reinhart doesn't like always travelling with Senator Hanson in her plane. I get that. I wouldn't want to be travelling around the country with Senator Hanson in my plane if I had one. So Gina Reinhart, instead of bringing her along in the plane, buys her a plane. The billionaire class owns One Nation. The billionaire class absolutely owns One Nation. And then you come in here and say the reason Australians can't afford things is because of reckless government spending. Well, maybe it's because of the investor tax breaks that One Nation votes to keep every single time they're on. Maybe it's because there's not enough money to build public housing because you refuse to tax fossil fuel profits. Maybe it's there's not enough money for public housing and to build the houses Australia need because One Nation opposes ever putting any impost on the resource industry. And you know what? Watching One Nation come in here every day and defend Gina Reinhart, defend the minerals industries, get out of jail free cards, defend fossil fuel profits, I've been watching it. Turns out Gina's been watching it too, and she bought you a plane. She bought you a plane. I don't think it's just because she doesn't want to have Senator Hanson in her plane. I think it's because Gina Reinhart, the billionaire class, own One Nation. They absolutely own One Nation. And watching One Nation play this distraction politics, and we've seen it, you know, that's what Senator Hanson was off in Trump's Mar-a-Lago in November last year, learning about distraction politics. Learning how you can weaponise migration and weaponise attacks on migration to avoid taking on the 1% and the billionaire class. That's the lesson that Senator Hanson was getting at her CPAC conference with Donald Trump last year. Learning how to weaponise migration, make us hate each other, fight amongst each other for tiny little scraps out of the system while the 1% and the billionaire class absolutely cream it in and steal from us, steal from the public purse, steal from public resources. That's what Senator Hanson was doing for 2 weeks in November of last year, not the job she was paid to do, to come here and be a senator for the public, but she accepted this gift, this billionaire gift, as One Nation always does, because that's who owns One Nation. And when we hear you talk about ordinary Australians, you know, from 10,000 feet above in Gina Reinhart's jet, talking about ordinary Australians and working Australians as though that's who you're fighting for, we see you. We see you in the corporate jets. We see you at Trump's mansion. We see you at these far-right billionaire-funded conferences. And increasingly, the Australian public is going to see you for what you are, because you don't give a rat's about people who can't afford a mortgage. You want to create division and divide Australians against each other, and you're playing Trump's rulebook, and that rulebook is looking increasingly crap.
I just remind order in the chamber, and I remind senators about language use in the Senate. The time for discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Ruston, which is also shown at item 16 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I stand up today to condemn the Commonwealth Government, the federal government, the Albanese Labor government, for a decision to punish older Australians, with a higher tax. And that is by removing the additional support that they get to maintain their private health insurance over the age of 65. These are older Australians who have paid their private health insurance all of their lives, and at a time when they need it most, at a time when many older Australians, and many of these people are pensioners, and the only thing they are spending any discretionary income is the maintenance of their private health insurance, because that allows them to sleep at night. It allows them to know that if something happens to them, and we know that the older you get, the more likely you are going to be dependent on the health care system to look after you. At that very time, this government, through its own budget failures, is seeking to use the money of older Australians and the peace of mind of older Australians to fix up their budget mess. This government should be absolutely ashamed. But what is even worse is this is a complete and utter con. The government will tell you tonight that they're supposedly going to save $3 billion to the taxpayers over the 4 years of the forward estimates. But we know that's not true. This has got to be the mother of all cost shifts that I have ever seen. Because by taking people out of the private system where they're paying for their own health care and putting them into the public system, you are just shifting the budget bottom line from the federal budget onto the states and territories. And what makes it even worse is the Finity report, which the government has received itself, the independent Finity report, said that this measure would actually be a net cost to taxpayers. It is going to cost taxpayers more to shift Australians out of the private system into the public system than they currently are spending on the support they give, the little bit of support they give to older Australians to encourage them to keep their private health insurance. It is a complete and utter con. And Mark Butler, the Health Minister, knows this, because Friday week ago he told ABC Radio for every dollar that an older Australian invests in their healthcare over the age of 65, they get a $3 return on their private health that they receive back in return. So that means for every older Australian who drops their private health insurance and the $1 that they are investing, the $3 that's currently paid by the private health insurer will be picked up by the taxpayer. And the other piece of rubbish that this government is going on with is this idea that somehow this is redefining intergenerational equity, pitting one generation of Australians against another. But the worst of it is completely false, because if you push older Australians who are currently paying for their own private health insurance, older Australians who are paying for their own private health insurance, into the public system, the people who pay for the public system are working-age taxpayers. They are, by their very definition, younger Australians. So this government knows that this measure is false on both accounts. It will not save taxpayers money, it will cost taxpayers money, and it is not some sort of intergenerational equity smoothing. It is actually forcing younger Australians to be picking up the healthcare costs of older Australians who will no longer be able to afford to pay for their healthcare, because they are basically being taxed more by the decision of this government that they will have in their budget tonight, that was announced by Minister Butler at the Press Club a couple of weeks ago. So this is blatantly the federal government using older Australians to somehow take the blame and fix the mess of their budget failures. It has got to be the worst piece of policy I have ever seen, the biggest public policy con that we have seen in this country for a very, very long time. So, to make it worse, but pretty typical of these guys, no consultation whatsoever with anybody at all. Nobody knew this was coming until Mark Butler stood up and made the announcement. This is what this government has an incredible track record of, making great big headline announcements, no substance underneath it, no definition about how they're going to deliver it, no consultation with anybody who's going to be impacted on it. And in this instance, older Australians, their peace of mind, their security for their health care as they get older is the price this government is willing to have them pay for their budget failure.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, an emerging theme in the lead-up to this budget has been the issue of intergenerational fairness. And I thank Senator Ruston for her contribution and for her long service and commitment to health reform in this country. But this issue of intergenerational fairness must be addressed. Right now, if you are 70 years or older, you will get 32% back on your private health insurance. However, if you are a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old or a 50-year-old, you'll only get 24% back. Now, we on this side do not believe that this is fair. We do not believe that it is fair to divide Australians based on age. And what we are doing is repealing this benefit that was first introduced by the Howard government off the back of the mining boom 22 years ago. And as someone who has practiced in healthcare in public hospitals, I can tell you that I did not see, with the introduction of this policy, any reduction in pressures on public hospitals. There was no reduction. Public hospital emergency department pressures have only increased, as has throughput, over that period of time while this policy has been in place. There's an interesting report from the National Rural Health Alliance from their snapshot in 2025, and it lays out starkly the spend we make on public hospitals. So from 2022 to 2023, we spent around $85 billion in public hospitals, right? State and Commonwealth. In contrast, in community care and public health, we spent around $20 billion. General practice, $15 billion. Folks, this is all back to front. It is all back to front. This hospital-centric model of health funding has led to the issues that we are currently seeing. We, as a Labor government, are now trying to redirect funding and skew it towards community care. And that happens by strengthening Medicare. Because if you strengthen the foundations of our health system, which is actually not in hospitals, hospitals are reactive places, they react to emergencies, but if you start mending the fence at the top of the cliff, you start to see a completely different picture emerge, whereby we reduce the pressures on public hospitals. And a fine example of that is our urgent care clinics. Now, we brought in our first term of government, this new model of care called the urgent care clinic. We have currently around 137 around the country as we gun towards over 150. These have been visited by 3 million Australians. A third of them are children. They're open from early till late. They see a range of patients. You can have diagnostics done, their bloods, you can have imaging done, and guess what? It's all bulk billed. And in doing so, we have seen from our own evaluation a 10% reduction in emergency department presentations. That's how you reduce pressure on public hospitals. That's how you do it. In addition to that, we have invested a historic amount, $8.5 billion, back into bulk billing. This kicked off on the 1st of November last year, and what have we seen? Like magic, this is working, exceeding our expectations. We have seen now over 3,700 general practices around the country adopt bulk billing. We now have a metric where 97% of the population lives within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing doctor. When we came in, bulk billing was in free fall, about 75% free fall, the language used by the College of General Practitioners, not by us, by them. We have now seen an uplift to 81% in the first quarter of this year. This is the highest it has been in 20 years. This is how you reduce the burden of chronic disease, by making it easier for older Australians who carried that disease burden to see their doctor. The backbone of the health system is not your hospitals. The backbone of the health system is general practice. We are also strengthening Medicare by boosting the number of early career doctors who are entering general practice. For the first time this year, we will see over 2,000 junior doctors enter general practice training. Half of those doctors will be training in rural and regional Australia. That is how you fix our health system.
I call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I thank Senator Ruston for this motion, which One Nation supports. Currently, all Australians get a rebate on their contributions to private health insurance. For the people under 65, it's 24.1%. 65 to 69 years of age, it's 28.1%. And over 70, it's 32.2%. These are adjusted for income. Minister Butler described the system as, quote, not fair between generations. The government has announced the additional amount paid to our elderly will be removed, making everyone equal. How very communist and how self-defeating. The rebate is higher the older you get because the cost to the taxpayer of a person moving from private to public care is higher the older they get. The extra payment encourages older Australians to stay in the private health system and save the taxpayers from having to carry the full cost of their health care. Across forward estimates, this measure will cost taxpayers, including young people, billions more than it saves. And it will put more pressure on public hospitals already dealing with bed block and long waiting times. Our young people will not always be young. A measure that helps more than 3 million older Australians today will help younger Australians tomorrow. The Albanese government is promoting division in order to set one age group against another. How dishonest. Classic communism. This is the politics of envy, designed to cover up the real reason young people are struggling, which is immigration, net zero, grocery prices, energy prices, inflation, destroying industry, making lives harder and robbing our young of the opportunity to own their own home, to enjoy the life that my generation enjoys. To pitch to younger voters, start there. Introduce negative immigration until housing and infrastructure catches up, reducing house prices. Terminate this net zero madness and let business get on with creating breadwinner jobs that provide a future for our young. Intergenerational wealth transfer is a term that's a furphy, a lie, a dishonest diversion. Labor is crippling the young, as I've said. In reality, this is an excuse from Labor to increase taxes on people with assets, who after a lifetime of work are the older generations. Remember, today's young adults are the future older people. This aims to hit all Australians, including the young. All Australians, including the young. You'll eventually get hit. This is a lie that's masquerading to steal more taxes. One Nation will unwind this petty, dishonest, counterproductive measure. We are one nation, one community, and One Nation will not set one Australian against another.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And sadly, the reality for the Australians after 4 years of the Albanese government is that they're doing it tougher than ever before. Not because of bad luck, not because of global forces beyond anyone's control, but sadly the reality is because of choices, deliberate choices made by the Albanese government in Canberra. And Australians are now living with those consequences each and every day. But what do those consequences look like in real life? What has this government actually done to Australians? Well, in the first instance, you wouldn't want to be a mortgage holder in this country under the Albanese government. You are now paying $29,000 more on your mortgage. That's right, the average family under Albanese, Mr Albanese, is paying $29,000 more per year on their home loan than when Labor was elected. 15 interest rate rises under the Albanese government. And the Reserve Bank has been very, very clear. Our inflation is being driven by decisions of the Albanese government. Then, of course, the promise on energy bills. What did they say when they were trying to buy the vote of Australians? We'd reduce your energy bills by $275. Well, the bad news for Australians is this. They've risen by 32%. That promise never materialised and is long gone.
Insurance costs up by 42%. We now have, in Australia, we have experienced the highest and the biggest fall in living standards of any developed nation on earth. Not in our region, the world. And of course, the debt count heading towards $1 trillion of debt for our kids. $50,000 a minute we are paying just on the interest under the Albanese government. And then tonight, they're about to slug millions of Australians even more. In other words, the pain you are already feeling is going to get a hell of a lot worse tonight when the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, opens his mouth. Because what are they doing? On top of everything, on top of all of that pain, tonight, the Albanese government is going to cut the private health insurance rebate for every Australian over the age of 65. Australians need to think about that. Who is the face of that? Well, it could be your mum and dad. It could be your grandparents. People who have worked diligently their whole lives, they have paid their taxes, they have been responsible, and they have taken out private health cover. Why? Because they did not want to burden anyone else. They have been paying their premiums year after year after year, decade after decade after decade. I thought we'd be thanking those people. And yet tonight, because the Albanese government wouldn't know how to manage an economy if it fell over it, they are going to be punished for that responsible decision. This happens to be the reality. Up to 3.2 million older Australians will be affected tonight by the decision to cut the private health insurance rebate. Up to 3.2 million older Australians affected. 400,000 pensioners are going to be directly hit tonight. That could be an additional $1,614 for a couple on gold cover every single year. That's what you will now pay. $807 extra in cost for an individual each year. A 21.3% premium increase, the biggest rise on record. So we're in the middle of the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. This government tonight will smash our pensioners and they will ask them to find an additional $807 if you're single, or up to $1,614 for couples. That is actually the biggest premium increase on record. And guess what the reality is for those people? They're going to drop their private health cover thanks to the Albanese government. And then do you know what happens? They move into the public hospital system. And then do you know what happens? Elective surgery wait lists get longer. And then do you know what happens? Working age Australians and taxpayers actually foot the bill. This is complete madness, and the pensioners of Australia, quite frankly, deserve better.
Call Senator Daliga.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to contribute to Senator Ruston's motion. And I'd like to start off by echoing the words of my colleague, Senator Ananda Raja, and thank her for her very, very intelligent, her very considered, and her expertise in this field. And it goes to show that on this side, we have got a caucus where we have people of all walks with all sorts of information from their backgrounds, and in the medical profession, we've got an absolute gem with us. We do know that as people get older, that their needs change and trips to the doctor become more frequent, that medicines become part of their daily life, and the healthcare system becomes something that they rely on even more. For older Australians in particular, that reliance comes down to one simple question for them, is can I access the care when I need it? And the truth is that not long ago, too many Australians were asking exactly that. When we come to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor. Its bulk billing was in freefall after a decade of cuts and neglect of Medicare. And for pensioners and for retirees in particular, that mattered. And that's why the Albanese Labor government has been investing in Medicare, because Medicare is built on that simple principle. Healthcare should be accessible, regardless of your income, your age, where you live, and that matters more, not less, as Australians do get older. And that's why strengthening Medicare has been the Albanese Labor government's priority. And we're not just maintaining a system, we're rebuilding it, we're strengthening it, and we're making sure it works for everybody, and especially those who rely on it the most. In our first term, we got to work, we delivered more bulk billing, more doctors, cheaper medicines, and we opened 87 Medicare urgent care clinics across the country. For older Australians, that has meant something practical. It means being able to see a doctor without worrying about the cost. It means having somewhere to go for urgent care without sitting for hours in a hospital or emergency department. And it means knowing the system is there when you need it. But we do know that there's more to do. That's why we've been making the largest investments in Medicare in over 40 years. We've put in over $8.5 billion to rebuild access to care. We've restored bulk billing to ensure Australians and older Australians can see a doctor when they need to. And again, I'll echo the words of my colleague, Senator Amanda Raja, is keeping people out of hospital and preventing the need to go to hospital matters. So having care where people can access it, where they need it, at an affordable level with just your Medicare card. We're already seeing more practices move to fully bulk billing. Who would have thought? These things don't just happen by accident. They happen because Labor governments implement the policies to give people access to the essential services that they need. We are investing in the GP workforce that supports that care. We're training more GPs and we're bringing more doctors into the healthcare systems because access just isn't about affordability. It's making sure that healthcare providers are available for every Australian. Our Medicare urgent care clinics are also making a real difference. And in Tassie, we have got fantastic clinics across Burnie, Devonport, Launceston, and around the Hobart Greater area. They're making a difference. They are accessible. People can get to them within 20 minutes. It's incredible. Medicare urgent care clinics have been taking the pressure off the hospital system. They've been reducing the demand on emergency departments so hospitals can focus on that critical care. And urgent care clinics, people can go in. They can go in and get that care that they need, whether or not you've fallen off your bike and you need to get patched up, or whether or not there's something else, you've been bitten by an insect and you've had a reaction. Urgent care clinics are there for you. They are there extended hours and you can just walk in. And then there's medicines. And older Australians know a lot about having medicines. I know my nan in particular, she used to have quite a lot. Under the PBS, scripts are frozen to $25. But for seniors, concession card holders, that's $7.70 until the end of the decade. And Australians have saved more than $2.6 billion on the costs of their scripts thanks to Labor and our commitment to make medicines cheaper. That makes a difference, and it means that people aren't forced to choose between paying a bill and filling a script. It means that they can stick to the treatment plans and achieve better health. Labor is taking action to keep people healthy and have the care that they need.
Call Senator Steele, John.
Thank you, Acting President. People across the country are struggling to get basic health care. Some are stuck on waiting lists, others are living in pain, racked with the worry of what happens if things get worse. Right now, people are putting off going to the doctor or to the dentist because they simply cannot afford it. Parents are skipping their own appointments so that their kids can get dental care. Pensioners are living with chronic pain. Young people are ending up in emergency departments with preventable dental infections. And this is happening in one of the wealthiest countries in the world. Public waiting lists are getting longer while private healthcare becomes even more expensive. It shouldn't be the size of your bank account that decides what healthcare you can access. For years, governments have ignored the growing crisis in public health funding. Public hospitals are overcrowded, mental health care services are pushed beyond breaking point. Finding a bulk billing GP can feel impossible. Community health organisations are underfunded, and dental care is still excluded from Medicare. Dental care is health care. It is not a luxury, and yet this government continues to treat it like one. While ordinary people put off seeing the dentist because of cost, the federal government keeps handing out corporate giveaways and refusing to make the wealthiest 1% pay their fair share of tax. The priorities are completely wrong. We should be investing in bulk billing, in public hospitals, in mental health care, and we should bring, finally, dental care into Medicare. No one should have to choose between paying rent and fixing a tooth.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Askew.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the Coalition motion with grave concern about what will be contained in tonight's budget. From leaked documents and media reporting, it can only be assumed that Australians are facing yet more broken promises, along with more and higher taxes. One of these is the reckless decision, preemptively announced by the Health Minister several weeks ago, that the Albanese Labor government intends to reduce the private health insurance rebate for policyholders over 65. For many older Australians, including many in my home state of Tasmania, holding private health insurance is not a luxury. It is how they access timely and affordable care when they need it most. This change, which those opposite are attempting to frame as an issue of intergenerational equity, ignores the context and the reasons the rebate was higher for this cohort in the first place. Older Australians access the health system more frequently and generally have lower incomes. This decision will hit Australians in the hip pocket, Australians who deserve our respect after spending years, and in many cases decades, paying for private health insurance in line with government policy at the time, only to now see that support ripped away. Analysis by Private Health Australia has laid bare the damaging consequences of cutting the private health rebate for over 65s. This decision will harm around 3.2 million older Australians, including hundreds of thousands of pensioners living on fixed incomes. That analysis shows couples aged over 65 with gold cover could face additional costs of up to $1,614 a year. This would represent the largest increase in private health insurance costs on record, right in the middle of a cost of living crisis, effectively a new tax on older Australians. This issue is particularly acute in Tasmania, where the population is older than the national average and many seniors live on low fixed incomes. Tasmanian health insurer St Luke's found that among affected members, 1 in 4 has an income of less than $30,000 and 3 in 4 have an income of less than $55,000. This puts into sharp context the claims from those opposite that this is merely about fairness. In reality, it will disproportionately impact older Australians with lower levels of disposable income. Health Minister in Tasmania, Bridget Archer, has stated that this decision was deeply concerning and would force many older Tasmanians to downgrade or leave private health insurance altogether, forcing them into the Tasmanian public health system. She's also claimed that, much like we're seeing with Tasmanians stranded in our hospitals and GP access, this is yet another cost shift from the Commonwealth Government to the states, with Tasmanians to suffer as a result. Framing this decision as one of intergenerational equity is a slap in the face to older Australians and their families who have worked hard throughout their lives and made significant contributions to our economy. Families caring for older parents and grandparents want and need their loved ones to receive timely and affordable care. If private health insurance helps deliver that care, they should be supported, not blamed for this government's failure to properly invest in aged care. Older Australians are not responsible for government shortfall in aged care infrastructure. That responsibility rests squarely with the government itself. Knee-jerk, band-aid measures such as cutting the rebate, introducing new aged care co-payments and rolling out AI-driven assessments will not deliver the reform the aged care system needs. Instead, they will further disadvantage older Australians who are already struggling to make ends meet. Labor's treatment of older Australians could not be clearer. Indeed, Minister Butler's attempt to bury this announcement beneath a National Press Club speech on the NDIS, seemingly in the hope that no one would notice. You do not hide good policy. The reality is that older Australians' health will pay the price for this decision. It is no exaggeration to say that many will be forced onto public waiting lists because they cannot absorb the increased cost of private health insurance. Yet public hospitals across the country are already overstretched and overburdened. This shift will lead to longer elective surgery wait lists, more ambulance ramping and poorer health outcomes. For all older Australians, timely and affordable access to care can quite literally mean the difference between life and death. Medical treatment can be life-saving and life-extending for many. For Labor to frame this decision solely around intergenerational equity is misleading and fails to recognise its real-world consequences. This is not just about numbers, it's about people's health. Yet another broken promise from a Labor government that claimed it would ease pressure on public hospitals. Australians do not deserve a budget of broken promises and high taxes tonight.
Thank you, Senator Askew. I now move to attendance by Minister, and I call the clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres, to make an explanation in relation to the Home Guarantee Scheme.
I call Minister Ayres.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. The motion agreed to by the Senate on April Fool's Day seeks explanations on two separate orders, OPD 119 and OPD 27. It might be useful to remind Senator Bragg of what his motions were, given there have been so many of them. I'm very pleased to see that Senator Bragg has clearly had a good 6-week break. I don't want to reflect on a senator's appearance, but he's clearly had some vitamin D therapy, suntanned in here. I don't know whether he picked up the tan, you know, door knocking in Deniliquin or greeting voters in Griffith, arguing with voters in Albury and Dean Street there, or lingering in Leeton. I faintly suspect that none of those places were the source of the additional melatonin produced by sunshine for the old humble brag. They were, I suspect they're at Cooter Beach or skiing perhaps. But the order 119 sought documents, I quote, regarding the contingent liability taxpayers are being exposed to from the Home Guarantee Scheme. That's Senator Bragg's own words. And two documents were tabled in response to that order. Firstly, an Excel spreadsheet of the modelling conducted by the Australian Government Actuary on the contingent liability of this scheme. And secondly, the papers that accompany that Excel spreadsheet and explain and provide a summary of the result. The order was for contingent liability modelling. We provided him with that contingent liability modelling in a spreadsheet with an explanation. The government has complied with this motion, and we've given Senator Bragg precisely what the motion sought. Minister O'Neill has explained this to Senator Bragg in a letter directly addressed to him. Minister Gallagher has explained this to him in a statement. Minister Farrell has explained this to him in the Senate, and I'm back here for round two to see if I can get it through that this order has been entirely complied with. And maybe one of his colleagues could assist him, maybe sorting the piles of paper on his desk, to help him to figure this out. He even told the chamber that the contingent liability, he said, has nothing to do with the Home Guarantee Scheme. This is his own motion that he's clearly very, very confused about. I'm happy if it assists him. I'm happy to assist him tabling it. You know, we can nail it on his door, whatever he likes. It's job done. Job done in terms of Order 119. Now, Order 27, which related to the Home Guarantee Scheme and to our plan to build 100,000 new homes for first home buyers, the government has provided documents too in relation to that order. Following long-standard practice, redactions have been applied to remove names and contact details of non-executive staff. Like, that's the normal process. As is appropriate, documents which would disclose the deliberation of Cabinet are not released. Like, that is not a new approach from this government. It is like a well-established process that has, a very strong rationale and backing from this institution in order to protect Cabinet deliberations. I'm not sure whether or not it really is that Senator Bragg has just lost track of what's going on here, but it does tell you a bit about the sort of carping negativity and process focus, a complete lack of focus on the things that ordinary Australians want, which is a government that's backing them and backing their work to secure a home for them and their families.
Senator Bragg. Sorry,
Well, thank you very much for that.
Sorry, I think I need to...
Sorry, I move to take note.
Yes.
Move to take note, Acting Deputy President. And moving to take note of the Minister's explanation would be, I think, rather generous, because it wasn't an explanation, because the Minister is engaged in obfuscation here, as has the government, because going back to July last year after the election, when OPD 27 was initially moved and agreed to by the Senate, we were seeking the modelling which was to underpin the 5% deposit scheme. And so the idea that I have lost my mind, whilst maybe some level funny and may possibly be true, in this case it is not true, because since July we have been seeking access to the modelling which underpinned the Prime Minister's assertion that the home guarantee scheme's expansion to anyone, effectively, would only result in a 0.6% increase in house prices. Now, the lived experience here has been a 6% increase in house prices underneath the home guarantee scheme in 6 months. So we went from 0.6% over 6 years to 6% in just 6 months. So clearly, the government have no idea what they're doing. The modelling that was done for them was completely wrong, and the government knows that this housing gimmick, this 5% deposit scheme, which was deployed into a market which was constrained by a collapse in supply, a huge collapse in supply, from 200,000 houses a year on average down to 170,000 houses a year on average. And the fact that this policy was pushed into the market at that time, it was always likely to have a price impact, which is why the government went to great lengths to get it modelled. Of course, the modelling was only done after the policy was announced. The policy was announced during the election campaign as a giveaway. And then we have the modelling produced by the Treasury. But of course, everything is redacted. And when we see the pieces of paper we get back from the government, OPDs or FOIs, whatever they are, everything is covered up. So we can't actually see the basis upon which the modelling was done. So the lack of transparency and the attempts to smear the opposition as being of unsound mind doesn't go very far in providing the sort of transparency and integrity that this government promised that they would deliver for Australians when they were elected some 4 years ago. But given we are here on the day of the 2026-2027 budget, in which the government is proposing to break all promises made about not increasing taxes, maybe I shouldn't be surprised. But at the most basic level, I want to acknowledge the Senate's desire, as evidenced by its repeated voting pattern, to have the documents provided for public inspection. Because it's not good enough for the government to say, well, in relation to the supply response, factoring in the supply response, which is what the modelling has taken into account, we're just going to redact that whole section. I mean, the idea that we can't see how the modelling was done for the government makes a mockery of this chamber. It makes a mockery of the people who send us to do this work. All we're seeking to do is to get to the bottom of how the modelling was done and on which basis it was done, because clearly the lived experience has shown the modelling was wrong. So given the government tonight is apparently going to promise that 75,000 people are going to have now access to a first home, I mean, you won't be surprised to hear that we're sceptical of their modelling efforts, given the last one was so wrong. So what we've seen this afternoon from the Minister is no further information. And it's not just the OPDs 27 and 119, there's also Senator Payman's OPD 208, where Senator Payman has sought to get access to information, and she's received the same blanked out, redacted pieces of paper. So we have 3 OPDs on foot where we have not been able to get to the bottom of the modelling underpinning the 5% deposit scheme. So, I mean, at this rate, the Minister will be coming in and having to do a lot more explanations where he accuses other people of being of unsound mind, which may be funny, but ultimately it doesn't advance the policy interests of the nation, because this covering up doesn't help us get to the bottom of things, and it therefore doesn't give the government an opportunity to course correct with their future policy intervention. So I'll call on the Senator again to at least get the Minister back to explain. I'm wondering the value of that. But, I mean, we need to seriously consider more coercive measures on the government ministers if they're going to treat this chamber in this way, because, I mean, honestly, what's the point? I mean, we really need to consider whether we restrict the minister's ability to engage in this chamber in some form.
Sorry, I've just had a mental blank on your surname. Senator Walker, my apologies.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Housing has become one of those topics where every Australian seems to have a story. You hear it at pub dinners, at school pickup, in group chats, in awkward conversations between parents and adult kids who can still not afford to move out. And people are exhausted because there are Australians doing everything right, yet feel like home ownership is drifting further away every single year. Young people are battling each other for rental properties like it's the Hunger Games. Families who absolutely would have owned a home a generation ago cannot get a foothold in the market. Renters are watching prices jump again and again while their wages do not. And homelessness is becoming more visible in suburbs and regional towns where people never used to see it before. People know something is broken. And I think what frustrates Australians most is that housing has become so politicised that sometimes it feels harder to get an honest conversation than it is to get a rental application approved, because this crisis did not appear overnight. For a long time, the Commonwealth stepped back from housing and left most of the heavy lifting to the states. And during most of the Coalition's 9 years in government, they did not even have a housing minister. That still blows my mind. Imagine the scale of this crisis and then looking at it years ago and going, she'll be right. Meanwhile, Australia underbuilt homes for years while our population grew, our cities expanded, and construction became slower, harder, and more expensive. So no, this is not a crisis that can be fixed with one announcement or even one budget. But what matters is whether governments are willing to genuinely engage with the problem, and this government is. Because under Prime Minister Albanese, the Commonwealth stopped being a bystander and started acting like housing is a national priority again. That means tackling the crisis from multiple angles at once. Building more homes, backing renters, helping first home buyers, actually trying to increase supply instead of just yelling at each other on television panels. And there has been real progress already. Since coming to government, more than 240,000 Australians have bought their first home with a 5% deposit. More than 1 million households have been supported through increases to rent assistance. And we now have more than 24,000 social and affordable homes either planned or under construction, with thousands already completed. That matters because behind every housing statistic is somebody trying to build a life. Somebody trying to raise kids somewhere stable. Somebody trying to stay close to work, family or community instead of being pushed further and further out. And I think younger Australians are particularly tired of hearing housing discussed like it is some abstract economic concept instead of the thing shaping almost every major life decision they make. People are delaying relationships, delaying kids, moving back home, living with 5 housemates at 30, spending absurd percentages of their income on rent, and then being told they just need to budget better by people who bought houses when a deposit costs roughly the same as a medium-sized iced latte now. Australians don't expect miracles from government, but they do want seriousness. They want homes built faster. They want more medium density near transport and jobs. They want less pointless red tape. They want renters to be treated fairly. They want governments willing to admit this crisis is structural and requires long-term effort. Because there is no silver bullet here, the answer is not blame, it's building. Building social housing, building affordable housing, building homes for first home buyers, building infrastructure so communities can grow sustainably, and building enough confidence back into the system where younger Australians can imagine a future where stable housing is not treated like some impossible luxury. Because housing should not feel unattainable in a country like Australia. And whilst there is still a long way to go, this government is at least willing to roll up its sleeves and actually do the work.
Thank you. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's lack of a response to this order for production of documents. And this is a pattern that we are seeing regularly from this Labor government in showing contempt for this chamber, in providing it with the information that we are entitled to see. And I think it is fair to say that if the government believed that this program was a good one, then they would be showing us the modelling and they'd be very happy to do so. But what we know is that this is a program that has failed, just like their HAF has failed. Hardly any houses built. And now we see a 5% deposit scheme that has pushed up the price of houses. And whilst, as Senator Walker says, 240,000 people have availed themselves of that 5% deposit scheme, the average price of a house is now around $1 million. So the government has helped people to acquire a roughly $950,000 debt. And on top of that, interest rates have now gone up. So all they're doing is pushing up house prices and saddling people with massive amounts of debt. And meanwhile, the banks are absolutely making massive profits, making bank, off the interest of these loans. Like, how about we tax the banks and then build some public housing? That would fix the housing crisis. Senator Walker talked about a whole range of impacts that this housing crisis is having, and I agree with her on that. But what I don't agree with her on is that Labor has risen to the occasion to actually tackle the scale of this crisis, because it is a crisis. And Labor has now been in government for 4 years, and they are about to hand down their 5th budget. And every measure that they have taken in the last 4 years has been tinkering around the edges rather than tackling the actual problems. We need a massive build of public housing in this country. That is the way that we will tackle the housing crisis. Senator Walker talked about the fact that the government's made some increases to rent assistance. Well, the government's own committee, the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee's most recent report, says that all of those gains have now been lost. They've been negated because now rents have gone up and the cost of housing has gone up, and so they might as well have not made those increases, because in making the problem worse, they've just neutralised each other. If this government had the courage to stand up to the big end of town, they would be taxing the 1%. They would be making sure that the banks were paying their fair share of tax. They would be making sure that gas corporations were paying at least 25% on their gas exports. They would be making sure that the billionaires in this country were paying their fair share. They would be making sure that corporations in this country, every corporation, was prevented from price gouging people. And the revenue that they could generate from really tackling capital gains tax and negative gearing, not tinkering around the edges like we're hearing, actually taxing the gas corporations, stopping fossil fuel subsidies, maybe don't pay for those submarines that we'll never see from a country that just has a leader that is tanking his own economy. Like, if they actually had the courage to do these things, to stand up to their corporate mates, to stand up to the big end of town, then we'd have the money we need to actually tackle the housing crisis, to build hundreds of thousands of public homes, to actually make sure that people have a roof over their head, to raise income support so that people on the lowest incomes in this country can actually afford to live. And the fact that they won't release the documentation tells us everything that we need to know, that they are embarrassed by this policy and it's not working.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this government has failed on housing, but this government has also failed on transparency, which is why we are here speaking on this topic. This government refuses to provide information that has been requested by a senator in this chamber. And instead of explaining why or providing that information, they choose to mock that senator for seeking the information. That is the hallmark of this government. They provide what they want, when they want, how they want, if they want. But that's not how democracy works. Senator Walker made a comment as she finished that housing should not be unattainable in a country like Australia. And she's right. But guess what? It is unattainable in this country. And guess what else? It's become even more unattainable over the last 4 years under the Albanese Labor government. So throw whatever rocks that you will at others around this chamber, but it is those opposite, sitting in the government benches, that are accountable for where we find ourselves today. And I am tired of it. It should not be impossible for a young person to buy a home. It should not be impossible for a woman restarting her life after she's been impacted by domestic violence to buy a home. It should not be impossible for any person to buy a home in this country. It should be something that they should be able to do without question. The policies of this government have made it harder for Australians to access housing. We look at the 5% deposit guarantee scheme that Senator Bragg has been speaking about. The Prime Minister said that their modelling suggested, and I'll read it to make sure that I don't get it wrong, that it would only push up house prices by 0.6% in 6 years. But their reckless policy has actually pushed up prices by 3.6% in entry-level homes in just the first quarter alone, in the December 2025 quarter alone. We told them that that would happen in this chamber, much the same people that have spoken this evening, and they would not listen to us because, as always, they know best. But guess what? You don't know best. You have made it worse. You have tanked our economy. You have mismanaged it in the most appalling way. And Australians are paying the price for it. And moreover, young Australians. And now they're championing that they have created change that will be announced tonight in their budget, intergenerational equity. Well, explain to me how that happens when now it's just the young Australians who don't own their own home that won't be able to negative gear. Explain that to me. They can't afford to buy a home where they have grown up or where they work. So guess what? If you had an idea about maybe rent vesting, maybe purchasing a home somewhere else where it's cheaper, to get your foot onto the property ladder, you can't do that because that wouldn't be fair. Explain that to me because I don't get it. What this government is planning to do tonight, based on what they have themselves leaked to the media about what they're doing in the budget, is pulling the ladder up so that young Australians can't get on that property ladder, and they should be ashamed. They should be ashamed by pretending that what they are doing tonight in the budget is about intergenerational fairness, when all it is about is plugging their own spending holes. They are taxing Australians more because they have spent far too much and they do not know how to manage that. And they dare to lecture us about asking them to be accountable in this place. They dare to lecture us about wasting their time by making them be transparent. Well, can I suggest to you that you should be doing that? And this government needs to step up and lead, which it has not yet done in the past 4 years.
Thanks very much, Senator. Are there any other senators that wish to make a contribution? There being none, the question before the chair is that the motion moved by Senator Bragg be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Is a division required, senators? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Take note? All right. Just cancel the division. Cancel division. Yeah, thank you. It's all right. There was a bit of a changeover of chairs there for a second, but it's all good. It's all right. So we'll now move. We've agreed to take note of the question. We'll move now to item 18. I'll proceed to the consideration of documents. Now, the documents are listed on pages 6 to 12 of today's order of business. Are there any senators that wish to... So just for clarity, senators, the documents that are listed on pages 6 to 12 of today's order of business, are there any documents that senators like to take note of? Yes. Senator McGrath, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm going to go through, I'll just list the numbers. So
that would be great,
I'd
thank
you. Note of document 15, document 17, 18, 20, 21, 30, 31, 32, 35. Going to government documents also. Happy to. So document 38, document 40, document 47, 50, 52.
And I think we stopped there.
And I stopped there, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Excellent. Very efficient of you. Thank you for doing that, Senator. Are there any other senators that... Senator Shoebridge, you're on your feet.
I thought we might start at document 1.
Oh, well, let's do that.
So,
thank you, Senator. You have the call.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. This is the response from the Auditor General to the request from the Senate, and I think it ended up being a unanimous resolution of the Senate, to reinstate the major projects report in defence. What we saw earlier this year was a really out of the blue for much of the public and for those who are observing the space, a decision that seemed to be supported by the Audit Office, as well as by the Joint Standing Committee that oversights the Audit Office, a decision made to cancel the Major Projects Review. Now, the Major Projects Review is one of the few moments in the annual calendar where you get to really hold Defence to account. You can see the slippage in the delivery of all of their major projects. You see the cost blowouts. And because what the Major Projects Review is, it compares defence project costs to not just the most recent amended project cost, normally the 50th or 60th variation on that, but it compares the cost to the second pass, when it went through the Cabinet, went through and got formally adopted as a capability. It compares the budget to that second pass budget, and also what the projected time frame for delivery was at second pass. And what we saw year after year was that Defence wasn't a few years behind cumulatively. Defence is decades and decades behind the production of major projects. And we're only talking about 20 or so major projects, not all of them. And what they also showed was massive cost blowouts and also radical reductions often in the capability. So Defence was failing on every count. The second pass approval said that for a certain price in a certain time, a certain capability would be delivered. And what we found time after time after time in the major projects report, and you could track it back over years, was that capabilities were being reduced, timeframes were being massively blown out, and budgets were being massively blown out. And Defence, I think probably uniquely in the federal government, fails to meet or even come close to meeting any of its key performance indicators. And so the major projects report year after year after year would identify that. So what did Defence do? Well, the Empire started fighting back because Defence hated the scrutiny that was happening in the major projects review. And so they gathered together in their little, Death Star somewhere over there, the other side of Parliamentary Triangle, and they worked out how they could undermine the major projects review. And they decided that they would start doing this not for publication. And they'd start saying to the Audit Office that they wouldn't produce they'd give data to the Audit Office, but then they'd say to the Audit Office, you can't include this data in your final report to the Parliament and the public because it would degrade Australia's national security. If you pointed out the obscene delay in producing Capability X, or the budget blowout, or the reduction in capabilities achieved, that would somehow erode the defence capacity of Australia and erode our national security. If we learnt the truth about Defence's failures, that would erode, that would attack somehow the national interest. Well, I've got to tell you this. Not finding the truth out about Defence's repeated institutional failures on procurement is a far bigger risk to national security. Handing over $50 to $60 up to $70 billion a year to an organisation that has almost zero accountability and a track record of blowing that money is a major risk to national security. And rather than pushing back against this, we get these sort of meek little notes from the Audit Office year after year that, I want to draw your attention to the fact that these numbers aren't being produced. And it got to the point that last year so much data was withheld from Defence that the Audit Office thought that actually the major projects report wasn't worth the paper it was written on because we couldn't trust it to hold the government to account because a whole chunk of the key data wasn't there. So what now has the Audit Office said? Well, the Audit Office, which is facing a major budget crunch from this government, has said that they can no longer afford to keep doing the major projects report. Defence wins. Defence has won. By hiding information year after year, they've won the fight and they've killed off the major projects report. That is an appalling outcome for the public, but no doubt cheered on in Russell.
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. Now, are there any other senators that wish to make a contribution towards the consideration document? Senator Whish-Wilson. Hang on a second there. Sorry, Senator, just hang on a second. Okay, Senator Shoebridge, were you in continuation or?
Yes, indeed. I do see.
Yes, thank you.
And I had a couple of other documents too, but I'm happy to go after Senator
I was going to say, I
Whish-Wilson.
think your colleague may have beaten you on that, but we'll come back to you. Senator Whish-Wilson, I'll give you the call and then I'll come back to Senator Shoebridge.
No, you go, Pete.
Okay. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Make some comments on document item number 57 on page 14, Economics Reference Committee Funding and Resourcing for CSIRO, committee report.
Senator Whish-Wilson, we're actually not there yet at the moment, so we're not dealing with government responses up until item 54. Okay, so I'll go back to Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, unless there's any other senators.
Reserve, take note of it and seek leave to continue my remarks on document 3.
Yes.
And have we moved over to page 7 yet?
Yes.
Document 8, document 10,
Yes.
for overabundant caution, document 14, and document 16 as well.
Okay.
And I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any other senators? Senator Whish-Wilson.
Just wanted to clarify, Acting Deputy President, you said I was seeking to talk to a government response to a report, but it was a committee report, so...
The advice I had from the clerk, so it was item 56, but
57,
item
57.
54 is what we're doing. So items 55 onwards are at item 19.
Okay.
Okay? Which is reports and government responses. No, not yet. Just wait a minute, Senator. We will get there. I just want to check there's no other senators that wish to talk on consideration of documents. Okay, there being none. All right, we'll now move on to item 19, which is the tabling consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator, I'll go to the Chief Government Whip, Senator Sheldon.
Then you come back to me, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Additional information received. My apologies, I've just mucked up a little bit myself, but we can go now, Tim. I present additional information received by the Community Affairs Legislation Committee relating to estimates. I'm tabling that report. I present the Human Rights Scrutiny Reports 4 and 5 of 2026 to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. I present the 2 reports the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the National Anti-Corruption Commission as shown at item 18, today's order of business. And I present the 232nd report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties.
Minister.
Thank you. Acting Deputy President, I present 5 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 19 in today's order of business, and I seek leave to have these documents incorporated into Hansard.
Thank you, Minister. Assuming leave's granted. Now, I am just going to quickly come to the opposition. I understand there's just a couple that we're just noting, so I'll come to Senator McGrath and then I'll come to you, Senator Brown. Senator McGrath.
I move to take note of documents 57, 58, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, and then I will finish off with 56, 57, 59, 62, 66 and 68, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Senator. Now, Senator Brown, I'll come to you.
I present the 189th report of the Committee of Privileges regarding the handling of documents and communications by the Department of Parliamentary Services together with accompanying documents. I move that the Senate take note of the report. This inquiry related to searches of data held on the Parliamentary Computing Network. The searches were undertaken to support an independent investigation by Dr. Fiona Ruffley into an incentive to retire payment made to a former Deputy Secretary of DPS. 3 data searches were undertaken in support of the Ruffley investigation, 2 by DPS officers and the 3rd search by a contractor, TransPerfect Legal. TransPerfect had been engaged by the law firm which was acting for DPS. The extracted data of 8 DPS staff from the parliamentary network consisting of emails and Microsoft's 365 logs from a 10-month period in 2023. This data was then filtered against search criteria designed to target information relevant to the investigation. Before the search results were provided to Dr. Ruffley, the metadata of that material was examined by the law firm for data connected to parliamentarians, their staff or the operations of Parliament. The evidence of the law firm to the committee was that no material of that nature was identified. At its heart, this inquiry relates to the issue of how to protect the privileges of the Parliament while ensuring that appropriate action can be taken to investigate allegations of illegal activity or maladministration. As detailed in our report, it was not necessary or appropriate for the committee to form a concluded view on whether misconduct or of any kind occurred in relation to the incentive to retire payment. The committee accepts that matters have been raised with the current Secretary of DPS, which she was bound to address and which she ultimately considered met the statutory threshold for referral to the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The committee accepts the evidence provided by DPS that it believes that no data related to parliamentarians or their staff was examined by the law firm or provided to Dr. Ruffley. However, this does not eliminate the possibility that the bulk data, which was filtered using the TransPerfect search software, included such material. The committee is concerned with the provision of such material to a third party. We are particularly concerned by the decision to do so, not under the compulsion of a legal requirement to produce that information, but in circumstances where DPS was determining how to pursue an administrative investigation. It is important to recognise that not all information of parliamentarians is connected to parliamentary proceedings. There is much material on parliamentary systems which is not therefore protected by parliamentary privilege. However, as parliamentarians, we have a legitimate expectation that information held on the parliamentary computing network on our behalf will be held confidentially. The committee accepts that the Ruffley inquiry related to matters which had no intersection with parliamentary proceedings. The matters under investigation related solely to an administrative decision by the former Secretary of DPS. Furthermore, the roles of the DPS officers concerned did not involve providing advice or research to members and senators to support them performing their parliamentary functions. There was therefore limited risk that the electronic records filtered by TransPerfect would contain any records subject to parliamentary privilege. Nevertheless, the committee welcomes DPS Secretary's acknowledgement that it would have been better for her to seek the advice of the clerks to ensure the investigation did not improperly interfere with parliamentary proceedings. The clerks are the acknowledged experts on parliamentary privilege. Seeking their guidance on any implications of investigative action is an important element in ensuring the Parliament that appropriate regard has been given to privilege. The importance of seeking this advice is illustrated by the narrow interpretation of parliamentary privilege which persists in the evidence provided by DPS and the Attorney-General's Department. Both departments gave evidence which asserted that the immunity of proceedings in Parliament only applied to the use of those proceedings in a court or tribunal. This position has been explicitly rejected by the Senate. The Senate has consistently asserted that the immunity also protects privileged material against incursion by the executive and executive agencies. It is important that DPS and others proceed on the basis of the Senate's firm view with respect to the scope of parliamentary privilege. Any action taken on the basis of a narrower interpretation may draw the intense scrutiny of this committee and the Senate. The committee acknowledges that steps DPS has taken to improve its procedure in relation to requests to provide DPS employee data. However, there is a broader question about ensuring that the procedures DPS follows embed principles which reflect that data held on the parliamentary system is held on behalf of the Parliament and subject to the constraints imposed by parliamentary privilege. In other words, the default position in relation to electronic systems which capture sensitive information about the activities of parliamentarians is that they should be used only in the manner and for the purposes authorised. It would support more consistency in this regard for an overarching set of principles to be developed which can be applied to new systems or scenarios and which provide context to the purpose of more detailed codes and policies. To address this, the committee has recommended that DPS draft, in consultation with the clerks, a statement of principles regarding the handling of data held on the electronic systems managed on behalf of the Parliament. The committee proposes to consider and approve those principles and recommends that they should only be amended in future with the approval of the committee. Perhaps as critical as the Pacific policies which regulate the handling of information in the parliamentary environment is fostering a culture among parliamentary service officers that places the institutional integrity of the Parliament at the centre of their decision-making. To support the consistent application of the principles for handling parliamentary data, we have recommended that induction processes for staff of DPS should ensure officers understand the distinct features of parliamentary service, including the implications of parliamentary privilege for their work. The committee places on record its appreciation to those who gave evidence to the inquiry and particularly acknowledges the difficult personal circumstances in which some submitters and witnesses provided evidence. Finally, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the committee for their considered and collegiate approach to this matter, and I commend the report to the Senate.
Thanks a lot, Senator Brown. Are there any other senators that wish to make a contribution to Senator Brown's table on the report? And I just want to check, Senator Brown, were you seeking any continuation of that? No? Okay. Okay, now we're still on item 19. I just want to check, are there any other senators that wish to make a contribution to the table in consideration of committee reports and government responses? Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you, Clerk. And I just wanted to move that the question moved by Senator Brown be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against, carried. Senator Hodgins-May?
Thank
on item
you.
19?
Yes, I believe so. I move to take note of the final report of the Select Committee on the taxation of gas resources listed on page 15 of today's read.
Yep.
Is that right?
You may.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, look, our inquiry heard loud and clear from Australians that they are not getting a fair share for their gas resources, while multinational corporations rake in enormous profits. And Ken Henry, I think, said it best when he said, "Cut the crap and just do it." That became the defining message of this inquiry from the public. During the global energy crisis, gas companies made an estimated $112 billion in windfall profits, and yet petroleum resource rent tax actually fell during that period. It's a rip-off. Australia's gas tax is dramatically lower than other countries like Norway, like Qatar, the UK and Canada. We heard from witness after witness that the PRRT is fundamentally broken, that it is riddled with holes and deductions that let gas corporations minimise what they pay. It is a broken system. We also heard that gas company after gas company, who, I might add, refused to send their CEOs, too weak to send their CEOs. No, this is a national inquiry into an issue that is probably of the most significant public importance of recent time, and the CEOs of those big gas exporters didn't even have the guts or the courage to show up. Then when we heard their lower executives turning up, parroting gas industry talking point after gas industry talking point. You know, these are talking points that the Prime Minister himself even started parroting. We had this ludicrous scenario of the Prime Minister quoting the gas lobby talking points and vice versa, ad nauseum. The capture is stark. The revolving door is spinning faster than ever, with nearly every single resources minister going on to work in the fossil fuel lobby. And those political donations that continue to roll in certainly certainly seem to pay dividends when policy is being written by this government. It is disgraceful, and the Australian people are absolutely appalled. Now, the key findings of our report, and I think that what's not in there is more telling than what is in that final report. We heard explosive analysis that the Japanese government collects more tax off Australian gas than Australia does. I mean, well done, Japan. You are acting in the interests of your people, as the Australian people are demanding this government does. But they're failing to do, with all these faux excuses that were dismantled by witness after witness in our inquiry. Evidence to the inquiry showed that a minimum 25% gas export tax could raise up to $17 billion per year to go towards things like electrifying our country and helping people through this really tough cost of living crisis that people are experiencing. We heard that really the government needs to stare down 10 gas export projects. That's it, 10 gas export projects to raise $17 billion worth of revenue. And you know what? Evidence from Treasury, from economists, and even gas companies themselves contradicted the claims of the Prime Minister and industry that an export tax would impact on trade relationships and that it would drive up prices overseas. This was rebutted by Treasury, it was rebutted by the gas industry, and it was rebutted by Ken Henry. We heard that the burden of any export tax would overwhelmingly fall on multinational gas shareholders, not international customers, because prices are largely set through global markets and long-term contracts. So you know what? Every time we saw the Prime Minister get up and say now's not the time, well, we call nonsense based on the evidence that our inquiry heard. It is the profits of those gas exporters that's at stake, and that is exactly who the Prime Minister is going into bat for. Evidence showed that most Australian gas projects would remain highly profitable even with a 25% gas export tax. Taxpayers already subsidise the gas industry through infrastructure, public support and fossil fuel subsidies, yet we receive barely anything in return. So we heard witnesses saying, oh, we're not like Norway. They have a stake in their fossil fuel industry and they take on the risk and they take on the reward. Well, we're the mugs. We just take on the risk. By investing in the infrastructure, we don't take on the reward. We don't tax these guys. And we heard that Shell, a company who has announced double profits through this illegal war that's happening, paid no PRRT in over 10 years. In over a decade, they paid not a cent of petroleum resource rent tax, and INPEX, who are plundering the Northern Territory, fall into that category as well. And importantly, witnesses stressed the window to secure public revenue for gas exports is closing as the global transition away from fossil fuels accelerates. And when the Prime Minister says now is not the time, again, we call rubbish on now not being the time. These corporations are set to make obscene windfall profits through this illegal war, blood-soaked illegal profits, and now is exactly the time that the Australian public expect them to pay what they owe. But despite all of this overwhelming evidence, the committee did not support actual recommendations for reform. And as I said, what's missing from the report is incredibly telling, and I'll let the public join the dots as to why we didn't get those recommendations. But the Greens are on the record for a very long time saying we must tax our gas exports and Australians deserve and expect it of us. Labor is trying to kick the can down the road rather than confront the reality that Australians are being ripped off and that the great tax rip-off continues under its watch. We see the Prime Minister to continue to repeat and echo those gas talking points. And on the same day, hours before this report was due to be published, they say, look over here at our gas reservation policy written by industry. Nothing to see over there. You know, how cynical can you get? Well, people see through it. They see that this smoke and mirrors and distraction from the real issue, and they call BS. This government are literally taking the Australian public as fools. And it's simply not working. We see polling reflecting that the vast majority of Australians want to tax our gas and want a fair share of our resources. It's not unreasonably. Labor knows that this system is broken, but they are too timid, they are too weak, and they are too captured to challenge the gas lobby. What other industry gets their inputs for free? Farmers don't get free seed or fertiliser. Bakers don't get free flour. Why does the gas industry get gifted our gas? Chevron, to the tune of $300 billion worth of our gas gifted to their Gorgon project. Money that then flows into Trump's inauguration fund. I mean, what a disgrace. This budget could be an opportunity for real reform, to stare down the gas cartel and get some money back for Australians instead of cutting essential public services. But I fear that the cowards in Labor will not do that. And look, if Labor thinks the book is closed and that if we don't get a gas tax in the budget tonight, that's the end of it, well, they have got another thing coming, because I just warn you folks, this campaign is just getting started. We have seen and heard firsthand the fury of this community campaign, of everyday Australians saying enough is enough. We want our fair share, they say. They look to countries like Norway with multiple trillion-dollar wealth funds, sovereign wealth funds, and they imagine what Australia could be paying for. You know, not begging for scraps and cutting 160,000 people off the NDIS. We could be funding free, high-quality universal childcare. We could get dental care into Medicare. There is so much that we could do with this money, and all it takes is this government to stare down its gas industry donors. The Greens will not rest until we scrap the broken PRRT, until we introduce at least a 25% gas export tax on our resources, and until we use that money to pay for the things that Australians need and that Australians deserve. So let's cut the crap and get it done.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy President. I'm privileged to make a slightly calmer and more rational contribution to the very, very important issue contained in this report. The Australian Greens and Independents have sought to hijack what is a genuine sentiment in our country, and that genuine sentiment is for a fairer return for Australians from the extraction of our natural resources. Indeed, in my home state of Western Australia, this is a growing sentiment. It's been hijacked by the Australian Greens and Independent senators because they want to use it as camouflage for their desire to end fossil fuels. And contrary to the contribution of the senator before me, the energy, enthusiasm for the campaign is running out of steam. Excuse the pun. This report confirms what the Coalition has said from the outset. Australia does not need a reckless new gas tax. Australia needs more gas supply, more investment and more energy security. The Greens and Senator Pocock came to this inquiry with a pre-written answer: tax gas harder, punish investment and dress up anti-gas campaign as tax reform. The Coalition's position has been clear and consistent. No arbitrary windfall levy, no retrospective tax grab, and no policy that risks jobs, investment, regional communities or Australia's reputation as a reliable energy supplier, especially not at this critical geopolitical time. The PRRT is working. It was consciously designed to tax profits once major high-risk projects recover their enormous upfront costs. That is exactly what is happening. The industry is already paying its required tax. Australian Energy Producers has confirmed the oil and gas industry contributed $21.9 billion last year and remains the second highest corporate taxpayer in Australia. The Australian Taxation Office evidence also corrected the false claim made by the Greens and other independent senators that gas companies are not paying tax. Corporate tax paid by oil and gas reached $10.4 billion in 2023-24. The Prime Minister himself has rejected this dishonest claim that gas is being exported tax-free. Labor has not backed the Greens' position because even Labor knows the numbers do not support it. But let's just wait and see exactly what Labor might do in coming months or the next year. This is the political reality. The The Greens and Senator Pocock are isolated. Their campaign has more to do with shutting down gas than improving the tax system. A 25% export levy would not be modest. Wood Mackenzie's analysis found it could push effective tax rates above 80% and reduce project value by up to 94% and put future production and revenue at risk. You do not increase tax revenue by making projects uninvestable. You increase revenue by getting projects approved, attracting capital, producing more gas and keeping Australia competitive. Woodside, Chevron, Impex and Santos all made the same basic point. Investors made multi-billion-dollar decisions in good faith under existing rules. Changing those rules again so soon after the 2023 PRRT reforms would damage Australia's reputation. Impex described the 2023 reforms as a handshake that meant pens down on the PRRT. Instead, only a few years later, the industry is being dragged back into another politically driven tax debate. Chevron warned that frequent tax reviews create fiscal instability. Woodside said the PRRT does work. Santos said retrospective changes should not be supported. That spells danger for gas exploration, gas production and jobs in the gas industry in Australia. We have heard the Greens and others talk about Norway, but they ignore the basic difference. Norway co-invests with industry and shares risk. Australia relies on private capital, and you cannot copy Norway's tax rate while refusing to copy Norway's investment model. This inquiry has also exposed the activist agenda behind the campaign. Some submitters were not arguing for better tax design, they were arguing to stop new gas projects altogether. Yes, says Senator Faruqi, sprung. That matters because gas is not just another industry, it underpins manufacturing, jobs, exports, household energy reliability and the energy security of key partners, including Japan and Korea. Japan's warning should be taken seriously. Australia's LNG reputation has been built over decades. Surprise, retrospective taxes would send exactly the wrong message to our closest trading partners. Regional communities know what the activists ignore. In places like Onslow, in my home state of Western Australia, the gas sector has delivered jobs, infrastructure, local business opportunities and long-term community investment. The Coalition's recommendation is simple and responsible. There should be no arbitrary windfall levy on gas exports. Australia needs an increased tax take, not an increased tax rate. That means encouraging investment, approving projects faster, reducing duplication and backing the sector that helps pay for the services Australians rely on. The Greens and Senator Pocock have a different ambition. Their ambition is not tax reform, their ambition is to punish the industry. The Coalition wants the industry to keep investing, keep employing, keep exporting and keep paying tax in Australia. But if I might just go back to where I started, there is in this country and in my own home state of Western Australia a genuine sentiment that people want to see more of the value return to their local communities. That's in the national interest. And the question will soon become, what is the best way to do that that does not imperil future investment, that does not imperil our trading relationships, that does not imperil the future investment in local communities.
On the same matter, Senator Faruqi. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The planet deserves better. People deserve better. While the Labor government cries poor, it's been another really good week for the fossil fuel lobbyists who walk away with a smile and another year's freedom to destroy the planet without worrying at all about paying tax on enormous profits. That this pantomime is so familiar makes it no less depressing. If you earn a wage, you pay tax. If you don't earn a wage and receive income support, you'll probably still pay tax. You purchase goods and services, you pay tax. You access healthcare, you pay tax. You contribute to your super, you pay tax. You take out home insurance, you pay tax. You pop down to the pub for a schooner, or in my case, a cheeky mocktail, you pay tax. But if you're a multi-billion-dollar company extracting and exporting Australian gas, chances are you pay no tax, or next to no tax. Nurses in Australia pay more tax, more personal income tax than oil and gas companies. Teachers pay double the tax paid by oil and gas companies. The Labor government even collects more each year from student debt repayments than it does from companies who dig up and ship out our natural resources. The truth is, companies like Chevron and Santos are ripping us off, massively ripping us off. There is zero tax paid on over half of all gas exported from our country. And while the major gas companies rake in billions, loopholes and write-offs mean they are paying negligible to no amounts of company tax or the failed petroleum resource rent tax. The Albanese government is making bad budget choices yet again. They refuse to tax their big donors and make them pay their fair share. But they'll kick disabled people off the NDIS while funding hundreds of billions of dollars of public money for non-existent nuclear subs. They'll tinker with the housing policy in a performative act of so-called intergenerational equity and boast about their bottom line, but they won't scrap the punitive, disastrous fee hikes and funding cuts of the job-ready graduate scheme. By taxing gas exports 25%, we can collect $17 billion a year to pay for the things people need to live a good life. It shouldn't be a big ask. It is not a big ask. It is just about fairness. Yes, the Greens do want to make the top end of town pay their fair share, because it is way past time, and we want to invest in quality public services to provide care for those who need it, for free education, to make sure housing is affordable and accessible to everyone, and to transition to clean energy and a fossil-free future. And we are proud of that. I do want to congratulate my colleague, Senator Hodgins-May, on her incredibly hard work on this inquiry. Because under her leadership, the committee has produced an undeniable and overwhelming body of evidence to support a gas tax. We know that this is really popular policy. People know what is fair and what is unfair. And my heart and hopes have been lifted by the community's loud and vocal support for the Greens' plan to legislate a minimum 25% tax on gas exports to fund urgent cost of living relief. The Albanese government knows this too. They know it very well. They have heard it from hundreds of people, hundreds of experts. So the ball is now in their court. They can be cowardly and side with war-profiteering multinational gas corporations, or they can stand with the people of this country.
Senator McDonald on the same matter.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I don't know that I've ever been more distressed by a populist, un-Australian agenda than this one. I came to this parliament because I believe in Australia. I love that we are one of the first world countries of the world, that we are prosperous, that we can afford fantastic healthcare and education, that we have roads and schools and hospitals, and we will debate in here about where they should be and how much we should spend on them. But at the end of the day, we have choices. We have choices because Australia is one of the most blessed countries on the planet. We have coal and oil and gas. We have uranium and critical minerals and rare earths and all the base metals that we need to trade, because it is mining that pays the bills in Australia. The first, second and third biggest taxpayers in this country are from those industries. And we are blessed to receive foreign money, investment, to allow us to unlock that potential. But we tinker around with our settings and our trade relationships at our peril. And I can tell you why it's at our peril, because other countries have gone down this road. Let me tell you the story of another country similarly blessed with minerals resources and agricultural produce, and in the 1980s they too decided to become a socialist country. They too decided to change their settings on foreign investment and exports, and they absolutely cruelled their gas and their beef industries. I speak, of course, of Argentina, who now seeks to reposition itself with highly competitive, aggressive, assertive trade settings to attract gas investment back to that country. We don't have to do that. Australia has enjoyed 40% of the world's LNG investment into this country. That has fuelled small businesses, big businesses. It's fuelled royalty payments, PRRT payments, and, of course, employment of hundreds of thousands of Australians. Australians who have enjoyed jobs that are more than double, sometimes 4 and 5 times the average salary. These are the people who live in Australia and do the hard work in order to access these resources. Now, we speak specifically about gas. Gas is not just for energy. Gas is used for fertiliser that allows us to only use a fraction of the surface of the planet in order to grow the amount of food that we need for our nations, for our population. Gas is used for polythene pipe. Gas is used to make all sorts of fuels, and the little tubes that you're hooked up to in hospital, they're used for the gas that keeps food-safe food. It is used for so many reasons, and Australian gas is important. It's important because when we mine it here, when we access it here, it's not only important geopolitically, it's important right now for our trade arrangements for fuel, for liquid fuels. It is important for Australia's prosperity, and if you care about emissions, well, Australians' emissions are lower than going to some of the other countries that would be accessing their gas. 3 reasons why we should want to be extracting gas here. But we will not continue to extract gas here if we scare off investors. I've already talked about the slide from 40% to 15%, and if we go with this ridiculous, crazy socialist plan of increasing gas taxes, when we have a very well-researched and substantive gas arrangement for offshore gas, the PRRT, of course onshore gas is captured by state royalty plans, but if we go down this road, we risk losing that investment. That is the investment that does pay the bills. Let me just run through some of the absolute lies that have been peddled by the anti-fossil fuels activists around this. The first one, that we pay more for gas that we import than we export. Lie. We don't import any gas at all. 2, that nurses and teachers pay more tax than the PRRT. Well, as an ex-economist, lies, lies and damn statistics. If you take a 10-year period and you average wages or tax paid for nurses and teachers, and you do it over the same period that these projects are coming online and not yet producing, or if they are producing, have not yet been able to deduct their capital costs, which is the arrangement under the PRRT, you can make the numbers say anything at all. That is another lie, that nurses and teachers pay more tax and then pick a specific period to skew the numbers. That beer pays more tax than the PRRT. Again, picking numbers and periods of time over these huge projects. $440 billion have been spent in Australia to develop our gas reserves over the last 15 years. Extraordinary numbers. Beer does not produce more income and tax for Australia than gas does. The ATO is constantly misquoted as saying that gas companies are tax avoiders. They have corrected the record in this regard in person, in writing, over and over, and yet the lie is still repeated. The next one, that Japan receives more tax on Australian gas than Australia does. Another outrageous lie that has been absolutely put to bed by the Australia Institute's report itself. The Australia Institute claims that energy import tax produces $8 billion Australian dollars per year to the Japanese government. It excludes the fact that that is also on coal and oil as well as gas. The Australia Institute then says $1.8 billion of that energy import tax comes from gas. However, Australian gas only accounts for 40% of that. So we're now down to $720 million. This is the Australia Institute's own numbers. They don't want to clarify their references. It is dangerous if we seek to fiddle with the investment settings that provide so much income to Australia in payroll tax, in company tax, in state royalties, and yes, in PRRT, which is like a hockey stick. The amount of income that we will receive from that as the capital expenditure is expensed and the profits, the super profits of 40% is paid to Australia over the coming years. This is a dangerous agenda, and guess who's funding it? It is people who have a clear agenda to shut down fossil fuels in Australia. The things that produce our energy, that produce our fertiliser, that could in future provide our liquid fuels and our fuel security right here in this country. That's what they won't tell you, that the 25% gas tax, that policy, that regime is being pushed by organisations like the Sunrise Project, like the KR Foundation. When this same agenda, the anti-gas agenda, was run in England, it was later found by NATO to have been run by Russia, seeking to undermine the UK's energy and economic sovereignty. Do you not think the same thing is happening here in Australia? We should be angry because this populist agenda run by people who seek to shut down investment in oil and gas and coal in Australia is run by people who do not want us to be successful. They will dangle baubles like you will get more tax and we will spend it on things that do not make us money into the future, that will leave Australia broke and poor in the future. This is an anti-Australian agenda. I plead, I beg, if you have any interest in Australia and Australia continuing to be a first world country, ask some more questions. Ask who's funding these organisations, who is funding the Australia Institute, IEFA, who's funding Punters Politics, who is funding senators in this place's private foundations, in the KR Foundation. These organisations are receiving millions and millions of dollars that puts any gas industry contributions to shame. In fact, I only wish they would fund us in the same way that this dark money that seeks to shut down Australia's prosperity is flooding into this country, is funding this outrageous campaign that will damage us. The government's move for the reservations policy will seek to do the same. I beg you, ask the better questions.
On the same matter, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Deputy President, I don't think there's anything more Australian than a fair go and wanting a fair go. It's fine for the National Party to care about a fair go for big multinational tax avoiders. It's not fine for them to stand up for the average Australian who would actually like to see these big foreign-owned multinational companies pay their fair share of tax and royalties. And the good senator from the National Party, Senator McDonald, it's quite fascinating to hear the turning the tables on, the dark money coming from the green sector when she's been part of a political party that's been quite happy to campaign against renewable energy alongside massive misinformation and disinformation campaigns funded by the fossil fuel industry, including mostly foreign fossil fuel interests. So it's interesting to hear the tables being turned there. But I just want to make a few comments because I did participate in one of the hearings, and I wanted to congratulate Senator Hodgkins-May for her work chairing this committee. It was a very intense 3 days of hearings in Canberra and Western Australia, and so other senators were there. When Senator McDonald talks about this, un-Australian campaign against the gas tax or against the PWT, I just want to remind senators that this has been a long road to try and get these big multinational companies to pay their fair share of tax. We had nearly 3 years of inquiries from 2017, 18 and 19 into companies like Chevron who were avoiding tax through profit shifting and managed to, through the ATO, get some revenue for the Australian people. In fact, many billions of dollars of revenue for the Australian people. And we had an inquiry specifically into the PWT, where we did also go to Western Australia in 2018 and 19. And the government, to try and undercut the Senate inquiry, released the Callaghan Review, which recommended some changes to the PWT system. Because the government at the time, even an LNP government, realised it was a completely unfair tax system designed for another era. The PWT, and this came from Craig Emerson himself, who appeared before the inquiry at the time, it was designed for Bass Strait oil and gas exploration in the 80s, not for large value-added LNG projects. That's not what the PWT was designed for. It was completely not fit for purpose. And the government tweaked the edges, where some changes to uplift rates. I mean, no substantial reform. And can I say to the Liberal Party and the Labor Party, this issue is not going to go away. Australians have a pretty good idea about a fair go, and they know when they're being conned, and they are being conned. One thing that really struck me from the hearings in Perth, listening to the executives that turned up, the ones that did turn up from the big oil and gas giants, was it was really obvious to me that they felt like they were doing us a favour. They more or less said, we are doing you a favour. If it wasn't for us, none of your resources would be exploited. None of this gas that we're basically profiting from and sending overseas, that paying very little tax on, none of this would happen without us. So you have us to thank for opening up your resources. Well, I pointed out to them that the taxpayer actually does deleverage a lot of their risk and has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on doing so over the years. But they're not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. They're doing it because they make significant profit out of this, as they do all around the world. You could say the same thing of any company that's saying, well, we see a business opportunity, we're going ahead, we're going to invest in it, and we don't want to pay any tax because we're doing you a favour by employing people. Hello? That's not how the world works. The sheer arrogance of these answers, like you owe us. You Australian people, you owe us for coming in and making billions of dollars of profits out of your resources, which you, by the way, own, but they'd be sitting out there in the ocean and nothing would be happening to them at all if it wasn't for us. So, yeah, you owe us. So how dare you ask for us to pay a fair share on the exports of your resources overseas? Really? It was that simple to me. And I was absolutely dumbfounded by the attitude of some of these big companies. Well, it's time for that to change. It's time for the Australian government to say to these companies, it's now you need to pay a fair return to the Australian people who own these resources. And if they don't, then too bad. Don't exploit these resources. Kick them out. We don't need more fossil fuels. We don't need new developments like the Browse project off the North West Shelf. What we need to do is transition to renewable energy. And of course, Senator McDonald deliberately ignored the fact that Australia has an abundance of sunshine. We have an abundance of wind power. We have geothermal. We have hydro. We have so much renewable energy. Renewable energy is already producing 50% of our wholesale power. and that's only going to increase into the future. We don't need more fossil fuel projects, and we need the ones that are here now to pay a fair return to the Australian people. And here's an idea: if they did pay a fair return, there's plenty of things we could do with that money. We might start by compensating communities for the damage that their emissions are doing, their fossil fuel emissions are doing to our climate and to our environment. That might be a good place where we could park that money. And Deputy President, I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to just take note briefly of document 57, the CSIRO.
You've got literally 30 seconds.
Report, yeah, okay. I actually might just seek, because I've got a thing in my throat, I might seek leave to continue my remarks on document 57.
First of all, leave granted. Yes, leave is granted. Senator Hodgins-May. Senator Allman-Payne, sorry.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of document 56 on page 14 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Anything else? If not, it being very, very close to 6:30 p.m, the Senate will suspend until 8:30 p.m. this evening. The Senate is suspended.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I table the budget statement for 2026-27 and other documents as listed on the dynamic red, and I seek leave to move a motion relating to the documents.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that the Senate take note of the budget statement and documents and move that the debate be now adjourned.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
I table particulars of proposed and certain proposed expenditure for 26-27 and seek leave to move a motion to refer the documents to legislation committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that the documents be referred to committees for examination and report.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I am to table statements for parliamentary departments. Minister.
Thank you. I table portfolio budget statements for portfolios and executive departments as listed on the dynamic red.
I propose that the Senate now adjourn. The Senate stands adjourned, beg your pardon. And we'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Usually like, I saw that, but you've reserved your payback.